Welcome
Hey,
back to this second installment of my interview with Tiffany. How are you doing this wonderful morning?
I'm pretty good, honestly. I'm happy to I'm happy to be awake at an ungodly hour and have something like enjoyable and productive to do for once.
Yeah, you didn't sleep, eh?
No, but I woke up at 3:30 p.m. yesterday and now it's 6. So like my sleep schedule's been upside down for weeks, and I think today is the day that I suffer for tomorrow's graces.
Yeah, I heard that you've been to a Friendsgiving. What is that?
I
And do you want to
um
tell me more about it?
well, it wasn't as much of technically as much of a Friendsgiving as we thought. I was really the only like person outside of the family invited over. My friend Kai invited multiple friends, and I'm the only one who showed up. But a Friendsgiving uh I would say it's something that happens with a lot of like I'll say what it usually means. Friendsgiving is something that happens with a lot of queer people because we don't have a close relationship with our family, or we fucking hate them, they fucking hate us, or some mix of the above. And so we invite our found family and our friends to have that kind of thing that none of us would probably have outside of it. Anyway, so yeah, no, this was her inviting somebody that she was close to in that way, but to her family. So it was nice otherwise. I like Kai's family a lot. And just the people I chatted with, it was enjoyable. Nice food, getting just a little drunk, snuggling with Kai later. But in the middle of that, we went to go pick up alcohol. And I'm like, Kai, let me drive your car. I'll back it out because I had pulled my car in behind hers as she had requested. And I backed her car into her house. Not at any sort of rate of speed. It bent the roof gutter drain spigot, and it scratched her car a little. Um it started out as her trying to tell me that if I kept going, that like t trying to tell me to stop with like the most hushed tone. And at first I wanted to get really mad over that, and I'm like, no, like I should be more patient and listening and da da da. And blame's not the solution here, but I started having an emotional flashback to any issue that damaged property, but especially with cars with my father. And 'cause he always provided me a car, but it was always his, and under a lot of spoken and unspoken stipulations. And I was go fucking going through that, and Kai is a big precious sweetie, but she tries honestly too hard to make everybody around her happy and comfortable and help. And so, in a situation like that, that's just completely smothering to me. At first, I'm just like, listen, if you apologize one more time, I'm just going to go the fuck home. And I like almost did. And I like I'm not saying anything she's doing isn't anything less than well-meaning. Like she really is honestly trying to help. But I calmed down a bit and I moved my car to somewhere better. And she ends up following me there to offer me a Boost Barone she has, which has helped me. Um, I've been like trialing it through her with her extras. And But that's just not, maybe I could need that if when I got more combobulated, but I just needed the space. I didn't need the extra information coming into me from somebody bothering me. I told her that I don't want that and whatever. I finally got her to leave me alone while I'm in my car for a bit, and I just started fucking screaming in my car. And um man, as we're about to actually leave, I had turned it down twice by then, but then she goes to like give the bus bar to me in my hand, and I take the bottle, open it up, I put it back in the bottle, I close the bottle, I shove the bottle in her purse, and I go, I've said no to this 3 times now. So I was getting close to my like wit's end. It was getting very hard for me to deal with. And just her people pleasing was just being stifling at best and completely smothering and overwhelming at worst. Eventually I recovered, and her parents are much nicer about that than my father, which is an understatement. It was completely fine, and in fact their family joked with me. I think her aunt, her mother, and her grandfather, and and I was just like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, when I was backing up, I noticed the house was a little like not exactly lined up with the road, and I was just trying to nudge it a little, and I tried too hard. I needed to nudge it like 2 inches. I actually tried to nudge it 2 feet, and that really that more like holistic, uh that more neurotypical way of blowing that steam off, that really helped. That really helped put me in a much better space. And and we talked about stuff like that later, and I think it's still weighing on her. I think she's very self-conscious. She saw my our friend Lucy earlier, I'd say today, but now it's tomorrow. Earlier yesterday, before I went and picked Lucy up to hang out with us. And Lucy tells me she was like kind of not there, but it could be a different medication she's adjusting to. But I don't know. It has me worried. I would really like what I had to say to her not damage her, not come off as this cutting criticism that makes her worry about everything she might be doing wrong. Um, and that just stresses me the fuck out. In moments like that, I need to learn to be much, much more direct and downright near incisive with taking my space and enforcing my boundaries, just being like, I just need a minute to collect myself and I'm gonna leave for a bit. I'm sorry. I'll be back. Everything's fine. I'll be back in a bit. Everything's fine. And I think my default to not do that comes from a ton of places, which is an issue, like not trusting that, having difficulty trusting that if I don't try and solve this situation right now, it's going to be worse in 5 minutes and then for the next 5 years of my life. Um, just being emotionally compromised and no longer really having much capacity left over to think about anybody's feelings other than my own. I just feel bad for like freaking out on her. I don't remember what she did, but she followed me to my car and she like apologized again for just like nothing, or she had like because she'd like taken the wrong lesson from it. And um I have to open my car's hood to manually shut it off. The wiring's weird. And I just slammed my hood shut and it scared her. And I really don't want to be that kind of person that scares people and
Hmm.
makes them afraid of when things like that happen. But I don't really want to do that to her. She's been a really good friend and we've had a lot of fun. I dyed her hair the day a day or two prior to that. I dyed it pink. I bleached it for her and dyed it for her. It was really fun. And yeah, I'm scared of hurting her and losing my gal pal.
Hmm.
Just the finer notes of like having kind of normal friends is just tough still. I wish I had like nicer more positive things to talk about, but that's still really weighing on me.
Yeah. No, it is like a very interesting analysis of a very complicated situation. Like, imagine that situation. I would also like think about so many things, like how to make sure that like she's not taking the wrong lesson from the situation, trying to understand where she's coming from, why she's reacting in such a surprising way, and oh God, like all sorts of things beyond like the current trauma that I'm going through, like the flashback and everything on top of that. It's just sounds super overwhelming.
Yeah, it was grotesquely overwhelming. Um, One other thing I wanted to mention about that is I think there's like a masculine dimension to this. It seems that most of the men in my life really get me when I talk about like when something happens, I just need space.
Hmm.
And like I when I was talking to you about that the day it happened, a guy friend of mine literally came into my DMs on Facebook about it. Like just getting it, just directly empathizing with it. And because in that moment I don't want the comfort. I just want to regain control. I want to be more sure of myself again and then be able to like act on that instead of the comfort and and the attempts at help just don't just make it worse.
Hmm. Yeah, I think like for me, apology, the like misguided apology would have been the stressing part because I would have like had to like think like mentally model her, try to figure out like what I can say to like repair the like whatever like she's like misinterpreting about the situation, and I can't really do that in such a situation. I think for me the comfort would have been nice, but like her taking responsibility for something that's not her responsibility would have been distressing for me.
Yeah, it really was distressing. Like I said, I think there's lasting stuff concerning that. And like I think she's still going through stuff about it.
Mm.
And I think it boils down to like that happened and now like she needs help too and she's denying herself of it and trying to help me like unintentionally,
Mm.
sacrificially. And um and I'm just trying to take care of myself first and then I will very willingly take care of other people after I'm put back
Yeah.
together. And she just doesn't know how to look after her own feelings in that way. Oh, and it wasn't just one apology. Each apologies of hers is like 3 to 5 apologies, and each one has its own like uh explanation of why she felt she needs to apologize. It which is part of me aggravating, annoying as fuck. I cannot stand it. I accept it, and when I'm in a bad mood, I put up with it all the rest of the time we're hanging out. Um, because she is a good friend and she's fun to hang out with. But a moment like that, it's just making things worse. I just get angry that she's making things worse for herself while not giving me the space I need. It just it's very hard
Mm.
for me in a moment like that not to just react that like, why are you being so fucking stupid? Like I know it's not that. I know it's like her own insecurities, but in a moment like that, that is
Mm.
that's my default and that's where I'm going and it's very hard to fight, very hard to
Yeah.
manage.
Like for me, the problem was that I like didn't have permission, didn't give myself permission to self-soothe. So once my therapist gave me permission to self-soothe, I could easily learn it. For other people, it's apparently like the learning of how to self-soothe in the first place that they need to like that they need to practice self-soothing itself. I don't know which one it is for her.
It definitely seems like the latter for her. Um, it strikes me as dependent thinking because I really have to like help her get her brain into a mode of seeing her own feelings at all because it reminds me of when another friend that I used to date, she had a really nasty narcissistic ex that I had the delight of going toe to toe with just once that helped. And this is a good thing that helped bring their relationship to an end and have her move out. My friend, move out of the ex-wife's house. In other words, she'd been putting that off for a ton of reasons, and um, that precipitated to stuff. And it was a conflict that needed to be faced. And and it just reminds me of when I was talking to her and being like, trying to get across to her, like, you can't be responsible for your ex-wife's happiness. That even if, like, you would tell her, like, about what she went through, she really still wouldn't see it. You'd have to really demonstrate it and or get her into a different headspace before she got better at being in touch with her own feelings in that way. So it strikes me as a form of dependent thinking. Um, Now that I think of it, I've
Mm.
been trying to get out of the habit of pathologizing my friends. Um, Not even just from like that's not like super healthy, but um so that my primary way I like get to know somebody, even if I like smooth over it with masking, isn't basically psychoanalysis. Um, I've been trying to just let friendships happen and be, but I don't know, that just strikes me as something that like a year and a half ago me would have noticed a lot quicker. But I had a
Mhm.
lot. I had some worse patterns going on. I think it's better this way.
Yeah. Well, you can also just do it from a place of curiosity or something, just without any particular like judgment or hypervigilance attached to it.
Yeah, but that depends on the I tend to obsess over it unhealthily, but even then I don't want my friendships to necessarily be based on that.
Hmm.
Rather, I want more friendships and relationships that are not based that's not the primary or secondary thing. Like you and I have that, but for like a number of reasons, right? If we weren't talking about this stuff, we wouldn't be having as much fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I want to have friendships that have depth in different things.
Mhm. Yeah, then let me be curious once more. One of my notes from the last part of the interview was to ask you how you think. So, like, some people have like an internal monologue, some people have like an internal dialogue between like 10 people or something, and some people just have silence, like me, most of the time, and just like thoughts themselves. Others seem to like mostly use imagery for thinking. So yeah, was curious how it works for you.
I have an internal dialogue, but it's definitely more prevalent and worse when I'm locked in my OCD.
Hmm.
Um, when I'm in the moment or I'm in a flow state, it's primarily abstract. Like if I'm fixing something mechanical or electronic or I'm machining something, it's all abstract and imagery. Um, like, but my dialogue can definitely take me over, and it can be um hard to see anything outside of what I'm obsessing over at the time, which is like the definition of OCD, how it tunnel visions you.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I guess I mean to say in my young adulthood to adulthood, I've had much more of an internal dialogue. But up until, let's say, high school, it was definitely abstract and imagery first, and then I'd have to translate it into
Mm.
words to get my ideas out. And I'm just trying to return to that.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I started with like the internal monologue around age 8 and then stopped at age 25 roughly. And yeah, like for me, the downside has been that it hindered my introspection because I like pretended that the narration is everything that I was thinking when it was like a small fraction of what I was thinking, just sort of some kind of distilled and sometimes fictional story that I told myself. So in a way, it hindered my introspection. Do you also have that
Yeah.
impression?
Yeah, that doesn't hit it doesn't actually hinder my introspection. It hinders my ability to be in the moment.
Hmm.
So forgive anybody who's a fan of Terry Pratchett, forgive me because I'm taking this is a friend relayed this to me, but apparently in some Terry Pratchett, they described the first thought, the second thought, and the third thought. And the first thought is what you get from like spontaneous experience or feelings, right? Just like, ouch, that hurt. And then you think of like, why? And then the third thought is perspective taking. And so, second thought will also, let's say you're a very damaged person. Second thought will also have a lot of those unhealthy reactions. Like another person once told me, like, the first thing you think is how you grew up, and the second thing you think is how you are. But in this, as the second thought, and third thought would be again the perspective taking, and functions the same there. Um, and so my internal monologue typically suppresses my first thoughts. I don't
Hmm.
um it's a mix of things. Like I have plenty of unconscious reflexes for those spontaneous experiences to lead into these more second form thoughts. And I have a lot of self-understanding and rules and ideas of how I and the world work that I can also lean on and go, well, if I do this, it's probably going to end up in this, and I'll fucking hate that, or I will fucking love that. And it keeps me from actually touching my feelings
Hmm.
most of the time. So, but I was able to change a lot of those unconscious reflexes, um, with just getting to know myself better and some mindfulness stuff, but that's just still not how my brain registered my spontaneous experience. Um, and so I've been able to do a lot of introspection with my internal dialogue, but it I'm still but in wanting to actually get closer to myself and
Hmm.
not just understand myself, I am learning to let it go, suppress it, or at least make it a more conscious action when I think in words, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, like the first thoughts are also very like many and very nuanced and very complex for me, that there are like all these different factors. Like if I'm late for something, then there is sort of the frustration of like having over the thing that has led to me being late, then like the worries about how people will react, whether I'm interrupting something, or people will like think about me when I'm when I like show up late for something and they don't know me yet, they don't know that it's like something that doesn't happen too often for me, and like all of these things come together. And then the second thought is, so how do I guilt externalize now? What can I blame? And I'm like, no, you don't have to do that. Chill. And yeah, I suppose then the third thought is how I like actually show up and apologize for being late or something, and then nothing else. Maybe talk about
Yeah, you get to
my
integrate
struggles
it.
with
That's perspective taking usually, right?
Hmm.
Um, from what I would glean, what I would figure is developmentally, um, first thought is basically your id, right?
Hmm.
And it's your base impulses, desires, feelings, etc. And when you're young, your second thought will be more from your ego. Your super ego hasn't really formed.
Hmm.
And I feel like as you grow older, your second thought comes from your super ego.
Hmm.
It's right, like you're saying, it's more in response to like uh how other people will react to it's that's where all the shame and stuff gets internalized. And then your ego has now shifted into a place where it's trying to help mediate that again. And I my intuition would be that they flip again when one hits a more harmonious state, that you feel something, you're hungry, and you go, I could do this. And then you think, yeah, but not right now, because everyone's gonna hate me if I eat a pizza in front of them. And um that's my intuition. That's a big like I bet.
Hmm.
Um, but I think that makes sense because our ego, our ego, super ego is supposed to be keeping our ego in check. And it's when we have a lot of toxic guilt or shame that our super ego would need our ego to come back and put it in check, you know? Um,
Yeah, like I used to have a very punitive superego, so I think he was in the end to like get the superego to chill out and just trust that the ego, if like those are the right terms, that the ego will like want the right thing anyway.
Yeah. Um, and that the ego knows when to like check itself and go ask the superego again. Because like
Yeah.
they in the Freudian thing, your id is underneath the water. It's subconscious and unconscious, and stuff can go. It'll precipitate into the ego. The ego is what helps you. The ego is the beginning of your like idea that I am separate from the world. And so it's as simple as like, I want this right now. Well, I can't have it right now.
Hmm.
Kind of mediation of your spontaneous experience and how do you get that to interact with the world. And
Hmm.
then your super ego, um, but that's still very self-focused. And the super ego tends to in the Freudian model, the superego is both above and below water and helps mediate them as a whole. And that's why it's more like other-faced. Because that's what's really lacking in ego and id. Um so like no, I would think, somebody that's healthy, their super ego comes in last. It makes sure they perspective take, but it doesn't make them like hang on it. It's not in charge.
Hmm. Yeah, and also like what you said about like the superego basically being an advisor who the ego can turn to. That's also a nice framing. I was wondering, like, whether your internal monologue perhaps also helps with bridging self states. Like, I have this problem that my thoughts are very hard to remember. They're like very hard to notice in the first place. I mostly just like notice the echoes of these thoughts and then sort of try to figure out what they are, relatively like experimentally. Like, might it be this thing? No, that doesn't resonate. Might it be this other thing? Yeah, that resonates. And then I sort of figure out what these thoughts, like these original thoughts might have been. And like they have a certain like feel to them, but it's like very diffuse. And so I also have a really hard time remembering them. And they are also super dependent on like particular environments and probably like mood states and such. And so if we instead use something like natural language that's objective and shared among humans, or also trivially shared among mood states, then um, that could help with bridge them. And so I was wondering whether that perhaps is something that I developed in order to like not have amnesia between different mood states, but have like something that can bridge the amnesia. And I think like when I was 8, I started to be able to do that more, and so didn't have problems with amnesia. Does that, would that make sense for you?
I mean, I'll start with what's going on with you. That I mean, like, that's kind of the definition of what like why a self-narrative exists, right?
Mhm.
Because, your feelings will change, but you can know some things about you that'll still be true tomorrow, right? And no longer being defined by your immediate feelings. Um, so I think that's just your odd like autistic relationship with the self-narrative. There's things that are more tenuous to you um by nature, and it's just not what you've probably heard most people talk about. But they basically holistic people use it in the same way, but for other things that would be uh more tenuous to them that help to intellectualize. For me, like that's basically what DBT is, right? I absolutely it helps me like I'm having to DBT and MBT mentalization based therapy myself like all the time or frequently. It's not as frequent now, but frequently. And that helps me with a similar thing of like if I'm notice I'm splitting, or I just notice I'm in an unhelpful pattern, I can at least stop and try and synthesize the opposite, like the scholastic method, and go, does that seem as reasonable or as unreasonable? If that sounds just as reasonable, the other extreme, what am I doing? What is this? And at least get my brain back into a more self-reflective pattern. Um, if it's not that, if I can synthesize like a totally different way of looking at something, if I can get my brain to get closer to the abstract and just get a spontaneous, better way of looking at the situation, or just an attempt at it, I can go, yeah, I'm clearly not looking at this in a helpful way, at least, and maybe not objective at all. And in a similar way, I'm testing the waters of my own perception in that moment instead of just my feelings. Um, because in that kind of moment, I'm trying not to tell myself, um, my feelings are wrong, but I'm trying to tell myself my understandings or my perceptions that are leading to my current feelings aren't the way to go. And because only once I bring that back and I'm back into a more integrated self state does the stuff like, yeah, but now how do I actually feel? What do I actually want? Can I do that again when I'm not when I'm disintegrated,
Mm,
when I'm splitting or I'm dissociating? I can't really reach down there. And
mm,
I certainly try to keep a lot of little things in mind that um something specifically just to counter some patterns I notice, and some things just like gaining a more helpful self-narrative and a more helpful um view of other people that go so that like internalizing them as like values or beliefs to some degree, so that like my current perception due to strong emotions is challenged because I go, no, that's not what I believe. And I know I believe that for like not no reason. I know I formed that belief over time for a reason. So I really shouldn't go willy-nilly and just burn everything down right now.
mm,
Um, that's a really granular look of it,
mm. Do you
but
actually want
it
to?
can also be literal like MBT too. Or DBT. Just
Mm,
if I catch myself, if I'm just if I'm not just split, but I'm actively splitting and I'm flipping and I catch it, I can go, these two don't make sense next to each other. What is going on?
yeah. Like, can you perhaps go even more granular? Like, do you use any particular skills or sub skills from the DBT toolkit, like from the stop skill or something? Like the stepping back, I think, was in there, and I know maybe also some parts of the tip skill or something. Or and is it like first the DBT skills and then afterwards the MBT, or how do you use it?
Normally I would do MBT first because let's bring up the Friendsgiving thing again, where that helps remind me that, my friend Kai is only trying to be helpful, and um because in the moment I'll be reacting to I'll often be reacting to some really negative assumption. Like I said, that like in the moment when I want to just straight up go, I just be like, you're gonna move the car, right? Okay, good. I'm just gonna go sit in my car for a bit. I'm gonna move my car and just sit in it for a bit. I'll be back, I don't know, in 10 minutes, half an hour. Everything's fine. I just need to calm my head down. Please don't worry about it. I won't want to do that because if in the moment I have the time to reflect, I'll go. I'll I'll I'm trying to like just actually do it. I'll think to myself, well, what would actually help me if I left the situation? Why am I not just doing that? This. But wait, is that what she's actually doing? Is that what she's actually thinking? No. And then, with MBT, then you then think of it from the other person's perspective. She's probably trying to do something more like this. Okay, well, now that I know she's trying to be helpful, I'm going to tell her I'm doing this because this is most helpful for me now. Okay, yeah, right. No, I can, and then back to myself. Yeah, I can trust her, etc. And um, because that can help me even within a split,
Hmm.
and that can get me out of the thought patterns that are reinforcing the split or are keeping me from escaping it. That maybe, it helps me bring about those things I don't realize I'm projecting. Because MBT basically breaks projection down.
Yeah.
Because that's what mentalization is. If you're mentalizing, you're most likely not projecting.
Mm.
And uh, um so then let's say it wasn't as big of a deal then, but if I was then also panicked, she was no longer be going to be my friend, etc., then I would probably have to do some DBT steps because that's the kind of thing that's going to make me split. And I could imagine that then I would react in one way of the split. I think she like hates me now.
Mm.
Um, and I would basically being angry that she won't let me fix the problem. And in the other one, the other half of it, I would probably feel more helpless and stuck because it would feel like a double bind. And um and let's see here. And then I would think that she wouldn't help me. And so in one I think that she wouldn't let me help myself, and then one end of it I wouldn't think she would help me. That's a
Mhm.
common split I'll have. And there's you really have to be dealing with a rat shit person that will actually make both of those true at once.
Mhm.
And it's enough for you to go, but that's not really the issue here, is it? Oh, and I can see then both from experience with myself and so then that kind of brings me back together, recenters me, and I go, I'm doing that because I'm afraid this is the end. I'm never going to see her again. Right? I mask the fear with either anger that I think she won't help me or hatred that she won't let me help myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then so that didn't happen, but that probably wouldn't be too far off the mark of what could happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you described at first was like pretty close to the stab skill though. Like you first like didn't immediately react, but rather like took a step back, like went to your car, for example, then observed, tried to like understand the situation better, and then tried to proceed, but she interrupted the observation.
Well, no, that's me talking myself into doing that.
Okay.
That's me getting myself in a mindset where I can see that that's what I need to do, and then
Mhm.
talking myself into doing it. Because at that mo moment, with mentalization broken down, I'm only perceiving threats, and I handle threats with control.
Hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to break out of. Um, but even in there, even if that doesn't fully restore mentalization, at that moment, I can see that, like, in a control mindset, I can still understand that, like, giving myself space is and doing something immediately and decisive to achieve that is the right way to handle it. Um,
Yeah.
no, I I normally start a few steps away from something like that, unfortunately. And it would be if I would catch myself like that then, and then do the DBT. So that gets me to there. I do stop, and then I can try and
Mhm.
reintegrate. So normally I need to do um MBT to myself. I pull from my MBT skill set to be able to access my DBT skill set.
Mhm. Yeah, that's interesting. I just wonder like whether it's generally useful to like install helpful patterns in all mindsets so that like regardless in which mindset you land, you have a helpful pattern there, like with making friends that like in the control mindset, you have something like if I'm like kind, like if I like and I manipulate my friends with my charm, then they they will like continue being my friends. So I can like trick them into continuing being my friend or something. And then like in a more regular mindset, you have something like I need to be like kind to my friends in order for them to continue being my friends. And I don't know, in some other mindset, maybe install some other thing that all like point to the same behaviors so that you can start out in a random mindset, happen to do like the right behaviors, be it for a weird reason, and then find back to the mindset that you really want to have afterwards?
Um, I feel like I've tried to do something like that. Like I try to improve myself in all sorts of little and big ways, but the mindsets don't really. I think this is just down to the rigidity of the mindset I get into when I perceive a threat. Um, and the rigidity and pervasiveness of my control mindset because like I have to waste a lot of fucking effort all day long initially seeing things in a control mindset than talking myself out of it. I'm
Mhm.
I'm not as doing much DBT, but I'm this is one of the aspects of my like cognitive empathy of just let's say I'm in in a line at a grocery store, and this person is taking forever because they're $2 short. And I just want to walk over and shove my card in the machine and go, shut up, go away. Um, and I have to talk myself into empathizing with other people in the situation, like the cashier and this and that. It may or may not distress people um to get out of that. It can be something as simple as that I have to talk myself out of an impulse like that. That's that's even like the nice one because like if I followed that mindset through, I would do that and then I'd like make sure the person starts bagging their shit up and putting it in a cart fast. Because the whole thing I was really focused on initially was I want to get through this line, and so that's all I see at first. I just see that objective. Remember we were so that's just that still really is my default, and it's been hard to make healthier things in that kind of mindset. Um, that it's been just more worth it to kind of challenge it directly. You need so many more steps and like I would have those impulses in the past and talk myself out of them, but then I have to talk myself into it via the utility of it and the percentages of and the like odds of it making something worse or better
Mm.
and this or that. And if I'm just in bad enough a mood, I stop caring anyway, and it still
Mm.
doesn't help. Um, or if I just perceive what it is as important enough, I just stop caring, and it just
Mm.
doesn't help. Um, I started out trying to think of like a counter of, but I re a counter like that maybe you're just right. But I'm having trouble imagining something in that very control-based
Mm.
mindset, control-based and goal-oriented mindset that because I've worked on that too. Um, I guess I could try to change the kind of goals I'm looking out for in general, right? Like, um, but I feel like I've done that in the past. I have been working on that. And I don't know, none of these things seem to persist across all my different like frames of mind and self states, no matter what yet. It
Mm.
just I'm having to do a lot of manual effort to keep myself somewhere where I want to be.
Yeah. Then I have like two hypotheses what might be going on with like friends of mine who seem to be doing this thing. Like what they're doing is exactly this. Like they want to have friends, they want to keep their friends, they like their friends, and so they tell themselves, I'm using my Machiavellian charms to trick these people into liking me. And just doing that consistently. So the friends are like, oh, she's really kind, I like her. And like I think there are like two possibilities here. Like one is like these triggered states, these like control mindset states that you were referring to. And the other one is like the kind of self-image that a person builds up when they are often in these states. And I would imagine that when someone is in these states, but they want to make them egocentric, they don't want to feel like bad about them, that they then build up some kind of self-image of like where like hostile dominance is necessary, and they feel good about being strong and in control at all times. And then
Yeah, it wraps are you getting on like it kind of wraps back on itself?
yeah, like they actually are in like a rational state of mind, a rational mindset,
Yeah,
and
that's the
they
problem.
think about things like they think about things like sort of I don't know, not in a triggered mindset, but then they like reframe them to fit their self-image afterwards, so that like there is no clear distinction for them between the triggered state and the like rational mindset.
Um, if I get what you're saying right, this is the reason why I avoid it,
Yeah, makes sense.
right? I think I like abstractly picked up on it earlier, but I really had to work through it.
Hmm.
Really, I had to have you remind me of it. But I kind of unconsciously know that that's what that is, and that's why I don't want to be that way. Because something Emmy Thomas evolved into that she does that I was doing was I started to go from goal oriented to what she described as process oriented. Like she told the story about she wanted to get to a friend's house and her car ended up stuck in a snowbank or something. She ran it off the road because she's not a good snow driver. And the cops dropped her off at this gas station. And so I would not flag down. She walked right in front of an 18-wheeler and went, "Hey, can you bring me to this place?" And that's a very, again, like a benign example. But, she just keep going because the goal of I want to get to my friend's house was there. And so, in a more process-oriented way, let's say with the checkout thing, I go, what I'm trying to do is just get groceries. And I don't need that to happen in 5 seconds from now for that to happen. That's okay. And I think I think what that's doing is a non-MBT version of trying to break down the teleological thinking. So I read when we were in our last interview, I read that in teleological thinking, one equates desires with wants and wants with goals. And that shifts it in a language that doesn't require the mentalization that because that's what that is. When you say process, really it's recognizing that this thing is just a desire. It's not the immediate goal, and it's allowing internalizing a more abstract and a more flexible goal. So I did that, and it would just be harder to maintain if I was emotionally heightened, and especially if I was triggered. Um, and I just recognize all the weaknesses with that, and I recognize the weaknesses with leaning into leaning into a self-image that is at least better by default because that still tends to reinforce um the control mindset thinking because you like hit it exactly that in order to make that stuff internally consistent you have to think you have to believe that hostile control is often enough necessary and useful, and thus the right course of action. And that's in conflict with a healthier, more nuanced self-image
Mm.
directly, right? And just that, just that part
Mm.
alone. And they can't coexist if you want to be if you don't want to keep the cognitive dissonance machine going.
Yeah. Yeah, like a friend of mine has these has like a lot of values that she lives by de facto. She calls them standards, and also like has this idea of like that would be like more internally consistent or something to be fully evil, but then wouldn't be able to have these standards. And so like this drive for sort of an internal consistency of motivations toward being evil is in conflict with these standards that like serve like very useful functions for like societal existence. And yeah, then there's this constant cognitive dissonance between those. And yeah, I suppose like for me it was the opposite of like trying to uphold an image of being like not making mistakes and being perfect and everything and totally failing at that and trying to hide that from myself. And I suppose like both of these extremes necessarily break down and then cause a lot of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I wanna take one moment to note how much yours is oriented around self-image and then the other is oriented around avoiding self-image. It's
Well, avoiding self-image is just another self-image, I suppose.
yeah, just not caring what the self-image ends up being. Well, no, so like no, I internalized values like that early on and I feel like it's a springboard, right? Um when you start to connect those values, those standards you hold to yourself, to the actual impact they have on other people, um, it can start to turn into a self-image because then you realize the value of what you do for people is. And that's almost definitionally what a healthy self-image is, right? Um, and I don't know, I like it's for me when I started that, it was just very hard to fight all of the other things. And it was me reminding myself, I've fight all these rigid antisocial patterns. And it's just me reminding myself that when I've sat down to think of it, no, it broadly makes sense to be pro-social in these ways. And I'm gonna try and talk myself out of it and manipulate myself out of it. But I know better. I thought about this before, and I shouldn't waste my effort right now, and I should lean on that value, that standard I hold to myself. And but then again, at least for me, that did eventually start to recall why I came to those conclusions. And then as that does, I started to feel things about them. And um and then eventually I'm able to get myself to get into the point where like the rational thinking is there to determine like course of action, not it's not the thing that's doing the reality testing itself. It's not the thing determining who people are and why and what's going on, in a world where you don't care about your self-image and you don't have empathy or you don't have much empathy, that's that's what it all is. You're keeping this list of attributes. You're keeping the score, really. Maybe you're trying to do it in a healthy way, but you're keeping the score of Has this person typically done things for me as I've done things for them, etc., and trying to maybe analyze it holistically, but you're doing it in this very data-oriented, rational way. And even if it's just cognitive empathy, empathy is thus another source of information and or another source of data. And it's just recognizing that people are trying to give you that information freely. Um, but and like so, like I said, in a world devoid of that data stream, you know, you're having to figure out what somebody's actually about and whether they're good for you based on just all externalities. And so it just ends up being that.
Hmm. Yeah, that also like ties it back to the teleological non-mentalizing and problems with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, and
wondering.
that's why psychopaths can drive themselves entirely fucking nuts.
Mhm. Drive themselves entirely fucking nuts? But why
Yeah,
that?
yeah, because that's very obsessional. So the with stuff that concerns other people, um cognitive or affective empathy really helps you know when you've like come to a conclusion. And if you don't have that inward information
Mm,
stream, um, you know, you get it leads you towards some paranoid thinking of all sorts of other things because you
yeah.
don't know where the good stopping point is. And and also, when you're not really connected with them emotionally, it's
Mm,
not an intuitive connection without that intuitive system to be connected to people with your connection system suppressed or not there. You know,
mm,
you're just going through all these possibilities of what might happen, what might not happen, what that means to you, what that means to them, just
mm,
purely cognitively, and that's obsessive. And without knowing where that ends, without having an intuition to where that ends.
mm.
Um, if you have a very complex or a very stressful life, you're gonna just drive yourself nuts.
Yeah, I also see like how lots of psychopaths struggle with having any kind of like empathy or understanding of themselves. So like self-mentalization. And then yeah, like come up with all sorts of theories of why they might be doing things and struggle to actually find out why they're doing things because like nothing probably resonates in any particular way, so everything seems equally likely and probably have a lot of trouble like introspecting on what's actually going on and then takes a long time to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like having to just like find out you get pissed off and for what seems like this reason when somebody does this thing in this way in this situation and trying to like extrapolate that externally. So like, that's imagine having to do that not just with other people but to,
Yeah.
yourself. It'll drive it'll drive you nuts. I remember in that Amy Thomas interview I keep pulling from that she said that um that that can drive psychopaths nuts because of if they don't have a more successful life or just as you get older that shit's harder to keep up.
Hmm.
And And the saddest fucking part is like, I mean, you know, I can even remember myself being in the thick of that when my life was hard in certain ways, and I didn't have as many faculties to handle it or as much of a support network, and just truly driving myself nuts and not realizing that I was like going into psychosis or something, not feeling the stress, not recognizing my own
Mm.
suffering at all. Um, and seeing a lot of the genuine contributing factors to it, but without seeing the emotional dimension to it. I'm not going to just go, all right, I'm just going to
Mm.
veg out in bed for 2 days straight. And do I really have to deal with all that right now? No. So am I going to deal with all of it right now? No. And it's giving your brain the time to reset.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, imagine like in this case, you are probably actually not in touch with with, like these internal feedback mechanisms and like your actual feelings about the situation and such. And I suppose another variation on that is if someone is in touch with it, but like doesn't trust it, like thinks that. That's me, by the way. Thinks that something is only real if, like, I can reason from first principles, like why I'm experiencing it, and if I'm experiencing it, and but I don't know why. Like, I cannot argue for it step by step why I'm experiencing that, and it's like, nope, that doesn't make sense.
that is that is so delightfully rationalist coded. That's like beautifully disgusting. That is like my critique with the rationalist community. Not everything can be discovered from first principles because you can have a first contact with something and not understand it, and you don't have the building blocks to discover the first principles. So, like, my argument against it would be, and I'm not even saying like um rationalism is dumb. I just mean it's unbalanced in my opinion. That like um we didn't really discover chemistry via alchemy. We discovered chemistry by being scientific about alchemy. But alchemy really did start at the object level. I do this, and then this happens. What even is this? You know, um, um, and I just actually want to be really clear. I'm not against like rationalism because that's the kind of thing that A brought us germ theory, and if people were more rational at the time, it would have been a lot easier to get people on board with germ theory when we figured it out, or we discovered the hints to that it was likely true. Because if you think about it, if you think about germ theory versus miasma theory, miasma theory seems just so bullshit. Like, um, either from just like it doesn't pass the sniff test, the bullshit test. It smells like shit. But also like if you use the evidence at the time, because what we didn't understand without germ theory was that the pathogens could self-reproduce, that they were individual tiny organisms. And there was plenty of body of evidence, both scientific and just personal experience, that you could tell that if you thought for even a second that if you were given the idea of germ theory, you'd go, huh, that makes a lot of things that have never made sense make sense. Um, anyway,
Yeah, like, but one thing I observe is that in my circles, all the folks who are doing focusing and circling and authentic relating and are into like mindfulness meditation and other types of meditative practice, they are all rationalists. Like the rationalist community is just sort of the hub for that sort of stuff. So do you think that's a reaction to some other type of rationality that neglected that, or is it coincidence?
I think it's three things. I think it's like, you know, you yourself are going through that being in a very strict rationalist mindset pulls you away from your feelings. Um, but it's also pretty rational that mindfulness would help, right? Uh, Pretty straightforward. Giving even if just like giving yourself relaxation time, you can go, your brain giving an onslaught of information all the time is not healthy. You have tons of reasons to engage in it even before you have experienced and know the true value of
Mm.
mindfulness. And what was the third thing? Um,
Focusing, circling, I don't know.
oh, rationalists very rationally are very much about self-improvement. It's one of
Yeah.
their big obsessions. And that's actually my favorite thing about the rationalist community. It and Mindfulness just happens to be one of those things. It's
Mm.
uncomplicated, it's straightforward, and it has a lot of straightforward and even second and third order benefits. So, I don't think it's any mistake that I think rationalists end up towards mindfulness for both like positive, negative, countering the negative, the unintentional negative,
Mm.
and neutral reasons, all at the same time. I would say actually, if I were to make a real guess, I feel like that attitude of self-improvement or what underlies it, where the rationalist person would question themselves, is the kind of thing that really lends a rationalist towards searching something like that out.
Mm.
You know, that that truth-seeking behavior. Uh,
Yeah.
I think this is one of the because that underpins all of the above. And you could this is where I'm getting into philosophy, I guess, but this is one of those things that you can rationalize, but I think it has a very reasonable, if not logical, but irrational underpinning. It's um it's an extension of curiosity and the way you extend it could have the reason you extend it, whether you find something in yourself to whether you want more or just you have a moment where you realize you were really wrong about something from like mindset or first principles, and you have that flash of going, have I been doing this with everything? I should at least consider it, and etc. That I think that rationalism is just a very healthy extension of curiosity. And because ultimately, like if you delve deep into all this stuff, I think you know as well as I, even if you just discover the same things you already know, you go, well, now I know how that works. And it's the curiosity button you're pushing in your brain, really.
Mm.
Um, but again, that's also rationally supported. But I think here the cause starts somewhere
Mm.
irrational, but it has every logical and rational reason to be there.
Yeah. I find it helpful how like these communities install like missing introjects for me, like this curiosity thing, for example, has been super helpful for all sorts of reasons, for like self-discovery and for like creating some kind of distance from otherwise overwhelming emotions and still be able to understand them, still be able to learn from them. And yeah, so I know I want to take this back to like the like
Yeah.
self-soothing and other purposes of like introjects. Um, there seem to be like these three different types of people, like these three different archetypes. The one person who has like all the healthy introjects and knows how to self-soothe, can use like their curiosity to investigate their emotions, and has like some kind of like truth-seeking drive that when they notice something, then they wonder, oh, am I doing this with everything? Am I making some systematic mistake here that I can fix? And and then there is like the person who has like all sorts of really bad introjects, like all sorts of patterns from their parents that keep them stuck, keep them self-hating, keep them um, like turning away their friends and losing relationships and all sorts of and going to prison. I don't know, all sorts of behavioral patterns that they've like picked up from like their parents or some peers in their childhood and that have like not served them well. But then there's also seem to be people who have like very few introjects and mostly like don't like maybe even themselves feel empty in a way and don't really know who they are. Sometimes like borrow a particular introject from one person they meet while they meet the person and then they're alone at home again and it's gone and they forget about it. And I see that like some people seem to associate pathological narcissism with A, having like particular unhelpful introjects, like parents who condition the children very traumatically in like particular directions that are important for these parents, or people who were just neglected a lot in childhood, and so mostly just lack all the helpful introjects. And both of these like seem very different to me, but both of them have been called narcissistic personality disorder or pathological narcissism at different times by different authors. So I'm confused. What's the connection between those, and with which can you empathize more? Why do they
I
look so similar?
um because I think they both lead to a feeling of lacking.
Hmm.
One, the first one, the former, the second one you brought up, you punish yourself and you deny yourself. So you end up with a feeling of lacking because you never, um, you apologize yourself. It's like, let's say somebody with a more dependent mindset would apologize for enjoying themselves because they're afraid they're being too much, right? And that interject leaves one with a sense of emptiness anyway. And I, I definitely empathize with that more because my primary interject would be my father. And um but I still empathize with and understand the latter because I there's a lot of situations I haven't had the time to experience and have my own view on it, and I'll end up spinning my wheels in my head, or those will be the places that I don't realize that I'm not fulfilling or serving because there's no interject, healthy or unhealthy or neutral. So let's say with my a desire to do some writing and my desire to do some art for art's sake, just to doodle. I I had art like taken away from me, and then I had stuff that would lead me away from it reinforced when I was young. But I really do like doodling. But I don't end up there. When I start drawing and I make anything that looks nice at all, it feels fucking incredible instantly. But I lack really any introject there. So that some parts of my creative drive feel empty, um, even with the chaos in my head. I think it's a spectrum, and it's just harder to know the stuff that you're in a way devoid of. You're not devoid of it deeper down if you can get all the chaos to go quiet, but you're devoid of a reflex to lean towards it if if you don't have an introject for something that you kind of really need.
Mm.
Um I get that with when I'm bored and or sad and I'm wondering and I'm trying to fantasize about what I'll do in the future. Um I can find myself thinking of either very practical or very entrepreneurial things. And if I'm tired of it, or I'm just trying to get myself to prime myself to think of another way to fulfill my life, like I can feel this weird emptiness of like, yeah, but where am I supposed to go? There's clearly nothing, something I'm not serving or not satisfying.
Mm.
What is it? And I'll be at a total loss. And I can only be at a total loss for so long before my brain will try to reflexively go back to the things I already know. So I can empathize with both. And I think that it's a spectrum. And again, I think it's that both make you feel lacking. With the harsh introjects, I think that my opinion would be that it gives you the feeling of lacking from
Mm.
denying yourself these things.
Yeah, I could imagine that like um if someone feels I don't know, if someone somehow ends up in a situation where they are just having fun, spending time with friends, or I don't know, but they have like these introjects that drive them to be productive or something, then they might also end up self-hating for that. Like, I'm currently not achieving anything, I'm falling behind the competition by like just chilling here, and I'm such a slacker for that and horrible and blah blah, and then feel the stress from that and the
Yeah,
um
and then not be in the moment and just doing whatever.
mm,
Yeah, no, that totally happens to me all the time. Like if I'm at Kai's house and I see her parents talking or I see the activities they're doing and wishing
mhm,
um like her stepdad and her cousin Z, they went out hunting. And I don't want to go hunting. I just like firearms. I just like guns. Pardon me, I'm Texan. That's like super American. It's like American squared. And I had to sell my pistol like a year ago. And I would like to go with my friend Leon. I've reconnected with him by the way,
mhm.
since the last interview. Um I would like to go with my friend Leon to the range and just have fun with our guns and have something of my own to bring and not just be going back and forth between his Ruger hunting rifle and his whatever his rifle is that chambers 22, with these little tiny, almost BBs of bullets. Um, and those aren't as fun for me to shoot at all. I prefer pistols. And the other reason I want to own a firearm is self-defense. And home defense, rifles, shotguns make more sense, but like you're not gonna carry a rifle to defend yourself at the cafe or something. Like that's not how that works. And so I don't have an interest in the hunting, but it still brings up those feelings of like what I've lost, the inadequacy, and then seeing the life he's had, that he has this house and he gets to do these things and he has this property. And I end up thinking all about all that stuff and comparing myself to him.
Mm.
And and if not, like, you know, maybe I'm talking with Kai and it just makes me think of stuff that I would like to write. And then I just start thinking of all the things I haven't and all the time I haven't had because I've had to spend searching for jobs,
Mm.
etc. All sorts of things will bring out um all of that judgment of myself for not being there yet.
Mm.
And I have a lot of positive interjects with friends, but I have some counter negative interjects too. Um More from personal experience than an individual person. Like, I'll be honest, I have a lot of trauma from being myself, from like being afraid of myself, being like,
Mm.
um, am I gonna be the reason this all falls apart again? Am I gonna just terrorize somebody and a
Mm.
year or two later never get to see them again? And you know, um, it can hurt a lot to think about all those. It can just drive me nuts, even if I'm not in a space where I'm gonna like feel guilty over it. Um, or I'm in a somewhat better space and I know better than to feel guilty over it. It'll still make me feel like hopeless and like or helpless or afraid of myself, like and feel like I have no control or afraid I don't have anywhere near the control I think I need, etc. And
Mm.
I don't really enjoy being the kind of person that it's it can be kind of hard to sleep at night with who I used to be.
Mm.
Even even knowing that my old self was still was usually very principled. Like somebody I recently connected with, it was actually our mutual friend Kyle that he's like, back then she even said, she got why you did that, but you were just being a huge asshole about it. But it was for like the reason was your friends, the reason was your principles, and that she could understand you and hate you for it, but like she deserved better than to be treated that way. And even knowing that I was ultimately a decent person, it still hurts.
No. Mm. I wonder if this is a good segue to the topic about obsessive compulsive personality disorder or traits and the link to psychopathy.
So, um, I got to thinking about that with our friend Laura, our acquaintance Laura. Laura, she's something. And it's what I was going on and on about before that being in that world without without enough emotional grounding to yourself or emotional grounding to other people, you end up obsessive because thinking about it more is how you solve everything. I remember recently reading this fiction about vampires, and it's like the vampire virus makes your brain really smart, but vampires tend to be obsessive about things from how constantly and how fast they're processing everything, etc. And the trope of like a vampire, I think, probably lines up to some like, murderers and manipulators and sadistic people to, historical psychopaths in the same way that, let's say, we have the most, I would say, the most culturally popular, the most culturally well-known example of a sovereignism of a malignant narcissist would be Maleficent, the Disney villain. We have these fairy tales of people doing monstrous things, and then we think they must be monsters. And so I do think there's actually a through line there that's um not a coincidence at all, just blurred by the line of fairy tale and most of that stuff starting out as just spoken word folk myth and not being
Mm.
written down at first, right? And so if you could just think of like the a lot of popular tropes of vampires or it can be like that, if I'm not I could give you a more concrete example. Um let's say I was in this situation 3 years ago. I would not be able to think about really anything either besides like um eating, having sex, or what I need to do to get a job, or what kind of job I need, what kind of job I should look for, and why. And not that like I can't put some amount of energy into all of those, but if that's really all I'm thinking, I'm still thinking about that when I just don't wouldn't need to be, right? And I wish I knew more about the pathology of OCPD, so some of this is a little speculative. I think that one of the commonalities between OCPD and psychopathy would be the like, well, I think this, and why do I need to question that I'm right if I figured it out? I'm probably right. I'm just going to do it. It seems that having OCD, um, I would figure OCPD comes from a different source of seeing that these rigorous rules and rigidity is what leads towards things working the way that
Mm.
you want. Whereas with psychopathy, you're given the mind where that's might be your only tool of seeking that out, and you'll end up there. Uh, but they both can have reduced empathy and remorse for basically the same reasons of over externalizing, uh attributing attributing all of your happiness and well-being and the way you understand the world around you to all externalities.
Yeah, like I have some experience with a few friends of mine who have like this sort of very like addictive or almost addictive in some cases type of sadism where they are kind of aware that they are seeking that kind of pleasure all the time. It's not just like for vengeance or something. And they try to
It's just
control
like
that
boredom.
with,
Yeah.
yeah, they try to control that. Yeah, but also like sort of pretty extreme pleasure in some cases, so that like I suppose even if they weren't bored, they'd still prefer that. But like they're trying to control that in ways that seem very OCD to me. And so I'm wondering like if they get in touch more fully with themselves, with their feelings, with who they actually are, beyond the teleological facade, would that help? Like, and then instead, like, gradually get rid of all of these obsessive and compulsive patterns? Would that help them have like a more, like, become happier, have a more pro-social life in general, have an easier time living a pro-social life? Or would it be dangerous because these like OCPD traits or OCD traits prevent them from acting on their sadism?
Um, I think this almost more comes down to like a faith in people. You know, because I would say broadly and long ways, like there's a tons of steps in between. What you're saying is basically they would need to do a more holistic recovery. That yes, it would, um, but the thing that OCPD and psychopathy have in common that makes certain things really hard to suss out, like uh a psychopath might not admit to some problematic behavior because they think it's like the right way to do things because of that egocentricness. So, uh, with OCPD, the things that differentiate it from OCD is that some of the aspects are egocentric instead of egodystonic. Someone who just has pure OCD might go through a lot of things that a person with mostly OCPD would be pretty happy to do. They think that's the right way around. And so I think it comes down to some faith in people because you're basically asking if they got more in touch with themselves, would they be likely to then find out that doing this thing does have immediate pleasure, but um even short term and definitely mid and long term has disadvantages. If you're more in touch with your emotional self, you're going to care about things that are longer term. So I do think that that's broadly true. I do think that would broadly be the case. And, that's even assuming if it gets worse at first. And I don't think that's an uncommon, I think that's a common thread with some of these tougher disorders.
Mm,
NPD is sometimes said as the disorder that gets worse as it gets better at first,
mm.
because you're uncovering all that self-hatred you pretended wasn't there. You're actually reflecting now and you're doing better, but it feels fucking terrible. And maybe they might feel better at first and do terrible things and then go, huh, yeah, I really didn't like it when that person never spoke to me again either, because I kind of liked them, even if it's a very shallow version, just like it could be like, well, Saga is the only person I know that'll talk with this one thing with me in depth, and what are the fucking odds that I'm going to find another person like that? And I like doing that. And you could easily logically go, how many different things in my life am I willing to like write out about that? These things I like to talk about that I find interesting. I guess what would maybe give me pause is if that's not only a dominant part of their personality, but a primary. If like the primary thing in them is that they're sadistic, I still would think there's eventually a path forward, but I would then want to focus on managing it and finding better outlets first, long enough for them to grasp onto some things that aren't sadistic. Um,
Mhm.
so that as they get in touch with themselves, even if they did some really nasty things, it would be much more likely to hit home.
Hmm. Is there a way, like, I think currently these friends of mine are too afraid of themselves to try anything. Like, they want to be extremely self-controlled and never indulge anything. Be like,
Oh man,
very
then
obsessed about
your
that.
question's almost ridiculous. If they're that afraid of themselves, that the recovery is possible.
Like, but like in what order? Like they can't just be like, okay, I will stop being afraid of like my murderous longings now, because that has like very sudden, very long-term effects on their lives. You need to just try start with something easy, like indulge in like some ice cream sometimes or something. Um, I don't know. How do you get there that you like come to actually trust yourself when you can trust yourself?
I think that starts with a redefinition of trust.
Say more.
Because huh?
Say more.
Yeah, no, when I talk with people with BPD, that have a different toxic relationship with self-taught trust, what I try to help them, how I try to help them is I tell them that when you trust yourself, you're not expecting yourself to never make a mistake. You're expecting yourself in the long game to improve as you would expect another person that if they make a mistake, they care and it will change over time. That the kind of person you can't trust is someone who makes the mistake and either doesn't care or doesn't do what they need to do to change it. And I think the start with that is just trying to internalize a more nuanced version of trust.
Hmm.
Because for them the problem is trust is absolute. Hello, Farvel.
Hmm. Meow.
I think that's one of the bigger problematic patterns here is trust being so
Yeah.
absolute. Not that because
Yeah.
like
Do you think?
ultimately like right like um if you said that they because then that gives them a different answer of if I'm trusting myself, they don't go um I'm not going to not that doesn't deactivate checking yourself, right? It's just like I'm not gonna just outright defy myself with no reason.
Hmm.
Rebel.
Oh, we have another interview guest. Hi, Farwell. Oh.
She's so content already.
Yeah.
Or are you getting restless again? What you want?
Oh,
Farewell.
farewell, farewell. I think what they would what would concern them is that there are certain things for which they say that like once is too many times, like murder and sexual assault and such. They like don't want to do that even once. Um,
And you go, well, if you're already able to get yourself to not do that even once, or at least once more, um, then you already have a logical way to trust yourself that that's not likely,
mhm.
right? So you're at least trusting your current process
Yeah,
as
like the
far
current.
as you know it, right?
Mhm.
I still think that it comes down to a more nuanced version of trust, to trust that current process they have. Because
Yeah.
if they have that way of thinking and they have that concern that then drives that fear in themselves, they do actually trust that process, but they're not letting themselves feel that trust or lean into that trust.
hmm So the process is okay, you'd say,
Oh,
like
oh,
they.
oh. And then that's like faith because that's faith or belief in yourself. And that relates back to like self-image and relates back to letting yourself feel that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably stuff they have walls up against. I I know I do. We've talked about my redefinition of faith as a concept to give myself faith in myself.
hmm yeah, can you describe how this went for you when like you developed all of these like obsessive adaptations at some point when they probably served a purpose? And now more recently you told me that you are actually confident that you don't actually need them anymore at this point. Like you
Yeah.
trust yourself now sufficiently that you don't need them, and now they're getting annoying. And
Yeah.
like, what was this like at the time when they were still serving a purpose, and how did you get to the state where you're now, where you think that they have like run their course?
Well, the thing that changed is like I told you that I'm doing MBT, mentalization based therapy with myself frequently.
Mm,
Um, but I have a cognitive and emotional reflex towards like um either the imagined outcome of what would happen if I followed this through, or just like if I'm having strong negative emotions in an otherwise good environment, and just pattern matching too. I have reflexes, mental reflexes that will kick in and get myself to reevaluate myself without obsessively monitoring. They'll do that on themselves, but they
mm,
are patterns I've done in the past obsessively. So in the past, I would be um, profusely dominated with strong negative emotions and fantasies and desires. And um, I think at that point, it was partly because I didn't have trust in myself, but that was partly justified. You know, if I was at work and I found myself, wanting to come home and raise hell for no good reason, but I didn't realize it was no good reason yet. Just
mm,
thinking, just obsessively going through the practical and emotional consequences of actions I actually wanted to lead out, obsessively going through practical and emotional consequences of viewing somebody a certain way. And that kind of progressed into my form of cognitive empathy now, but I do also have a lot more positive patterns that
Mm.
I I don't need to do the cognitive empathy to synthesize a better default idea for a lot of situations. Like if somebody's nice to me, I'll just say thank you even if I felt fucking nothing. You know?
Mm.
Um, 'Cause that's ultimately less confusing and who cares? And I don't really need to put stock in that or think about it. And at that point, the obsession um hurts more than it gains. And again, I'll have an intuition of when I do need to think deeper. But in a bridge point between that, something would happen and I would feel strongly and so, even just wanting to redefine myself. Let's say even with positive stuff, I would want to maybe have the impulse to be grandiose about something. And even if it's not going to lean into a manic state, it's still like, yeah, but why do I really want to do these things? And that was helping restore my own voice instead of being all identity disturbances, introjects, and reactions. Um, and I guess it was just a form of deliberateness, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Sounds a little bit like there's this thread that they use for like suturing, or how it's pronounced, to like close certain wounds, but like after a while it dissolves by itself, like just timed just right, so that when the wound has healed, the thread also dissolves at the same time. So maybe OCD is a bit like that, or like I don't know, a bit too long lasting thread.
Yeah, OCD is like, okay, well, I sutured it in three different ways, and one of those ways doesn't dissolve. And then I put a dressing on it, and then I bandaged it, and then I wrapped it in this stuff. And yeah, maybe my arm that wanted to fall out into five pieces needed that. Um, but when you get in the habit of restoring that every day, um, it's hard to get out of that habit. OCD is a motherfucker and is very self-enforcing, so I'm
Mm.
having to take different deliberate action to kind of get out of it. But
Yeah.
everything I've said, it did serve a purpose, even if to cause the obsession to be helpful and positive as opposed to negative.
Mm.
If nothing else, like a replacement behavior.
Yeah. Like, would you generally advise for like when it comes to sadism, for example, to not just like suppress and distract and never indulge, but to find harmless replacement behaviors instead?
Yeah, because if they're anything like me, they could put it into aggression in some way. Like one of the softest core versions of that is combat LARP. I did Dagger here. It's spelled Dagorhir, Dagger here, combat LARP in Pennsylvania, and there's several forms of that kind, and they call it wacky bats. Because you have these like foam swords and other foam weapons. And they're designed and to a strict standard that at least with Dagger here, you can really wallop somebody, and probably the only gross risk is maybe breaking like a small bone like a finger. and that's not a high risk. It's just probably the worst thing that could happen that day. And so the risk becomes tolerable. And not all of them are like that. Some of them are more role play intensive, and some of them have like role play elements like magic spells and stuff. But Dagger Hero is just good old wacky bats, motherfucker. And one example of the culture in Dagger here is the person being attacked kind of determines whether the attack was strong enough. So let's say I'm fighting somebody and they don't really hit me very hard, and I go light, light, like I'm saying they hit me light, 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 light. Let me show you how hard you're supposed to hit me. Just uh clock them with my 55-inch red. And oh man, I miss that. So even the culture of Dagger Hero was very statistically and very power and controlling pleasurable. Everything about it was great. But it had
Yeah.
all sorts of healthy and pro-social aspects to it. And um you know, stuff like that is just a more aggressive, in my opinion, equivalent to like a more typical person might sublimate their anger into like working out at a gym. And I think that's more accessible to somebody with sovereignism, kind of commanding yourself to get past something. Um, but there's stuff like that. There's there's BDSM and kink scenes. Um, Getting into a contact sport that you have investment with. Let's say for girls, you could do roller derby. For guys, you could do um hockey, where there's like hockey is like a great example because hockey is the only sport with jail, right? Like they just expect fights to happen. And so there is an upward bound to what's acceptable. And it's not entirely unokay to just get pissed off at maybe even your teammate and go punch him in the fucking face or something, right? And you might just get ejected. In worst case, you even just get ejected from the game. You're not going to get banned from the sport if you don't like permanently injure somebody, right? Um, if you don't break somebody's leg, you're probably just going to get in a lot of trouble. And so there's soft limits. And with the dagger here too, there's still also soft limits, both with how they design the weapons and what you do that actually achieves your goal. You don't need to hit anybody more than twice for them to be considered dead and have to go back to start and respawn, right? And and unless you're into everyone trying to pile onto you, you don't want to hit somebody as hard as possible every time, or you will make yourself the target. There's soft limits, um, cultural limits, in a place where this strong physical aggression is acceptable. And roller derby too, where it's valued if you kind of go forward and everyone accidentally kind of footballs themselves because you're all in roller skates and um I don't know, I once saw this girl with a tampon up her nose, um and she was proud of herself for like being able to whatever injury she sustained, whether she fell over or accidentally rammed into somebody or something. And wish I knew more about roller derby.
Yeah.
Or
There's
there's
things like
stuff if they're more about the body control, you can get into European, either Italian or German sword fighting. So not the normal fencing usually, but the broadsword stuff.
Mm.
Um, and if they really want tough, and they have the time and the money to make metal armor, there's something called SCA. And the time and the armor is not worth it to me. But SCA's weapons are wooden, and so let's say an SCA helmet has a maximum hull size because just about everything goes. You know, with your wooden sword, you don't want to be able to accidentally go through somebody's helmet and poke out their eye. But you're also allowed to just brawl, just fucking walk up and grapple or just punch him right in the fucking face. Um, you're armored, so you're allowed to just fight.
Do you think it's
Um,
critical that all these parts have a certain ritual to them? That you go to a particular place that has a particular aesthetic and a particular smell, and you put on particular clothes for it, and you pay, you check in and you check out, so that like the time during which you indulge in these pleasures is like delineated at the beginning and the end. Um,
yeah, maybe it feels like, okay, I did a session of this. I feel like there's also social aspects. So with SCA has the strongest social aspect of all this because they actually have like a fiefdom hierarchy thing going on for real. And uh uh because like with Dagger here we'd have our group, you know, we would as a sometimes we do smaller skirmishes and it would be like this team versus that team or just like, you know, brandishing our colors and we're being part of a bigger thing. But with SCA, you know, the people you're fighting with and alongside, there's almost some degree of like, yeah, well, I'm winning for my team's honor. I am jousting that motherfucker in the face for my team's honor too. And there's like royalty there. And there's actually a pretty positive culture around that. Um uh so it may even be a good thing that with maybe the most violent of these, there's the most safeguards in place, and there's the um strongest social structure. Like you want to be a part of these people more, and you will have more fun if you do that.
mhm.
Um, or it's basically necessary. And there's normally things to be gained from doing so. Like even with Dagger here, just at the minimum of our little group, you know, at least bi-weekly, but often weekly, and sometimes they would come over and do it twice a week, someone else's house. We'd come over and practice. Or it would be a night where you come over and you build your custom shield or your custom sword, or you like arrows and you're building all of your arrows. And there's a craft aspect to it if you're into that. And I was doing that because I built a minimum viable shield so that I could have the shield up here near my hand and protect and use it as a buckler. When you wielded the weapon, if the weapon's long enough, it's considered a red. And if you wield it with both hands and you declare red or someone's paying the right attention, that shield breaks and the person that's using the shield against you has to you either have to consider it's gone or they have to throw it aside.
Mhm.
And so I was trying to adapt it to my aggressive fighting style, and they don't just make a shield like that, so I was having to make it. But I just got a ready-made high quality sword. Because I didn't need anything special. But eventually I wanted to make a sword. I wanted to have a certain color scheme, to go with the rest of the stuff I did. And I never ended up getting that far. That's a shame. But so there's a positive communal aspect to it that even that can have advantages of just
Mhm.
having better weapons or a better shield or stuff that you want to be involved with the people. I think a lot of these are important just by also just being that they introduce a pro-social framework that has soft bounds in which this thing is either allowed, encouraged, or just literally necessary.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I wonder whether that makes something like Dagger here or SCA like superior to, for example, street fighting. I don't know a whole lot about street fighting, but from what I've heard, these people didn't really know each other, and they were also just sort of meeting up in random places. And there's probably a lot less like ritual and culture and such around it, at least in like those particular communities. So I would imagine that it's like a higher risk of like spilling over, or perhaps in the case of my friends, they would probably not trust themselves to let themselves go, if they don't have like this clearly delineated like ritual to it.
yeah, no, you know, I'll stop and say street fighting is fun, but in the right circle, um, you know, people aren't going to probably let you kill somebody or maim them past a certain point because they're there for fun ultimately.
Mm.
And some circles know that's not true if it's more random. You never know who you're gonna meet. And in this you can naturally have some trust that that
Mm.
person might just make it hurt tomorrow. And you're not gonna have a reason to go further and maybe put yourself in jail.
Yeah, that also like requires that you trust the other person to be sufficiently experienced to know what will hurt for how long. And I know, like, do you have experience with particular street fighting communities?
Um, no, just a few times in my younger years, I got to talking about the martial arts I did, and I just found out somebody else did it, and we happened to be in the right place at the right time, and we had fun throwing down.
Mhm.
Um, I happened to be a good judge of character in the like few times I did it, but I also didn't do it often because
Mhm.
I knew better. I didn't want to just get my like face beaten in.
Mhm. Yeah, cool. Thanks for all these insights. I'd like to switch to like um I know, first to a slightly different topic and then to a somewhat different topic. There is this question here about hating one's own weakness or hating weakness in general. I think you mentioned at some point that you hated yourself for perceived weaknesses. And I wonder, is that still a problem? And in general, sort of what can one do about that? Because like a lot of my friends struggle with hating weakness and so are unable to connect to certain parts of themselves and also like react with like some aggression to other people. Uh,
Yeah, that's totally still a thing I suffer from, even if like it's not an emotional reaction, just the
hmm,
way I think, my frame of mind, just or just a habits. It's where most of my pathological emotional suppression just comes from. Like I might just be anxious in a situation, and instead of just letting myself feel it and let it be no biggie,
hmm.
I'll be trying to talk myself out of the anxiety when maybe it's just so completely reasonable to feel that it's not going to go away like that. And it can be as mundane. as that. But, you know, it can be as much as like, all right, well, Tiffany, you plan on staying up all night and all day. So you will stay up until 9 p.m. You will make no exceptions. And you will rest and you will get up. And after you eat, the first thing you will do is you will start looking for a job. Because until you make headway on that, you're, what the fuck are you worth? Well, you're a useless sack of shit. You're not going to be able to support yourself because you keep letting yourself get away with it, da 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 da. And and the problem of where that gets projected onto other people is because of like internalizing that that's the right and most helpful, most productive way to be. I
Mm,
would say that's also like my primary barrier with empathy too.
mm,
Like I'll go like with the incident at Kai's Thanksgiving in my head just being like, why don't you just shut up for a minute? Why not? Is that so hard? Come on. Why don't you just not apologize? Why don't you just not do it? Is it really that fucking hard? And the answer is yes. You know, and but I'm seeing it as weakness and it's making and in a heightened emotional state when I was triggered like that, it's very hard to see outside of that pattern.
yeah,
Um, so I don't know, I've just over time tried to it hasn't been so hard for me because I've always seen that as more of a enough of me has always seen that as more of a means to an end. Because like my goal, my like base goals for the longest time were like just like, financial success and being able to go and see people and party whenever I want and stuff like that. And so I'd see strength as the thing that gets me the job I want, makes me perform every day, keeps my house in order, etc. Um, I've had a different view of it normally when it's like allowing a negative situation to happen. So, you know what? That's definitely what happened at Kai's when I backed her car into her house. Um, it's like, how was I not also checking the mirrors better? How was I not looking at the rear view camera her car has? How am I so weak that I can't just be more patient and take more time and think it through? And the real answer is I just made a mistake. And so there it's harder to find the tolerance with. And either way, my pathway has been to just value things other than strength. But again, like I said, most of the positive relationships I've had with strength are because I've seen them as a means to seen it as a means to an end. So
mm,
seeing more means to these ends was initially a very easy thing to add before I had like internalized uh more kinds of goals than make a lot of money.
mm. Yeah, ironically, I feel like giving you a hug, but then I would make you feel weak or something as a result. So.
No, I think this is like the perfect time for that because I would actually feel like it's a hug of like, you're so strong, you learned how to not have to be strong. I feel like that actually exists in this moment.
That's perfect.
You're a fucking cutie.
Aw, thank You. Yes, you. I was also wondering, like, whether it might be useful to just value a lot of things. Like, whenever people value only this one thing, then it introduces a certain fragility and rigidity. Like, I suppose, like, fragility and rigidity sort of go hand in hand. Rigidity is sort of defending against the fragility. And but like if someone just values like 100 things, they value strength and they value insight and they value her capacity to apologize or like, well, if she actually does something wrong, maybe she actually has the capacity to take responsibility for that to an unusual degree. And um, yeah, and I don't know, 90 other things that one could value in that situation, and then that could give someone just a lot of flexibility for like how to view a situation, jump between viewpoints very flexibly because there's no uh, like they're not attached to any one of them. And when they have like some narcissistic injury along one dimension, then there are like 99 other dimensions along which they are unharmed.
Yeah,
So,
no, I think that would work because even in some of the extreme examples of people you've told me, they still have certain standards, right? And even if those standards come back to control, which still seems to be the through line here, there the thing isn't always strength that standard is trying to uphold. And even if they're very that those kind of things, those kind of rules they set for the people set for themselves, or the values they have, or the standards they hold themselves to, I think are good pathways
mm,
to valuing things. And I think that's a good pathway to self-reflection too, because then you start asking yourself, why do I have that standard of my to my I hold myself to and that I want to keep it? Why would I want anybody to have that standard for themselves? And why would
yeah.
I value it?
Yeah, like I'm also thinking of myself, like last time I had some kind of injury, like was about like thinking that I had already healed something and then noticing, ouch, actually I'm somewhat less healed than I had thought, and then I was like, ah, damn, that hurts. Like the hurt itself, but also realizing that I'm less healed than I had thought. But like at the same time, it didn't change anything about like, I don't know, well, 99% of my my view of myself. So I was still like very stable in that situation, could ask for help, could ask someone to support me a little, and then a couple hours later I felt great. And I think like just having so much else to lean on is also like really helpful in a situation like that.
I think so too. I think it's also funny how rational coded of a narcissistic injury that is, right? Like, oh man, but aren't I so good at improving myself? Apparently not. I I love it. And that's probably actually one of the reasons why it was so easy to tank and to soothe because like it has so many other moving parts backing it by nature. Um, you know,
Yeah. The next question is actually one that like cancels out the previous one really nicely or complements it. Like what are the things that you are most proud of that you like about yourself most and appreciate most about yourself these days?
um, let's see here. I like that I've really leaned, even if it's still only in certain domains. I've really leaned into pouring my creativity into everywhere and showing myself again that I'm just generally creative. I want to take a pause and just say that I think I have a hypothesis
No.
that this little bugger is is why I have a little more in touch. I'm a little more in touch with my emotions at this point in the conversation, just because I'm petting her fuzzy belly. and
Oh.
she's like winking and happy. Anyway, um, I like that I try to be productively helpful, and I'm good at not forgetting that. I'm good at not forgetting the real point of why I set out to something. Um, like, if I'm trying to help somebody through something, or I'm trying to fix somebody's shed door, you know, let's say it turns out all the wood in the shed's rotted. I don't get stuck as easily, and I'll be like, we just can't do anything about it today. Let's just go get a tarp. You know, I'm much better at switching gears.
Mhm.
Um, um, I like that I really get people thinking. I like that I seem to be somebody that makes somebody comfortable with saying, somebody who is afraid that there's going to be backlash when they say no, that I feel like a really comfortable person to them to say yes or no. And I think that's harder than being somebody that someone's comfortable saying yes to by a wide margin. Um, I like that I've turned this like drive towards hard-won knowledge and sharing it and empowering other people by giving them back that agency or even meta agency, that ability to rediscover and reinvent themselves. And combined with my creativity, I'm happy I've put that into a wholly new pursuit, this psychology and personality disorder stuff and emotions that I thought I was never going to be good at, A, and B, it's not the typical mechanical stuff. I'm glad it just kind of happened. I'm happy I know that I can do that with more things than just wires and gears and chains and bolts. And Farvel has changed to using her teeth and claws. We are playing. It is more distracting, but it's fun. Um, um, I like that I like to try and find. I like that I've learned to enjoy the simple pleasures a a lot more. Just going and sitting with friends in a diner, just taking a drive, just reading a book, just watching a show, just petting my crazy cat.
No.
Um, that was very hard for me. I was very caught up in all the complicated things. Life felt so complicated. Um, I like that I started changing my career to sales and I haven't backed down on it. That I took that, well, I've gotten myself into a career before and I've pivoted that in a completely unrelated different direction. It's not machining this time. It's it's sales. And so I obviously have some skill there in my capacity to rediscover myself and my capacity to learn on the fly. Um, I like that I push people to really, really, really see themselves first, and that I've learned to do it in a way that doesn't forget other people. I like that I've become a pretty good listener. That was hard. That was monumentally, grotesquely hard. Um, I like that I am somebody that somebody can come to for emotional comfort, at least sometimes. Depends on the person, depends on the thing. Um, I like that I own my capacity for cruelty and evil, and I own it as opposed to feel like it's this uncontrolled or hard to control thing, and that I can own all of these different things about myself. It's just one of the myriad many things that I am, that I have. Um, a lot of little things. I don't know, it's hard to say what broader strokes I really like, but I guess a lot of those things in are me embodying my desire to really stir people's soul, but to like do better for themselves, to break their chains of generational trauma or just ways they've ended up self-defeating. Um, or just to have a good time, like when I went to that wedding and I got to contribute to everybody's time that I had, that I seem to know how to stir somebody's soul, and I know how to do that for a purpose. Um, and that I know how to stir somebody's curiosity. And again, and then like that, showing somebody that they have that, the power of self-determination and the power of a healthy relationship with selfishness. One last really specific thing. I am really happy that some friends have come forward to me and told me that they were able to find closure with their feelings of like their narcissistic mom, dad, or ex, because they realized I'm making hard choices to be better. And that means their abuser didn't make those choices, and they were never responsible for their abuser's happiness. Ever. That abusive person, always could have made those tough choices, and that's on them. And it's relieved them from a lot. I always hoped something like that would happen, and I wasn't sure that that's like that was the way. And I really like it is because it's really empowering and it reminds me of how tough the choices I make are, even if a lot of the time I feel like I don't have a choice. But I guess that's just like me saying I just wouldn't not do it. That's not who I am.
Yeah, awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Um, I was also wondering, like, how your perception of Yeah, maybe like one thing first is that like people are often confused when psychologists, usually, I don't know, outside certain object relations to, circles talk about objects. So like within the object relations tradition, it just means person or something. It's like super generic term. But like in general, the people are often talking about like seeing other people as objects when they really mean something like teleological non-mentalizing or something. And I find that though to be like a really apt like metaphor because I don't do like projection for, as far as I know, and like I don't do like I don't know all sorts of other sort of externalizing defenses with people. But then when I don't know a pen drops from the table and I get pissed at this pen for dropping from the table, or I like get some of my hair dye onto the shower curtain or something, then suddenly I do.
Then you go, why did you put the shower curtain there? Why did you make the table so messy? Yeah.
Yeah, no, like even worse. I'm like, Pen, that's like your own fault for falling down. I'm not gonna pick you up or something like that. Or like, shower curtain, you're such an idiot. Why are you getting in the way of like my hair dye? And and so I'm like, okay, if I thought of other people, of other humans or non-human animals as objects, then maybe I would be just as likely to use primitive defenses with those people. And so, like, this metaphor of the object taken literally allows me to empathize with people who use externalizing defenses. So, I think, like, the analogy of saying that people who use these teleological non, like, have this teleological non-mentalizing going on all the time, that they treat other people as objects or view other people as objects is actually relatively apt, given my how well this analogy worked for me. And I've been wondering, like, how would you like? Did you experience that at some point? Would you say that is like an apt analogy? And how else would you like explain what this is like to have this kind of non-mentalizing mode, and how has this changed over time? Like, have people sort of gained more depth, or have they have they become more real, or their internal experiences more real over time? And like, in which cases are they distinguished from like literal objects, and in which cases do they resemble literal objects more?
Um, well, like all the above is improved. 'Cause like my experience with it is like, if we take the pen analogy, it's like, why is that like, what I'll even think of maybe some viewers can connect with this. There's weed vape pens and they're round and they'll just fall off the fucking table. Well, I have ones that are square and they don't fall off the table. So it's like when you view things in that teleological, non-mentalizing way, you're seeing things as like, well, that's your nature. Don't you know better than to indulge in it? Don't you know better than to not lean yourself towards it? Um, and if you can think back, if I, you can easily come up with examples of like what would create that, like, you know, my father would say when he was pushing me to go to college, uh, people who take a break don't go back. Like, like that's just human nature. If you do that, it will lead to that. So don't do it, or that's going to happen and you'll end up a failure. And it's this viewing people with this rigid assumed nature, and you'll see that come out, you know, maybe more readily with someone who just has NPD going, wait, people aren't like basically selfish, you know? And you could say maybe they're not even basically selfless either, but they'll be like, that's what happened to me, and I'm like, oh. Man, no, I'm like that, and I'm just assuming everybody else is. Oh, great, fun. And
Yeah.
but so when you see people like that, you do just see like Newton's cradle, like you pull back the ball and it hits the other balls and it moves them. You see the external stuff that leads towards the current or a possible future outcome.
Mm.
And people are both understanding, valuing, and either feeling, seeing it being more real, people's internal experiences changes that just because you realize, you know, that's not why people are being the way they are. They're doing that, they did that because they felt stir crazy, and this is the way they know to deal with stir crazy. They felt that way because they were so excited and they uh couldn't stop themselves or something. And you connect with the joy, the pain that they go through, that they're seeking, that you're seeking too. And so even before it feels very real, it at least starts to really make sense that somebody else has some other goals. Like I have the long-term goal of having that my own little personal machine and fabrication shop. Somebody might have a long-term goal of just getting a car. And there's a lot of might be a lot if they don't have a good job, there might be a lot of moving parts in making that happen. They might not even have a license yet, right? So, um, but then the real reason they're doing that is so they can see their friends, you know, so they don't have to waste all their time and energy just getting groceries. Those you begin to see that in people, and and you realize when you help somebody or when somebody helps you. Honestly, more importantly, that's the one that really hit me first. When, let's say, somebody helps me, you know, it's because they want that thing to be easier for me, or they know how hard it is without it, and that they genuinely care about relieving the suffering or the happiness it brings. And with that, with feeling that's real, that's been kind of first to me. And then I'll see that, then I more slowly start to more intuitively see that in other people. Um, um, and then also just like interest. You start to see that in yourself, and you start to be interested in how somebody got here, or at least all the bullshit they had to go through here. Because with I would focus on all the just crap I've had to go through in life, and I would at least be curious as to how somebody else dealt with that, overcame it, and then eventually that connects with how it leads to their goals, how it leads to how they're feeling. I at least had the mental space for it, but slowly those do emotionally connect as they'll persist in my mind over time in my brain.
Mm.
Um, and you know, as those connect, then somebody really starts to have a depth they feel like they have, a life they've gone through, and things that they're going through now. And there feels like a weight to it. And but that's been an incredibly long time coming. Like if I don't specifically think about it with you, if you're telling me about like your stories of the people you've helped, I'd have to really specifically think about like imagine you progressing through that and stuff. But I have more and more reasons to think about that, and sometimes those things do just like hit on their own. There's just something within me that it happens to resonate with, and it'll click. Why is my nose so itchy? Pardon me.
Mm,
My nose is very, very itchy right now.
no,
Probably because I'm just slightly allergic to most animals and
no.
just had my cat like a lot of contact with my cat.
Mm-hmm. Mm,
Um, so I think your analogy works at least for a bird's eye view. It
mm,
doesn't really tell much of like where it starts from, like the kind of trauma,
yeah.
and but or like really what it feels like. But I think um if you could at least somehow add into there that like it's about just seeing people as just like only via a myopic assumed view of their nature, of people's nature, as if everybody's nature is the same. Like we're all the same kind of object, the same kind of machine.
Mm,
Then that is a more complete view. I
mm.
don't know how we would turn that into an analogy, but
Yeah, a bunch of identical pins or something. A friend of mine recommended a movie to me that seems to have this as sort of a central theme. Anomalisa. I still have to watch it. I haven't watched it yet. Uh, I was wondering though, like, is that also connected to your like capacity to love? I think you told me that you've like gained the capacity for love uh recently, a
yeah,
few years ago.
yeah, if I'm being like compassionate just from let's say my values and cognitive empathy, um I'll maybe like connect with somebody like one goal or one
Mm,
struggle at a time, but the moment I start to feel like they've done a lot of things that are setting themselves up poorly uh or led them into this shitty situation,
mm,
um I can definitely too easily go back into my more judgmental shape and just be like, how the fuck did you do this to yourself? And but if I'm closer with the person, I will at least be in the habit of wanting to see the smile on their face, of actually valuing them. I'll know more of their story. And if I judge something, if I have one of those fleets of judgments, I'll have things that'll make me, I'll have stuff in mind that will make me go, yeah, but do I really want to think of them like that? Don't I know better? Don't I know them better than that, etc. And let's say some people I'm very close with. Let's say Riley that I broke up with them, or my housemate Rowan. I really vibe with Rowan, and they live their life very differently than me, to the point where like one of the ways Rowan relates herself to me is she said she's a big collection of beige flags. And she's done a lot of things that to me would be like very passive, but I've internalized this valuing of who she is and why, of like, she's like she supports the people in her life, and but she also doesn't want to rock the boat every chance. There's a lot of things where she's just lived and let live when maybe she really should have moved on. But uh that's kind of counter to some other parts of herself. And I will much less readily jump to the judgment. And so I have some love for her. Um, I definitely started with her just like providing this house to live in for me, without complex stipulations. Um, and for Riley, because Riley needs a place. Riley's important to me. And um, so yeah, if I have like an actual love for the person, it's a lot easier. I'm not like talking myself into something or talking myself out of something. The way I learned love with Riley was it started out like I just at first realized, man, that they put up with so much of my shit, and that at least gave me the reason to have um almost unqualified but deep emotional trust with them. And then from there, I learned that they are interested in my happiness broadly, not just in this moment, but through life, period. And they really understand and feel for the struggles I've gone to that have led me up to this point. And I'm just like, and that's never going to go away. And I'm like, you love me. The reason you forgive me isn't because you think I'm worth being put, that my shit is worth being put up with. You just love me. And that was a lovely moment. The very first time I really like felt that. It was harder for me to commit back the same way. It took a while before I felt my same love for them, but that also grew. And there's truly a wonderful feeling when you realize you both love each other. When you love when like somebody, you feel somebody's love or you feel some love for somebody, you feel all that fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had just like not experienced that, I think, until late 2023, early 2024. Um, and it caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, what? This is what love feels like? What? Love has a feeling? Which is the silliest sentence ever. Like, of course it does. It's a feeling. Love has a feeling. And hmm, already missing my cat thinking about that. I love her so much. She's my little girl. And yeah. I I
Yeah.
hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I wonder whether like your ability for empathy, like for effective or emotional empathy, is also connected to that. You said like you need to be in a good state of mind and like perhaps look at someone you care deeply about and then focus your attention just right, and then you can experience it sometimes. And so I was wondering like whether you have like instructions for how to actually get there for people who've never experienced emotional empathy.
Um, yeah, it's a three-step process. Number one, you gotta understand mirroring. You have to understand Their happiness for you is their own happiness just because they like you being happy. And you didn't make them do it. They saw the smile on your face and they're just happy for you because they like your happiness too. So you need to that does that. It also reinforces that your emotions are separate, which is the base thing of empathy. And then you need to be able to be kind of in the moment in a positive way, trying to enjoy things. And or if you're trying to comfort somebody, you know, be in the a moment and allow yourself to experience whatever. If you're trying to help somebody, maybe understanding their negative feelings will help you help them better. Be open to it because maybe you've gone through the same sort of just insane bullshit struggle and it'd be nice to not feel alone. And it's that the second step is like mindfulness to allow the feelings to happen in the first place. And then what I try to do is I try to, if you can get that far, as they're telling me what's going on, I'm trying to put myself in their shoes instead of just imagine it, because that's different than imagining it from my perspective. Try to imagine it from their perspective as they're telling you things. Let it paint a picture in your mind and it not have immediate reference to what you understand about yourself. Just trust that you can understand what a person means with what they say and imagine that it's them. And if that connects with something you can emotionally vibe with, odds are you have good chances of feeling something. Um, I remember one of my most recent moments when I was just struck by it was with my housemate, Rowan, and they were telling me something they went through, and I actually felt bad for them. And that's the rarest one for sure. And so, yeah, it really struck me. It wasn't like super strong. It was just like, uh, like I can't believe you had to go through that. And or let's say my friend, my housemate Lauren, who I enjoy as much as she can be annoying, but I'm sure I can be the same way. So it's not a judgment, but that's just what like I go through. And often I'm just fucking in a weird mental state or I'm worn the fuck out. And she'll be telling me something she's excited about, and I'll remind myself she's telling me this stuff because I'm like um she's comfortable with me. She wants to share this with me. That's again that like mentalization thing. So this is a little deeper than mirroring, but I'm reminding myself of her intent that it matters to her to share this with me. And in reminding myself of her separate mind state, her separate intentions, desires, and feelings, I can go, wow, yeah, no. Um, you know, I'm happy you've gone through that because that was really important to me when that first happened for me too. She's younger, a trans girl, and I'm helping her through some stuff. And um I can feel the sense of milestoneness, that she reached this certain point or but I have to like in the middle of that I do have to just like kind of clear my head of all the fucking bullshit that's going on and just listen to her, that mindfulness thing. I said that out of order, but those are still those three things. reminding yourself of the other person's emotions are separate, their intent,
Mm.
and then mindfulness and trying to let it evolve. And I did, and I just listened and I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, that's fucking fantastic, Lauren.
Oh, it's so sweet. Yeah, I hope that enough people will see that and be able to reproduce it, or we can make it part of the handbook.
We're definitely making it part of the handbook, even if like not explicit steps.
Mm.
Um, or maybe part of the tips and tricks, putting some of the stuff and the other stuff the other bullet points I noted together.
Yeah.
Um, because I think for someone just starting recovery, all three of those individual steps can be incredibly challenging, and they can be even more challenging to hold together simultaneously. So, um, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
we'll need some more instructions. I suppose I should add for the viewers that we've been like thinking about creating a recovery handbook for narcissistic personality disorder. So that's the context of the handbook. Uh,
Yeah, there's not a got lot of good literature around it for the person trying to do it. And I think that's very important for somebody with NPT because odds are they're going to want um to do it
yeah.
themselves. Uh Even if they're with a therapist, they want it to be their own fucking handiwork. They want to own it.
Mm,
They want the sense of pride, whatever. They want to be the person to do it. They want to be where the buck stops.
mm. Yeah, like I was wondering about like self-sufficiency, whether that's like more often like a rebellion against like a dependency on society in general, or like a dependency on a particular other person, or even a rebellion against the dependency on oneself. Seem to be like different levels to it. Maybe that
Well,
also
just as an
varies.
aside, for something like this, it'll be part of the identity diffusion. It'll be interleaved, that kind of thing will be interleaved with your genuine desire for self-sufficiency,
Hmm.
if that makes sense. It's likely to be an authentic part of the person too, even if they have a reactive element. Like,
Hmm.
that's
Yeah.
the reason why someone would develop NPD instead of BPD, because they have this lean towards being that
Hmm.
kind of person, and then they develop a pathological element to it, or they don't know how to exist within it outside of a pathological context. So you're saying
Hmm.
like rebellion against self, or society. I feel like that's just down to one's lived experience. Like someone with a lot of resentment, like it really depends, I would say. If it's someone with NPD, it's where you find their resentment lies. Do they feel like they weren't given a fair chance in life, and that's why they haven't gotten what they deserve yet? Do they feel like they've just not been recognized for what they already are? That might be more down to an individual person, like their boss or their father. It might trade which individual person, but it might be more personal. Do they feel like, and this one might resonate more with the vulnerable crowd? Do they feel like they had it or they were going to have it and they fucked it up
Hmm.
and they failed at either keeping it or achieving it? And that would probably be more rebellion against the self. I think that's just very individual.
Yeah, I imagine that like psychopathy could like factor into it for lots of people. Sort of the norms of society are relatively intuitive, like they actually intrinsically care about upholding certain norms and values that they've internalized. And then just naturally move within those norms of society, don't question them, don't have the like intuition that their like self-sufficiency or their freedom is like curtailed by these norms. And then if that's not true, if like they don't have not internalized these norms, that then they do feel like they are being fettered by them, and then that systematically leads people with like a psychopathic bent to feel that they need to rebel against society itself to maintain their self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I think that hits the nail on the head. I'll give myself as an example and a friend as an example. My one psychopath friend, he showed up to that wedding with me dressed as a deliberately disheveled clown. He even had a rope belt. Actually, I think that was the coolest thing. It was a very well put together thing. But when I met him and I didn't know that that's how he was going to show up, he's just like, yeah, well, I like to just I don't remember his exact words, but it was something like that he wants to be what he is at face value, and people can take it or leave it. And so I think that's an example of that again, interleaving with an authentic like value towards radical authenticity, right?
Mm,
Um another typical psychopathic value, I'll bring this back to myself, um, that can then lead towards that is like, um, with my value of self-determination, feeling like I can't let myself make the mistakes that contribute to making the world worse in the way that it holds me down. I can be very I have like positive and I would say negative in a not in a bad, but in just the takeaway or reverse aspect, like how schizophrenia
mhm,
has negative symptoms where you'll have something reduced or
mm,
suppressed or lacking, and that'll be a negative symptom.
yeah.
Anyway, in that sort of way, positive way, uh my pharmacy is really far away, and I will have to. Now it's really far away. It's well over an hour away. But when it was 30 minutes or 40 minutes away, I would still drive all the way to them because I'm like, no, I'm going to maintain my loyalty to this place that's treated me right because they're this little tiny pharmacy, and they're doing themselves and their customers better by being here, and I will not allow myself to waver from supporting this, or they're just going to disappear. And holding myself to that standard. A negative would be some some product. I think like I will never own an iPhone. I think that's an easier one for people to understand. I think uh Apple really, maybe they make a good device, but they really make the world shittier in a lot of ways. And I definitely judge people for owning an iPhone, even if it is useful for them, because in the long term, it will still make it shittier for them in other domains. So I will not allow myself to own an iPhone or a similar Apple product.
Mm,
Um, Contributes to making right to repair worse. Contributes to slave labor in other countries and shit. And that actively adds to the world. There's things I will not allow myself to do that is in defiance of the world that has held me back. And but the same thing can come out, more in a more nasty way. It came out in high school, seeing all these people with better families and better support and having had the time to adjust to a more typical academic life and being able to juggle their responsibilities and handle their homework, keep on um like totally ignoring my own lackings in keeping up on my homework and shit and blaming the system. Or with all my fucking speeding tickets. Um uh you know being being a very hard case to talk myself out of, not just blaming the system and not caring and making the same mistake again. It was a very hard thing to talk myself out of and not just uh keep making that situation worse. I went to jail for just speeding tickets for 30 days once. Pennsylvania does suck, mind you, but and most of our speed limits are based on like the statistics and physics of cars from the 60s.
Mm.
And then in addition to like speed traps and cops just generating money for little shit towns. And that's all true, but is it really that hard of myself to ask myself to not do 95 in a 65 or a 70 mile per hour zone everywhere? You know, um, um, or my career success. And that's a little harder to kind of remember or materialize. I have a much healthier view of that now. And I don't want to have to like re-unpack that. I just don't feel like it.
Okay.
I'm so happy at where I'm so much happier of where I am and
Hmm.
where I'm heading there that I just don't want to relive that.
Yeah,
Um
cool.
so no, it totally can happen. If I imagine myself more like my friend who never learned to socialize in the same way, you know, he said as much that that definitely held him back. And that's genuinely true. But it can lead one to resentment of like, fuck that, then I'm necessarily not going to conform because it won't get me anything anyway. I don't know how to do it right. Who cares?
Hmm.
And I say that critique even valuing what he does. I think it's cool.
Yeah, that kind of leads into a question. Like for me, the analogy that came to mind was that like my social anxiety caused me to be very introverted de facto for a long time, or seemingly introverted. And the upshot of that was that like it was very hard for me to like build and maintain friendships and such, and to even notice in the first place that that would have been like beneficial to have, and to like ever like experiment enough to learn how it works and such things. And then once the social anxiety was gone and I started to be more extroverted, a lot of these things just sort of automatically fell into place. So previously I'd have to like force myself to, I don't know, go to a conference or something, or go to work. um, as opposed to working from home. And then afterwards, these things became fun and interesting, and I wanted to do them. And so, like that ties in somewhat with like this rebellion against society that's just sort of obviated by internalizing norms. But it also sort of touches on this question of like how can we change from one state to another? Like how did you like rewire yourself to want to do things and to do things more automatically and more fluidly?
There's two things. I'm going to bring up one
Yeah.
that reminded me of. I did used to be way more asocial,
Hmm.
and I just defiantly didn't want to take part in all sorts of things because I felt like I had been outcasted.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, fine, then I'll just
Hmm.
be the fucking outcast assholes. And I really didn't start to be the kind of social butterfly I am until I was like 27.
Hmm.
And I was talking about it I think the last time where I knew all these car guys from 4chan and we made the Dirty Jersey car meet and I started meeting them and they liked me and they thought I was interesting and I went, "Okay, I do have a place in this world." And it was just fun and it was just this activity I liked. Um but let's say now I guess I will dig it up. With my career, so I got a taste of software engineering, which is the thing I wanted to do my whole life. Um, but I like crashed out of it. I only had a year, 12 months of it. And then I went back to machining. And really, for me, it was uh transitioning because I didn't pass as well at the time, and it made it such a hostile fucking environment.
Hmm.
Um, but the other part of that is like not adding more scars to my hands and body unnecessarily on somebody else's dime.
Hmm.
Um, I'm trying to think of another one where I'm trying to think of one that wasn't to transition, really. One that wasn't more gradual and like just generally being more social. Um, you know, I was stuck in Kentucky for a year and a half, and for a year I was part of NAMI Bowling Green. I was officially their secretary, and I was on the board of directors and part of the executive committee. And initially, just having that title, secretary, I was able to, that made me feel important. And that was enough to start me to motivate to do even more and change other patterns. But that still rings true with my career stuff. Instead of feeling like, you know, I've instead of feeling like I'll never get the kind of career I want, um, I'll always have these jobs that suck because this is all I've ended up being good at because my dad bullied me into being a mechanic and whatever. Um, I had to challenge my dad had put this weird idea in my head that salespeople are just like useless because it's easy. And the reality is that he and I have a certain fucking set of skills. And so we don't see it as too too difficult. And and to just allow myself to be good at what comes easy
Yeah.
and not force myself to do. For me, it was not forcing myself to do what was more difficult because then that felt like that must be where the real value in this world is.
Hmm.
Um, and not just tangibly, because like when you're machining, you're making real stuff. But like when I was designing and selling closets, I was using real tangible skills. I was coming up with a real layout and a real solution for their needs. I was just also trying to upsell them on things and stuff. You know, that those skills that seem soft in one way might really be more tangible than one thinks. Like I can get really freaking poetic about the skills that made me a good machinist, but it still made a tangible thing. Um, it all starts in here. It all starts in here, and it initially feels intangible, no matter how tangible it works out. Um, so for me, it's been either still kind of outcome or goal oriented in that way, right? I see sales as this expression of my soft skills, and then thus this is a way to use my soft skills as a pathway to make decent money eventually.
Hmm.
And that money gets me the machine shop that I actually own that I want, etc. And I'm not sure I know how to speak about it well outside of it being goal oriented, but just opening one's mind to that there's other ways to achieve the same dreams, aspirations, or
Hmm.
goals than the rut you think you're permanently stuck in, that you feel resentful that you're stuck in, can be really, really powerful, in my opinion.
Yeah. I
Because you don't
resonate a
need,
lot with this. Hmm.
yeah, good.
I resonate a lot with this like idea of like doing something hard instead of the thing that's easy for you because it feels more like work. It feels more like I know external confirmation that like I'm doing the right thing or something as opposed to uh actually having fun whilst also being effective.
Yeah, and like when I'm gonna go to type up those to actually expound upon those bullet points I
Mm.
gave you, that will still feel like work, right? Like I haven't picked the day to do it because it's I'm gonna need to give myself a few hours. It's still gonna feel like work. I'm just also going to enjoy doing it most likely, and I'm
Oh.
certainly gonna enjoy the result. You
Mm.
know,
That's nice.
we don't need a toxic relationship with labor.
Yeah. I'm wondering, like, whether you would also like to take a quick break. I'd like to make a coffee. Would pause the recording for a bit.
Yeah, I think I will make myself coffee as well.
Perfect. Yeah, then let's do that.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Yeah. And we're back from the break, as they say on Psychology in Seattle. It's always like there's, we'll need to take a quick break, and then a second later, we're back from the break. And yeah, that was a very quick break.
Yeah, you have no idea if it was 30 seconds or 30 days.
Yeah, no idea. And our listeners also won't know how long our break was. But I've had a
I
quite,
don't even know.
yeah, me neither. Um, you mentioned last time that you have like certain mood states that you currently like cycle through sometimes, not like these alters that you used to have once upon a time, but like sort of relatively well-connected mood states. And yeah, I was wondering like which ones those are and like how your friends can help you manage those if they want to help you like get out of one or get into another one or something. What you would like them to do.
Well, I'll start with self-pity so I can start thinking about it, and then I'm probably gonna have to come back to it because my intuition would be my answer is I don't know what you're gonna do. Slam me against the wall? That worked last time. Anyway, um, no, I'm not joking at all.
Yeah, I know.
So, um, when I get into self-pity, it's like self-defeating self-defeatingness. I will go as far as saying like, no, I believe things could be worth it, but I just don't want to live through it even. And I don't know if I can see it in the time, I have to be reminded that the joy is there and the joy is frequent and the weight of the world just feels upon me. Um I guess I answered it. 'Cause that's what for once I've
Remind
remembered
you.
what has worked.
Mhm.
But I've gotten angry too and been like, no, but I know I get happy sometimes, but it's still not worth it. And it's just like reminding me of any one really good time or reminding me of um reminding me of what did I just say? See, I have this much trouble remembering what it is. If I get myself in that like head zone to try and remember it.
Well, we are like 3 hours, 28 minutes into the interview, so you can now record the reminder to yourself, and then I turn that into a YouTube short, and whenever you need that reminder, you can play it back.
Yeah, no, I remind myself that the joy happens. It's definitely more frequent, and what I'm going through is just as temporary as the joy can be. But also like for me, it's just like reminding myself like, Tiffany, you're just sad you don't have a job right now and you can't afford to go do anything. And getting another job sounds like it's gonna suck. And at first it will, and you're right. But just like before, it'll probably turn around. And that one can be hard to get me out of because like I've argued against that during there. Just like I I'll say like I um I wonder if somebody could just tell me, Tiffany, do you really believe you can't do it? Do you actually believe that you can't do it? And getting me to challenge my feelings of helplessness or hopelessness. Because that's really the thing I'm obscuring, this feeling of helplessness or hopelessness.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm sorry, one second, my cat's about to cause herself a problem. Bargains with cats. She's trying to play with the lid on a soda, and I don't want her trying to caffeinate herself, so I'm just gonna take the lid off and let her play with it.
Hmm.
Dang it! Well, she likes the straw anyway.
Aw.
All right, that's good enough. All right, just I really don't need a caffeinated Norwegian forest cat. Oh my God. Um,
Long cat becomes fast cat too.
I've seen her in Sumis, and it is truly a brown blur, but like faster. She flew by the kitchen door. And it's not that she was a blur, it's just like very briefly, you could see this long brown mass in view. And then the immediate blips next, you could no longer see her. And it was like silent. It was just, how
Yeah.
fast is she going? Oh my God. Um, anyway, yeah, self-pity is, it's not necessarily the most frequent one, but it's the one that sucks the most to get out of.
Mm.
I
Yeah. How? Yeah.
I'll get into a state of not really wanting to get out of bed really,
Mm.
um, for a number of reasons, and just I even get helped being that's easy. That's like intuitive even. I can just be told that like I'll enjoy myself once I get up, or I'll feel like it's worth it once I get up, whether I'm like going running an errand, or I want to get up and oh, like when I had to get up and go to the Thanksgiving and had to be reminded by an outside source that yes, I will enjoy myself when I get there because like can I really argue with Riley over that? No, because I know they know me.
Yeah, I know this
Um,
problem. Sometimes I also have to force myself to do things that I know cognitively will make me happy.
yeah. Um, or let's say um if I get into my like kind of obsessive, I don't know, panic. One is, let's say, making a character for a tabletop RPG like Pathfinder. And I will really, I just need to stop and let my brain calm down. There's a lot of anytime I'm like gripped by something, but I just can't get my mind off of it because I'm like OCD locked. I just need to take a second because what I'm really doing is I'm trying to solve the emotions and then like magically have no problem sometime. And the real answer is I got like overwhelmed or just a lot happened in my head and I just need to take a second. Um if I am that could happen just if like somebody's talking to me and we get into some emotionally deep stuff and I just wasn't ready for it. Like if I just don't know the person well yet and I don't know how they'll react. Um, don't know if it'll become a big pain in my ass. Just give myself a second, recenter. Um, I can't believe I'm more patient with other people than myself now. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah.
Um, uh, if I if I come upon thinking like I think I have the magical solution for everything, I am bounding myself in leaps for crash out. And it's just like that hasn't happened in a while. Um, but just um asking myself what I'm gonna do, asking me what I'm gonna do next. Get me out of the like logic loop of just cycling through how awesome I'm going to be in 10 minutes to 10 months from now over and over again. and realize, yeah, I know I have to take real steps towards that. Um, Not as common. It happens.
How would you contrast the self-pity state against self-compassion?
Um, Normally I would say when I'm giving myself compassion, um, man, all the times that are coming to mind are when um, I was really frantically trying to force myself to do something, or I was emotionally or mentally fighting myself in some way, and so I'm like coming down off of that frantic energy. And I'm trying to see if there's a more neutral thing if that's like it just tends to be related. Um, when I do self-compassion, it does tend to be like caring for myself after I like either hitting or screaming towards and narrowly avoiding burnout. And I'll just be like, you know what? I can take a break. I can go pour myself a bath. I can go outside and just look at the stars for a bit. Um, and really it's just both giving myself that time and then just starting to think of like what I've done for myself, how much better I treat Riley, how good of a person, how good of a fuzz buddy mommy I've been to Farvel. Um, Reminding myself of how difficult all the things I've done are, and that like what makes me actually strong, that uh I persevere just like relentlessly and unreasonably
Yeah.
at times. Um, I'm gonna take a moment to say something that popped through my head that was very
Mhm.
positive. That
Yeah.
that hasn't as much in recent years and is starting to come back. The um like I may as well try. Or I don't know, there's a possibility that what I'm going to do is going to make a real difference or it's going to pan out, whatever. Um I may as well do something. I may as well try. And or feeling like I can't not try. Because I was thinking of my like genuinely like psychopathic drive to, oh no, 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 this is it. That like, who's crazier? The person who lives a normal life and thinks about what they always wanted to do, or the person and never does it, or the person that drives themselves completely fucking nuts, maybe relentlessly going towards the thing they actually want. Even if you fail, actually trying to do it. Because I was thinking of how almost merciless I've been to myself in my self-improvement at times. And, but I can't say that I I don't want to do it, even if it's like too much at times. Um, for a ton of reasons. I'm trying to set myself up better. I'm trying to have the happiness and fulfillment I never did. Trying to gain all that which I never got. And I just see the obvious paths towards it. And I'm like, I can't tell myself to not do it. I wouldn't want to not. And yeah, it can drive me a bit nuts, but not doing it drives me a different nuts. And so this is good crazy.
Yeah, no, I empathize with that. I also want to rather, uh, well, this sounds overly dramatic, but die trying. Probably not actually going to die trying then.
I'm glad I like you. So, um, I think about it and it's like not everything that is good for you like doesn't suck. And I think to some degree that also applies to like applying yourself and kind of driving yourself nuts by the effort you put into something. In like, let's say starting a workout routine, that can really suck, but it's really good for you, but you don't really feel like doing it.
Hmm.
And I think that can apply to stuff that can make you frantic too, that maybe would see that it's maybe it might seem counterproductive to one's mental health, but the sense of capacity, capability, potential, control is all so much more is all are all obvious positive things. And I think I had a big threshold to get over. I I had a lot to overcome in myself and in my life at the time. And I think it was a good thing I did that. I
Yeah.
think it was a
I
good thing I drove myself completely bonkers, making myself better.
Yeah, cool. I even like sort of use this as a heuristic now that when I feel that I'm afraid of something, then I'm like, oh, that's probably an important challenge for me now. Great that I've thank you for this feeling of fear that tells me what I need to do next.
Feel it as cat hair.
Yeah.
Huh. Can you try and feel the fear as, can you make a positive association with it? Maybe not, maybe it
Yeah,
can't.
thrill.
Yeah, maybe it can't. It's like, yeah, but of course, the first time I'm doing something like this, it'll be like nerve-wracking.
Mm,
But like, you get to do it.
yeah. But I also find it just really thrilling with like I want to do like a certain thing with a friend. I notice, oh, I have never actually made myself vulnerable in this particular way. This is really scary. And
Oh,
then,
no, no, wait, wait. To me, it's like the goal. It's what you're gonna get to the other side. It's like, oh, I'm scared, but I'm about to get through this. I'm about to
yeah,
overcome it. I'm about to finish it, achieve it, complete it, fix it, build it, make it, whatever. It's about to happen.
yeah.
And
But that's the
that's,
experience itself.
yeah, that's trepidation. I love trepidation.
Oh, okay. All right, I need to make a distinction between fear and trepidation.
Yeah, trepidation is when you have fear and excitement at the same time.
Oh, yeah,
Fear and
splendid.
anticipation.
I've also heard of
Yeah.
this term counterphobic, when people have like a particular fear, but they like consistently act in ways that counters that fear or that like exposes them to that fear in such a way as to prove that they can conquer the fear. That seems like a really cool like psychological mechanism where like someone with like NPD or like probably sort of standard NPD more likely um is afraid of being outdone, afraid of like losing, of making mistakes or something, and so they actually like throw themselves into every competition that they can find, and it's like an interesting, like for me, very counterintuitive mechanism, but they found very useful in a way to like adopt.
I think it's very intuitive to me. It's what I do. It's like, well, I know I'm afraid of it, but I'm about to do the things that lead me to overcoming that fear. This is me getting bigger, better, faster, stronger, right? Um, that drives me
Mm.
ri quite powerfully.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, like I don't know to what extent you can put yourself into the mindset of someone with like standard NPD, let's say. But to have like a few like so one thing that is very confusing to me are like all the different reasons that make it difficult for people with NPD of like different brands to do like for example the like relationship repair after like some kind of rupture happened, then to figure out with the other person what happened, apologize often to each other, and figure out how to do it better next time. And like one way, of course, in which it can go wrong is if the person just has too much shame and so cannot clearly think about what happened, needs to like repress the memories of what happened, and then that interferes and can't like acknowledge any kind of responsibility in the situation. But then there are like so many other reasons as well, like the fear of like giving up some control, and yeah, so like that is for for one, like how many, and probably also kind of some kind of resentment that perhaps they resent being asked to do something for someone else that they have not been given in their like childhood, for example. That could also factor into it, and I imagine there are probably like other reasons as well, and then there's also like an interesting counterphobic aspect to it, often where if someone feels a lot of shame, for example, if that's the that's the reason that it's difficult, then has like this rupture and like refuses to repair it because they cannot face their responsibility in what happened. Sorry. Then what I often see happening afterwards is that they like I don't know, take a bunch of selfies and post a bunch of selfies online, or like seek contact with the other person whilst pretending that the thing never happened that happened, and like sort of where I would like intuitively just hide and try not to be seen by anyone due to shame, they like expose themselves intentionally as if like they kind of know on some level that they want to use that situation to grow and to learn how to handle it better, but don't know how in a way. Yeah,
yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Like when you're operate, I'll start with that, and then I'm
yeah,
gonna speak directly to my NP dork and NP demon crowd. Um, but in a situation like that, when you're working on such when you still are at a very surface level, they're basically bolstering themselves with supply, right? They're getting the positive, strengthening self-esteem feelings from somewhere. And you gave a vanity example with selfies. And then it also helps to distract, and that's avoidant, and you can see how that's very NPD. Um, I mean, like, I'm totally not against doing that just to lift your mood. Like, um,
yeah,
I've like, if like I've had some hookups and I happen to take some more nude selfies of myself, and then I'm in a bad mood. Somebody that I know to some depth that also appreciates my body, I'll go, hey, want to see my tits?
yeah.
And um, that'll be great. And then I get it's really positive. I get to lay some positivity back into them. They're normally somebody I would like to appreciate my body. But let me try and speak directly to my brothers, sisters, and other NP dork siblings. Um, I would say idealize it. If it's if it's something like getting up in front of a crowd, if it's something like accomplishing a certain thing at work, just um try to make it the potential, but not the necessity. The not the it has to be, but imagine coming out on top. Imagine that you meet another version of yourself and you tell them this might do it. You don't know. And imagine if it works out. Think of how awesome you're going to be. Everyone will see you have pushed through that. And those that don't, that's okay. They see you on top already. It's fantastic. If it's something that's more painful, just being vulnerable or or facing a difficult um thing you kind of got to own up to, or facing a difficult conflict. Think of think of the awesome partner or the awesome head of household, that one that can keep it in their head straight, or the one that is think of the one that is bigger than the setbacks. Maybe you'll cry, but that's because you're better than denying that from yourself and from everybody. Everybody else, they just pass it off and it's easy. They just say, don't worry, it's okay, it'll never happen again. And just imagine yourself not held together perfectly, but holding yourself up and being that head of household, that caregiver, that partner, that girlfriend, that boyfriend, that husband, that wife, that friend. That through those difficult things, inside and outside, stuck it through like nobody else. And you know that that person that matters to you would see that. And you know you see that when you see that in somebody else. That's what you wish you had. You know they'll see it. Um, that felt really, really cathartic to imagine.
Oh.
I'm gonna be honest. So I spoke that from my soul.
Oh.
So I don't know if I left any other examples out.
Yeah, like one thing that I was like wondering about is like, are there any other like reasons for this difficulty with like rupture repair? Like I think there was the resentment, there was the control and the shame. Am I forgetting any?
I was focused control, resentment, shame, fear of loss,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, Technically shame is an extension of that, but
Mm-hmm.
it's important to note because the shame can still be just straight up a proxy for it too. It
Mm-hmm.
can be interleaved, but it can also just be a proxy for it because somebody wasn't allowed to show that perceived weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so whether it was from a specific situation or those just came together, that, because this is something I think that, can be very in common with BPD and NPD, but it can present very differently. And this fear that this is the mistake, that it's the end, that they're all gonna figure it out, that you've been a
Mm.
sham the whole time. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's too hard to work with through if you know the right things. Like I would say number one, do you think friends worthy of you would actually all be fooled? All of them? Or fooled the whole time? Do you think maybe some of them even know and think you're kind of badass for it even? And then they find out and it's no big deal?
Mm.
Or um thinking maybe somebody really will fucking hate you for it. But they probably hated you for other stuff too then, and they haven't gone left you yet. So like, give it a chance. Give them a chance. Give them a chance to prove you fucking wrong. Wouldn't you want to be proven wrong about this of all things? You know, anything else? Sure, no. But this, so much easier to be proven wrong. You don't have to worry about it after that.
Mm.
Trying to, I don't know, this gave me, I just resonate with this and I wanted to speak to
Yeah.
people. But I think it shows some of the struggle because I don't know, that's just the kind of pep talk I would give somebody.
Mm.
Yeah, it's your fear of loss. It could still come down to safety too, right? Like, because if it's your support network or your career, what are you gonna fucking do if that all falls apart?
Mm.
If maybe you're not performing well at your job or you made a mistake at your job, or maybe you can rely on your lover or your friends at in the house you live in, but maybe they're afraid that they'll think they're a lazy ass louse and it'll be the fear of stability,
Mhm.
that safety.
Yeah.
Um,
Another one that came to mind is when someone needs a lot of self-esteem juice and has found someone who idealizes them, but then is afraid that if they don't look perfect anymore, the person will split on them. The way that like they would probably split on someone. I suppose most people don't
yeah.
really split on people, but
Um, I would just say there's no way you were perfect from the beginning because like you're there's no way they were perfect from the beginning. You can't know somebody before you meet them to be perfect. So like you've only gotten better at
mm,
it over time. So it's like it's fear, not the truth. And it's an understandable fear, but like
mm.
um
No.
my visitor. Hi, Garfield. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, related to that, I also wonder how forgiving people usually are. Like, I have always been like too avoidant and internalizing to like have tested out how forgiving people are. So I don't really know, and would be like interesting to sort of get an overview of like how forgiveness works for most people that we actually want to have among our friends.
Well, I think that's complicated in a number of ways. One of them's me, one of them's everybody. Because like when you're first starting out in recovery, you might not have the healthiest relationships. Let's say
Mm,
someone with NPD is friends with somebody with BPD or NPD. No,
mm,
that other person might not be that forgiving. And um, my friend Leon and I have traded back and forth on this. As we've hit different developmental milestones and we came back. I'm fortunate for that. But it doesn't mean that that's a guaranteed at all. That might be someone you now never see again because you hit a deep trauma trigger. Um, but as you get healthier and you have people that matter more to you and you matter more to them, typically the accountability lends people to be more forgiving because it's difficult to understate the power and value of accountability. You really don't see a lot of it in this world. Um,
mhm.
and then the people that really get to know someone with NPD, like point blank, seeing a narcissist be like really accountable is can be like a thing of awe. Just like that's the stereotypical person that avoids accountability at any and every and all cost, at anybody else's cost. And
Mm,
here they are doing it anyway. And even if it's not impressive to that, like my friend Leon, it can impress him sometimes, but he's he A knows what the actual difficulty of the struggle is, also having a cluster B personality disorder, and it's also important to him that we are allowed accountability because like how could you be Man, I remember one of our heartfelt talks before I had to leave Michigan for a while, and he's like, these people that see you as a demon, Tiffany,
mm,
how does that motivate you to be accountable?
mm,
Isn't that something you want to support in the world? That somebody is actually doing it, you know? Um, so I think that changes over time with the kind of people you get close to as you heal. And the kind of people you keep around as you heal. But from another thing where it complicates it for me is we've talked about the psychopath thing of like over apologizing. So I will instead talk about that in the vein of like I have gotten away with so much shit with people and jobs over time. Um, Either like deliberately, semi-deliberately, negligently, or passively
mm,
taken advantage of people's forgiveness.
mm,
People can be almost shockingly forgiving.
mhm,
It's not a guarantee at all, but people can be almost shockingly forgiving, at least at least from my perspective. And knowing when I know that, it gives me the confidence to face it instead of craft another lie because that's a better future that I would want
mm,
to build towards. Um, that at least the reasonable chances there. Like I'll have trouble having faith that it'll pan out. I'll have trouble having faith that the person really will be forgiving, but if I can really talk myself into it, I will realize it's just worth the chance. Um, no, but Genuinely, people can be shockingly forgiving because people do actually often want to see the best in somebody, especially if you have any sort of pleasant personality. They don't want to see you go for no reason if you're like a fun or a nice person.
Mm.
A lot of people are like nice, but they're boring, and um, that's why people often put up with assholes because they're at least interesting. Because genuinely, for not everybody, but a lot of people, an interesting asshole, at least in regulated doses, is way better than the same boring person who never does anything wrong every day. Because people don't generally expect people to never do anything wrong either. People are honest with themselves enough to know that they do wrong as well. Just by mistake, by impulse, by that there's no way to predict how you how what you do might hurt somebody unintentionally. Um, so maybe on your journeys on, I wouldn't say test the limits, but I would say you could be confident enough to test the limits. And that, and if you can do that and if that's reasonably true, I would say as a form of radical authenticity and radical accountability and radical and just like deliberate the buck stops here kind of um s- uh being that accountable person, that self-respect of like, no, I'm not just going to pretend these things under the bus because that's the weak and easy thing. Just, I would encourage you to experiment with that. You could definitely take people's forgiveness too far more easily than you would think. So if you're not doing that, you're probably fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like for the most part I've developed this developed or like started cultivating this mindset of like if I'm unsure whether I can do something, then to try it. When like I get to know a new person and I'm unsure whether like asking a particular question is something that is okay for them, then I will just ask the question and then trust that if it's not, then they will like tell me and not answer it or yeah, I don't know, variations on this theme. And then I notice like sometimes when I like interact with an eggshell person for a moment and then interact with one of my regular friends again, and by eggshell person I mean like people who make me feel like I need to walk on eggshells around them.
Yeah.
Um, when I like yeah interact with one of my regular friends afterwards, I'm like really cautious suddenly, and I'm like, no, wait, this is regular friend, it's not eggshell friend. And then I can like it takes like I don't know half an hour or so, and then I go back into my regular, more daring mindset. And yeah, I suppose like for the most part, that's been working fine for me so far to like just like try things. But like I have lots of habits around like not trying. Like my one of my partners noticed this recently that she told me about their search for apartments and all of her like must-have criteria for an apartment. And then I didn't say anything, and so she carried on, and then at some point explained what her criteria are. And what happened in my mind in the meantime was, okay, she just talked abstractly about must-have criteria for apartments. I'd be quite interested in what they are, but like she talked abstractly about it, so maybe she doesn't want to tell me like which ones they are in case I get silly or
Yeah,
something.
and
So
when she
let's
was
not
just
ask.
giving you like an overview, so you had something in your head to kind of place it, you know, you knew why she wanted it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
she's
like
just talking like a normal person.
she expected me to ask what the specific criteria are. And like, what was not only that she would have been open to that question, but it was the one that she expected me to ask. And we talked about this afterwards, and it was quite eye-opening that I just sort of anticipate what might be a problem with the other person, self-censor, and then don't do things that would have been like even positive in this case. Or
Don't
so.
and don't you think that's funny? That's like it sounds to me like your intuition for what you should ask next is just getting like negated, but the same thought process is happening, but you're afraid to follow through now. You know? Um, and it's just like trust yourself.
Yeah, trust myself, or just like just try it. Just fuck around and find out.
I've been trying to have the value of like I would want a friend to challenge me because they would want to see my happiness, right? My fulfillment. And um so I would want friends like that. So I'm accepting to some degree that if I lean into that, it might lose me friends because not as like they're a bad person, but that's probably not the kind of person I want if I can't challenge them because they're probably not the kind of person that would challenge me. And the other way of thinking of it more empathetically is like because this can apply with someone who's like gentle but insecure is and I'm still trying to find the balance here because I don't want to overwhelm people, but I definitely still trying to find the balance. But like I I think of helping them get through this difficult thing that someone else might not. I um I see myself as helping them challenge this thing that they feel threatened by or they're scared of. And I don't know, even if that's not like abrupt, even if it's not aggressive, I think it counts. Like there's somebody I know I want to get in touch with her again. She lost someone important to her this year. But she's someone I definitely want to choose my words with. But I
Hmm.
really want to put that effort in because
Yeah.
I want to help her get through that.
Yeah.
And that's still ultimately the goal, the desire, right? And that leaves some flexibility in it. And that also gives me some patience for some people that can be more eggshelly, but that they are worth it. It's just a longer game, you know?
Yeah. I love my eggshell friends.
I do too.
No. I'm looking through like some of the remaining questions, try to find some interesting ones. There is the question from the shadow work section. Basically, your Facebook post about wishing that you could have your innocence back. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I'm gonna go read my most recent,
Yeah.
one of my most recent posts. I'm pretty sure you saw it. You like liked it this morning and it made me go, "Ooh, she's awake. I can bother her and see if I can do this earlier than normal." And because it was definitely in the same vein, right? I think you'll
Hmm.
I said I often feel like I'm holding on to a ghost stream. one of a version of myself that didn't survive the needle's eye of survival and forced change. I wonder what's left of her, but I admit sometimes I feel a part of myself so deep that even she had already forgotten her too. And but that's on the same, that really is in the same themes. And um I don't know, when I posted that and I thought about it, I realized that I'm afraid there's some important part of my being, my fulfillment or satisfaction, that's gone. Or there's enough in me that's in permanent conflict with it, these aspects, that they're just part of who I
Mm,
am now, and they either negate it or subdue it or keep me from being my full self about that aspect, that I'm afraid that I'll never feel um the real joy in life that
mhm,
I sometimes used to. And some of that's like my recovery's been long and difficult, and I definitely experience like, oh, this is such a silly phrase, intermittent joy. But don't we all? But just sometimes I do just enjoy myself, but it never seems to be part of anything bigger. And I'm not
mm,
saying it like has to be. It feels truly
mm,
ultimately transient.
yeah.
Um like it didn't like it's just completely random.
Mm,
And I'm afraid, I'm afraid in some way, whether I'm being a bit dramatic and it's like some near complete psychic death, or like some absolute psychic death over some important parts of myself, or just, like I said, older, more innocent parts being in permanent conflict with some
mm,
nastier, or at least the potential to be nastier, newer parts, just in permanent conflict. I could never embody them the same way. I'm
mhm,
afraid that having that change, or I've lost something that's just fundamental to me being a human,
mm,
finding happiness in life. I know happiness isn't a feeling, it's like a
mhm,
more general state of being. Um, to finding that like deeper joy that isn't just hysteria.
mm.
Um, because I've been through an awful fucking lot getting to this point, and maybe I am closer, but I don't really feel it.
Mhm,
I don't really feel like I am closer to that at all, and I don't know whether I have that intuition because the future I dream is so different now, or because I idealize that younger version of myself.
mhm.
Like, it's a mix of things. I don't know.
But I've also had like very sudden changes in my life. Like last summer, I became like very self-loving very suddenly. And this, like last the summer 2024, and this summer 25, I like suddenly stopped feeling guilt for the most part. And when I was learning things, then there was usually also some sudden like cliff where it became like really easy. Uh, so like these sorts of things have happened to me a lot.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry. It just because it leaves me without words. I
Mm-hmm.
It just weighs on my heart heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Such a complicated feeling. Obviously, you've seen my statuses on social media. That feeling has evolved and it's still very incredibly complex and nebulous. And it might be that it's like because it's from a dozen and a half different places. And I do wish I could just sometimes go back to being a person who could never imagine myself cutting someone down, twisting and coercing them, hurting them and enjoying it, or hurting them for joy's sake. And maybe I'm just missing when the world didn't feel like that was sometimes necessary, or I hadn't lived through something that made it feel necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just a loss of innocence I'm still processing. I think we all go through that, but
Mm-hmm.
if I told that to my old version of myself, she would tell me, "What, are you kidding me? You're not dead yet. Don't give up. You don't know. You gotta try. How could you possibly live without trying?" And I get a little brief glimpse.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
I suppose all the listeners will also like value all the wisdom that you wouldn't have had if it hadn't been for some of the most difficult experiences.
Yeah, I'm sure. There goes some of that resentment of like what I've had to live through because I'm just like, yeah, but I wish no one had to fucking live through that. So, I wish I just didn't have to. Who cares?
Yeah, I know.
But I know, I'm sure they would. And I'm sure
Yeah.
whatever handbook we put together will also truly ring that true that still though not, that beautiful world is not the one we live in. We live in a different beautiful world. And
Mm.
um isn't it beautiful I could go through that and find some really tough answers
Mm.
to even tougher questions. Um hmm.
What is your experience with like providing closure? Like, I know some people who seek closure. I'm guessing that has something to do with identity diffusion. There are some people who seem to be quite indifferent to it, and some people who are like, no, I never want to talk to this person again for no, no matter for what reason. And I never know which person I'm dealing with until I ask them. So I also don't know how to provide closure, like especially after the fact when I'm not speaking to them anymore.
Um, it can go a variety of ways. Some people make that very clear to me. I've definitely lived through
Mm,
too many people who definitely never want anything to do with me again. They
mhm,
make it clear I've hurt them too
mhm,
deeply. Um, one weird experience with it was a girl I dated for a year on and off. She had had man, this weighs on me heavily.
mhm,
She had had a happy relationship and been married for a while by the time she found me on Facebook again and asked me to help her find closure to feelings from then. I had damaged her self-esteem so deeply that like finding safety and happiness in life was not enough.
mhm, mhm,
Man. And it's never quite happened like that before or since. Um some people I treated as just reconnecting with them and seeing how it goes. And some of those people then blocked me and never talked to me again. Um, my closure to myself is just what else can I do? Um, I'm already doing all the things that add up to being the person I wasn't at the time that I wish I had been. I can't go back and change that. And why would I want to make what they lived through meaningless and not 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 improve myself? And that's about all the closure I can get sometimes. Um, with somebody with some I can hope they're happier without me. I'm thinking of one person, of one ex-girlfriend in particular. She probably is happier without me. And that sucks in a way, but I'm happier now than I was then too. So that is an improvement in the world. And um still hurts to know someone is probably happier without you.
mhm,
But I'm not really the same person I was then, so um I should remind myself not to directly compare myself with who I was then. If I met
mhm,
them now, would it really would be different. Um and not to hang on that of what could never be, but just like
mhm,
I learned the lessons I needed to. Closure for stuff like this is incredibly tough. Like before I found out Leon had changed his appraisal of what happened through another friend, it was just like my closure was I hope he learns better for himself. I brought it as far as I could. I didn't just let it happen. And so, I really only like cut things off when like it was tearing my life down. And not only was I tearing my life down, but all the things I tried to
mhm,
keep things going forward just ultimately were tearing me down more. And I didn't at the time cut him out of my life. Um, like maliciously or anything, or even with anything less of giving it my having given it my best. And then
Mm.
not to discount the like, well, I stuck around because I would have rathered it just work out. And so why else would I like what else would I have done? Left sooner and been sad that I didn't try hard enough?
Mm-hmm.
You know, closure for this kind of stuff is really tough. But if we get to the in-absolutionism question, I'll expand upon that.
Please tell the viewers about in-absolutionism.
So in-absolutionism is my like personal life philosophy. It is in my mind my evolution of absurdism. And so absolution is this like you do something that sets everything straight, that
Mm.
frees you from the weight of the things you've done and the guilt and stuff. It's been reversed, made up for, paid off. And some of that in that part of that is closure, right? Wanting it to all tie together neatly. And some of it is also a direct attack on nihilism itself and the point of view, the mindset that leads you to try to iterate nihilism into absurdism. And in both of those, the people that dreamt up nihilism are like, well, if I die one day, what's the point? And really, they're trying to, and then the absurdists are going, well, you know, I'm gonna try and find a point anyway. Who cares? And it really they don't realize it, but they're struggling with the fear of death, the fear of it not meaning anything, etc. They're struggling with these existential dreads. And something that would be an absolution would free them from it. But they're not really facing it. They're
Mm.
deflecting it, right? They're living with the dread as opposed to either like accepting it or embracing it or turning it on its head. And I feel like I can turn it on its head. The other core part of the point of view that I don't like about them is that their meanings are they make meaning explicit instead of implicit. And that it's like nihilism makes it clear where it's like it speaks of meaning as being explicitly about what happens after your death that propagates on, or if anything feels meaningful enough before then to really count, etc. And
Mm.
I genuinely think that's all bullshit, and it's all up to things that aren't you. And I don't think any of that is necessary. It's a major overcomplication. Um, I came upon um I came upon this way of thinking. I got the seed to it when I was contemplating the ineffable awe I would feel looking into a beautiful, clear, starry night. And I realized we are the ones who named those stars, that if I wasn't there, if I was dead or never born, I would not be feeling that. And so that magical feeling is really within me. If we weren't here and we did not name the stars, they would just continue on being their gravity-powered thermonuclear incandescent in vaguely spheroid engines of physics, devoid of meaning, right? And there'd be nothing wrong with that, or nothing right. There'd be nothing. It wouldn't matter. They're just stars, but they mean something to us. And so let's say when we name a star and we name a constellation, it already had some meaning within us, and we made a name for it to give a name to that meaning. And so it is, to me, as simple as if something means something to you, if someone means something to you, it means something and it means that thing to you. That's it. We are the seed of meaning. And that is my tautology of how we are ontological. We're arguing over where meaning starts, but I think meaning is not entirely irrational, but it has an ultimately irrational basis. Like, why do you do the thing? 'Cause you like it. You can go really deep into let's say like why I like cars. I like cars in four different dimensions. I like it. I like driving them fast as much for the adrenaline as much for the skill it takes. And the latter is an intellectual thrill. The former, you could see the adrenaline comes from a different part of evolution, like hunting. Um, the immediate satisfaction of fixing it, the community, etc. And what I figure out at the end of that is that I like cars.
Yeah.
And it's not that all that intellectual pursuit of understanding it is meaningless either. It's just meaningful in a different way. It's another part of it. And that we should not make the initial meaning of just like, I like cars. Um, uh, Hinge upon whether it ultimately makes sense or fits into some framework. And so within this amalgamation of ideas I've put forth, I then invite somebody, instead of to think of a life like a book, to think of life like a diary or a journal of somebody you love or a found footage. Because unlike a book, we don't have neat covers. Even the first starting page where we start, we didn't write that. Our parents did. And you have no idea when that last page is going to be and if it's going to tie up nicely. We cannot define our front cover. We have no idea where the rear cover is going to end. Life is so fucking messy, and we should not bound ourselves by feeling a necessity to make it all make sense.
Yeah.
To try and find that absolution where it all falls apart, where all the difficult parts fall away and it all falls into place. And instead, like I said before, we should have a healthy relationship with work, with labor, you know, finds meaning in the difficult things as somebody who rarely feels guilt or shame. I realize the weight of guilt, you know, the weight of negative feelings of loss. Because, let's say, with my cat dog passing, he's my best friend. He's the most important person in my life for the longest time. And I can't decide when his passing would happen. But that didn't make a single minute of a single day of those 15 years less meaningful.
Yeah.
It doesn't end cleanly. It doesn't matter. And you get to decide what you do with that meaning. And I have. Um, And so instead to give it implicit meaning, it all implicitly already has meaning. And you can describe it if you want, but the things you do them because they matter to you. You do them because they matter to somebody else. They already mean something, and to not ever predicate that on anything, you don't need to.
Mm.
Just unnecessary. And like I said, so then embrace the negative. Embrace the weight that it gives the positive. Embrace what you have to go through to get to the positive. Embrace the trudgery and say, yeah, but I got through it. Because the real part of that story that matters there is the person that lives through it, the person that tells it. It's not, and that's where the implicit meaning comes from. Um, it's not only meaningful because you got through it, but it is meaningful to you that you got through it. And thus we can let go of our of seeking absolution and embrace life in its positives and its negatives and its
Mm.
neutrals and its unclassifieds. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I love it. Like in particular, also the let's call it messiness or something of a life without absolution is something that allows me to relate to so many people. Like, I think if I didn't have any messiness or if I were to repress any kind of messiness, then that would just block me from relating to most people or all people. Probably just make me feel isolated.
Yeah, I saw absolution my whole life. And I think I could call it a number of other things, but it fits enough a part of the philosophy and it sounds strong, impactful, and badass. I think that's a good like, you could have called it instead of saying um absurdism, you could have called it embrace the cosmic joke. You could have called it something else and it would still mean the same thing and it could attach the words
Mm.
can attach to it and get meaning assigned to them the same way. Um One other thing I wanted to note is that it's more self-oriented. Like I said, that nihilism predicates itself upon, the meaning of your life after you're gone or to other people instead of orienting it to yourself and to
Mm.
each individual person's self and the meaning they already live, embody, and hold, even if they recognize, acknowledge it, embrace it,
Yeah.
understand it, or not. Um,
I have like an excessively rational question about that. So, like, in-absolutionism sounds like it's agnostic about the particular meaning. Like, it's about meaning in the abstract, but it's like agnostic about the particular meaning that a given person will assign to like whatever happens in their lives. So, like, how do you optimize the meaning that you want to assign for things? Like, there's probably like some kind of optimal meaning to assign to different things, given, I don't know, whatever you want your life to be like.
I think that's got like a partly abstract and a partly more discrete answer. Because the abstract answer is like, well, it depends on the person, which is true. But um, I think I could give a good example of just like one thing. You could take one thing from multiple people's perspective, and you can see that each person has a different way they would want to take it forward. You know, um, let's say you move away from your parents' house, you know, they're going to be sad, but they will see it as you moving on. You're probably not going to stress about that the same. You didn't give birth to yourself. To you, the same act will be whatever probably specific thing you were working towards or gaining independence.
Hmm.
Um, but in a more explicit, a more discreet, explicit, and practical way um is you want to try to go towards what does not downplay the positive, neutral, or negative aspects of your life with some equanimity. Because if you try to throw all the negatives away, you will lose the weight of the positives, or at least lose the weight of what got you there. If you try to throw the weight of all of it away, you're just trying to avoid the pain of the negatives.
Hmm.
If you try to be a practical cynic and downplay the weight of the positives, you forget you can become very outcome and solution oriented and become very capable, but you lose out on the joy and the implicit the implicit meaning and the strength of like what the positive things you can do for yourself and for other people have, and it can steal motivation from you to do some of the stuff that might seem more frivolous but might turn out really stirs your soul. And
Hmm.
so I I guess that's what I would say, that you would want to find equanimity in valuing and the weight of the positive, the negative, and the neutral, and not try and find something that uh um not try to force them to fit into something that they aren't, or not try to wish one of them away. Because I think that actually also gives you a more realistic view. You um like don't downplay your misery. Don't pretend it didn't happen. Or, you know, it doesn't mean you might not forget it over time because it's not like
Hmm.
what you need to think about anymore. But, you know, don't devalue what you've had to live through. It was hard.
Hmm.
Don't devalue your suffering any more than your happiness.
Yeah.
Is that rational enough?
Yeah, certainly. Like I'm way more on the self-pity side, I think. Like just yesterday I caught myself in this respect, like my life is totally fine, and still I have this impulse to like whine about the times in my past when it wasn't. And yeah, I think I'm sort of the opposite.
Well,
Uh,
if let's say let's maybe try an exercise. Cause so let's say if we don't want to downplay them and we want to give equal weight to the positive things, it's like um, you know, What lessons did you learn from the negative things that brought you those positive things? What positive things would you not really understand the depth and the value of without those negative things? What things that sucked that you
Mm.
just, you know, you don't want to pretend they didn't just suck. Some things do just suck and they don't teach you anything.
Mm.
And there's value in that too. That shows us that sometimes things in life can make no sense, and that instead can show us a sense of compassion for ourselves and other people, especially with like mental illness stuff, like, for instance, even just as simple as depression or anxiety. It just sucks that, you know, maybe you learn some lessons along the way, but the bigger lesson is we should do our best to not do the things to people that give them depression or anxiety, right? And so if you put too much weight in either of them, you can't come to that sort of conclusion. And not
Mm.
allowing yourself to give too much weight to any
Mm.
of them forces you to try and find value, if not meaning, because you're not trying to steal away the value of even your suffering. That's something you lived through. It's meaningful to you to never live through that again. It's meaningful to you to perhaps help somebody avoid that ever happening. You know, um, and you may never be able to help somebody with that. And it may never matter like that. But so what? You also don't know that.
Mm.
And that has a lot of definites, but none of them are like preordained or predestined, and none of them try to um truly alter any of the other anything else, and none of them try to throw anything else out.
Mhm. Yeah. It's a bit like when someone like me, without much car knowledge, tries to buy a used car and then buys a car with all sorts of hidden defects for like way too high of a price and then has to get lots of repairs afterwards and then has like an actual working car. So like
Yeah,
paid
maybe you
way
might
too
end up with a working car, or you learn that that dealership sucks, or you learn the mechanic friend that you should actually listen to, or you learn how to avoid that again, because maybe it's literally an unavoidable lesson, you know? Maybe that's the only way you end up learning the
Yeah.
lesson. Um, and maybe not because of anything other than life circumstance. It might just be where you live, and that one dealership doesn't seem sketchy, but they are, and there's no way for you to know. Maybe you just don't know anybody that knows that that dealership sucks. You know,
Yeah.
uh, or maybe your needs and your preferences tend you towards wanting a car that sucks and you don't know it. Like if somebody like there's a car called the HHR and PT, and there's another one called the PT Cruiser, and they're conceptually and functionally similar. Do not buy a PT Cruiser. But you
Okay.
know what? If you bought an HHR, you're probably fine. And it could just literally evolve from like your needs and your preferences
Okay.
to 1 second, please.
Mhm.
Um, you know, and if you try to seek the absolution there of trying to get rid of the bad feelings or trying to make it all make sense. Um, you know, You might end up throwing away your preferences and not realize that there is a better car than a PT Cruiser that fits all your needs and wants. You get what
Yeah.
and and I think that's a good example of like a very tangible thing that's super implicitly just about the person,
Hmm.
you know? And that's a real example. I talked somebody out of a PT Cruiser, and there's a lot of reasons to like, um, they were like the PT Cruiser and the HHR were goofy marketing ideas in a way. They had a deliberate, like, semi-retro look, but in reality, they're like this mid-sized vehicle that's not too big in any dimension. It's like an expanded hatchback. It's like a miniature station wagon before we had crossover SUVs. And you know what? They're not so high off the ground and heavy and expensive like an SUV. They're arguably a way better idea. But um two examples of how bad a PT Cruiser can be. Um they have a light bulb that no other car takes. And so since they don't make that anymore, you have to buy an adapter for their headlight. And that's an important part of a car. And so it's just stupid by inception. And that's just so they can make the headlights look really long and fit the body right. And then another one is I was fixing the air conditioning on one, and the fan is necessary for air conditioning to work. Um, and Chrysler's instructions on it were actually too updated, and it said there is no specific separate fan relay anymore. It's all part of this big box now. And do you know what? They were wrong. There was a fan relay. Just a simple ass fan relay, like it's still the 1960s. It's right there, right where you would think it is, on the fan. And that was the whole problem. And we drove ourselves entirely freaking nuts. So, um,
Hmm.
the documentation isn't good. They just suck. And
Why
an
didn't they
HA
call it why didn't they call it a PT full cruiser?
because I don't know. Um, unless Chrysler isn't selling to boomers, they don't seem to know how to do anything right. And I mean that, like, Challengers and Chargers are reasonably okay vehicles, and they're sexy, and they come with big engines, and they can come in all-wheel drive if you want. And do you know what? They're not specifically good at anything other than being like fast and sexy. But that's why a person buys that car. So like, okay. Um, but um they don't really know how to do much else right but minivans.
Mm.
And even then, in my opinion, a Dodge Grand Caravan, is not reliable. It just like they tend to have a lot more features that you would want on a minivan. They're a desirable and capable minivan, but they still kind of suck to own. I wish Chrysler didn't suck. They do some really cool things sometimes, but broadly, Chrysler sucks. And that is one of my few like broad like I'm not even like that with Ford. I have exceptions of Fords I'm either like okay with. Maybe I wouldn't own one, but I know why a person would. Um, don't buy a Chrysler.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Thank you.
Nothing.
No, would
Mopar,
you?
don't buy a Chrysler. Don't buy a Dodge.
All right.
I would
I want to
they
ask
make
you anyway before I buy a car, so.
they make capable trucks, but it's the same thing. They're not the most reliable. They're very capable, but they're not very reliable. They, um,
What about the Volkswagen Lupo?
the Lupo,
It's so
they're
cute.
they're okay. They're tiny. Why not a Golf though?
No, Leaf was cuter.
How about you import a Suzuki Cappuccino? It's as cute as the name sounds.
I need to Google that.
They're microscopic.
No!
Right!
Oh, I wish I could like easily share the screen now for the viewers, but yeah, that's very cute.
Yeah, right. No, there's cars that are just straight up cute. And then this is really confusing. The new Beetle, and I mean quote new Beetle, end quote. Because the Beetle, the current Beetle we have is the second generation Beetle. The one just before it was not called the Beetle, it was called the new Beetle.
hmm
That is the only car ever with an integrated flower holder, little tiny flower vase, like just above where the ignition switch is. And they did a lot of cute things, and they're not too hard to work on. I wouldn't say they're desirable for most people, but there's nothing wrong with them. So I think Volkswagen Beetles can be actually like pretty practical and cute. Get one, buy one, and have someone vinyl wrap something cute on it, and now you have a sturdy a sturdy car that handles well. Just don't get the inline five. That sucked.
Inline five?
Yeah, that it was a 2.5 liter engine,
No.
and they stretch all their timing chains, all of them. Don't buy a Mini Cooper. They're even cuter, but maybe they've changed. But they're one of the hardest cars to work on I've ever seen, and they have BMW prices because BMW they're basically BMWs in a way, except they're not. And then their parts aren't like well made. So you buy these BMW priced parts that are pieces of shit that are hard to install. Then they have weird Mini Cooper versions of the BMW engines. So if they have a supercharger, the supercharger tends to go. If they have a turbocharger, the turbocharger tends to go. If they have neither, the timing chain tends to stretch. So the solution is to not buy a Mini Cooper. I think they finally changed, but they managed to ruin everything. Another my favorite quirky sub brand that sucked like this was General Motors Chevrolet birthed Saturn out of their forehead like Zeus and Athena. And they had like good ideas. Saturns were made with all plastic body panels. So if you get in a fender bender, you glue a new fender on. Now they're not made anymore, so you can't do that now. But the mistake they made is they let Saturn do whatever they wanted, and Saturn invented their own gas engine, their own diesel engine, their own automatic transmission, and their own manual transmission, and they all had problems. And what they really should have done is like let Saturn maybe make the whole interior themselves or just borrow components and switchgear to build the interiors of the dashboard and then do the innovative cheap car stuff like the cheap body panels and stuff, build the frame lighter, etc. The stuff that would make it a better cheap or practical car. And then just shove whatever Chevy engine and transmission that's good enough that fits. My friend Kyle, my best friend Kyle, he loved these boxy Cavaliers that came in V6 for forever. So he'd have these 94s and they were like he'd have like 92 and 94 and 96. He had a bunch of them. And we would need to get an ignition coil for it. That ignition coil was in General Motor cars from 1988 to 2012. So you could go to O'Reilly's and get three of them. And then you could go down to Advance Auto and get three of them, and then go down to Napa and get three more, and then go down to because they normally will have them three at a time because if he's it's normally V6s, and then go down to AutoZone and get another three. You could buy 12 that are on the shelf and not even have to go to another brand of parts store because it's such a ubiquitous part. So for the most part, You could get high quality versions of all of the most vital stuff on these cars because they're because of that. And Saturn could have totally leaned on that with the like big expensive drivetrain stuff and maybe the suspension stuff, and they didn't. Saturns didn't need to be special. They were supposed to be good at not being special, which is way harder.
Hmm.
Uh, my my weird fantasy there is Saturns came in right-hand drive for postal wagons, for rural postal wagons. Because if you don't know, our mail trucks are right-hand drive. The steering wheel's on the right,
Hmm.
so they can access mailboxes and stuff easier. So
Hmm.
Subaru shipped some over of theirs because they're Japanese and they already have those. Steering wheel on the right, shipped some over for that purpose. And Saturn was sold in Japan, so they had right-hand drive versions. And Jeeps still come in right-hand drive from the factory if you ask for that purpose. Because sometimes rural routes in America mean a dirt road.
Hmm.
Anyway, and so I'd want to get a right-hand drive Saturn postal wagon. And thanks to General Motors inbreeding, it shouldn't be too hard to put in something completely irresponsible like the turbo V6 from a Saab in there because that was a Saab only version of that engine, but that V6 was still a Chevy engine. And then you could find a six-speed front-wheel drive automatic, which is totally a thing that exists that would fit that V6 and have an unreasonably fast, stupid, fun to drive car that is like the most grandma or like single mother station wagon on earth. And then for no reason, it has the steering wheel on the right side. It would be an unreasonable nunce of a car that um only exists because you can play Lego blocks with some Chevrolet stuff. You could do that with almost anybody, but Chevrolet is the best worst offender of this of all. There was a there's a Chevy Cavalier. Well, there's also the Toyota Cavalier. Um, it was sold the Bubble Gin Cavalier was sold in Japan as a Toyota with a Toyota badge on it. So you can order that Toyota badge and it comes in a package that says General Motors on it. That's like buying like um a part for it's even more ridiculous because it's the badge, but it's like buying a part for a Nissan and it says BMW on it or something. It's preposterous. They even had um some Australian only brand had the Asuna. It was called the Asuna in Australia. The J body is the beautiful ultimate whore of car vehicle platforms. So you can benefit from that if you want to do really weird, preposterous projects only a car nerd would want and only a car nerd would know is possible. Um,
I'll pass. I think that would be like a bit
I
over my
kind of
head.
wanted
It's a car, so it drives, but would probably still fly over my head. And maybe one day when like all the software engineering is automated, I need to relearn. Like I was hoping to like learn some job that has to do with high pressure cleaning, like high pressure water cleaning, because that seems fun. But maybe I need to go into cars or something instead, whatever is like
I
needed.
don't know what it was before, but like your understanding of people and yourself made me think, is she autistic? And your dream job being pressure washing. That is, I will never have doubts of your autism again, Don. Never again in my life. I remember when I was like 6 or 7, my dad let me play with the pressure washer to clean the porch.
Yes.
He
Same.
taught me how atom bombs and hydrogen bombs worked, and how fuel injection and uh air conditioning, the physics, the phase change works. There's really awesome stuff to love my dad. Like, think of how powerful and good of a formative experience of letting your 7-year-old use the pressure washer, use this badass dangerous tool instead of infantilizing the kid and think they can't do things and showing them, look at what
Yeah.
you can do. And there were other, I would say, cooler things he let me do, but I think that was one of the most dangerous things he ever let me do when I was young, because pressure washer could totally take your toes off if turned up. And
Ooh, okay. No, I was wearing shoes. Maybe we were like pressure washing something at the same time. Like
was
we're a
he?
couple of years apart, I suppose, and I don't know, maybe I was like slightly older, or we were like pressure washing some terrace or something at the same time. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I wanted to go back to the meaning though, because I had thought of a great segue back then, which like doesn't work at all anymore now.
That doesn't matter. Immaterial.
All right, so we were just talking about meaning, so
Cars are
so one
meaningful
of
to
these.
me.
Oh, yes, very good. And one way in which I changed my meaning recently was that I'd always felt like responsible for everything. So like everything bad that happened in the world, I felt responsible for because I could have prevented it. And then I
That
started.
is the most unempathizable thing I have ever heard a person say, and I hear it all the time. I'm like, I have to take myself just like, I need you, my friend, to know that why would you do that to yourself? Go on.
Yes. And I realized that there are like certain inconsistencies with that. Like for example, that like throughout all these like 1 or 2 decades, 1.5 decades or so that I felt that way, and like really all my life to a lesser extent, like just sort of my understanding of the suffering in the world changed, and like but the principle behind it had been the same for like decades. Um, I had never taken responsibility for all the good things in the
Oh, that's shame, isn't it?
world.
I just had a light bulb moment. That shame that leads you towards that, isn't it?
Shame and like, I don't know, some kind of failed God mode or something. Like for.
I no no, I just I had the light bulb moment of like, that's so irrational. What's the most irrational thing I can think of? Shame.
Okay,
Oh,
how does shame tie in
like
with
you had to you were grown up and shamed into thinking the bad things in your life are your fault, and then it made it not to it blows my mind that somebody can be shamed into thinking that things totally outside of their life are their fault.
Uh-huh.
But if I can imagine that shame is real, it makes it makes sense. I have to reverse it. I have to
Uh-huh.
think, if someone shames you, the feeling is so strong you'll start to believe it even if it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. Like I could have prevented those things hypothetically if I had like
I'm so
invested.
sorry. That's so stupid. Why would they do that to you? That's
Yeah.
idiotic.
I don't actually know like where this came from originally. I just like for as long as I can remember, I've always felt guilty for things that I failed to prevent. Some kind of like survivor's guilt that I remember even feeling in like early in elementary school. And my thinking was that it's probably better than helplessness. That like my mind was sort of like, okay, you can either feel helpless about these things, or you can have like some kind of illusion of control and then feel guilty instead. So that like the guilt
Oh, and
supplanted the
then
feeling of
the
helplessness.
I'm having some light bulb moments. And then if you feel good and you feel that people around you that are feeling bad are seeing you, you'll feel like they're judging you and you'll feel the shame for it.
Yes. How did you know?
Disgust. I'm only understanding that right now as I speak it. That is, what do you mean, how did I know? That has taken approximately 30 months of self-work for me to comprehend, woman. Like,
That you had the same thing, or why? Like, do you often?
oh, I refuse to let somebody make me feel that way. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Like, I, no, I've just finally understood it.
So the like,
The only way for me to empathize with it is like, it's so dumb that that can be done to you, and that it's so dumb that somebody would do that to you. I don't know if that line of logic makes any sense to you, but that's the only way I'm able to comprehend
mhm.
that you're shamed into.
Like, I mean, I don't know whether people who see me being happy whilst there are things that I fail to prevent, whilst there is suffering that I fail to prevent, are actually judging me for that. But like, if I think that they are, then they are like my projection of what they're thinking is essentially shaming me. So I'm basically shaming myself via this projection.
No, I figured that out. It's blowing my mind. I
Yeah, so that is my like failed God mode. Just like feel responsible for everything so I don't have to feel helpless.
One second, please. All right. No, the lovely,
Yeah,
lovely girl that was sleeping in my bed is no longer sleeping in my bed.
no.
I woke up and you weren't there. That was so sad. Um, no, sorry for me to derail that, my friend Lucy.
Yeah, Tiffany Lucy.
Sorry for you to derail that. Sorry to derail that for you expressing this feeling, but I'm just like, finally hit me, kinda. Like, it. Anyway, go on, Don.
Yeah, so like I was thinking that like being a failed God kind of sucks. Like feeling guilty for everything, so I don't have to feel helpless. Kind of sucks. So an alternative way to frame that would be like it is also inconsistent because like what I said earlier about not taking responsibility for all the good things that I also didn't prevent. And so instead, I figured I take like all the suffering in the world and divide it by like a power weighted sum of by a power weight sum of like all the actors that like have responsibility to prevent it or like have some power to prevent it, and then that leaves me with a lot less responsibility, with a tiny fraction of that responsibility. That's perhaps more manageable. And so, in a way, I've like just reassigned the meaning that I wanted to give to different things and made the whole experience a bit more bearable for myself.
I'm still processing it. So so to try to bring it back into my world. I am like, you know how I hold myself to standards of like not participating in things that I think um
Yeah.
contribute to
Apple.
Bad shit. Yeah, right. And I don't have to feel somebody else's judgment for that. And in fact, like, I know there's people who would judge me for thinking that people who buy Apple, even if it's useful to them, are kind of dumb. And I don't, I don't care. Why would I care? I know they're wrong. Like, I see the bad they do. Um, and so then I'm just like introspecting on how much that like reaction is not there for me, to give myself a comparison point. And the shame gave you a sense of, did you say the shame gave you a sense of control?
No, the guilt, like, I pretended to have control over these things to not feel helpless, and then the cost for that was the guilt.
I see, and so the guilt helps resolve the shame,
Yeah, I don't know about the
helps
shame. Haven't
manage it.
introspected on shame in that context. What I feel is just guilt, and then when I'm like, wait, why? Then I'm like, okay, because I don't want to feel helpless. I want to feel control.
I can understand trying to guilt yourself into something like, at least with my parallel, my most it's not the most productive necessary, it's not the healthiest, but I'll hate myself into doing something.
Mm.
Um, but I view that as like metaphorically whipping myself, punishing myself, d doling out punishment to myself to
Mm.
try to bring myself into line. Um,
Yeah, I used to do that too. I don't anymore.
um, this I'm sorry, I will get back to the meaning portion of it. I'm just still trying to
Mm.
process it. 'Cause like from my point of view, somebody needs to give me a reason, or I need to have values that would make me want to not do something. And so shaming me won't work. So the reason why hating myself works is because it's like a proverbially like whipping myself. It's like, I mean, it's like if you want me to do something I really don't want to do, you can just like punish me into it. I won't, I'm not submitting. I'm just complying. Good
Mm.
job. You know? Um, it's hard for me to view shame as anything else other than something that, like, I guess there's healthy shame. I guess I don't even want to believe that.
Mm.
That, not even that we can't use shame healthily. It's just so disproportionately powerful
Yeah,
to
exactly.
what it's to, especially in a modern society.
Mm.
Um, so it's hard for me to see shame as I can see guilt as healthy, but
Mm.
it's hard for me to see shame as healthy because shame to me just sounds like
Legacy
you're
code.
what?
The old legacy code that like hasn't been removed yet.
Yeah, like because guilt can at least like reflect either your values or just the harm done to somebody. That
Mhm.
makes all the sense in the world. Shame just seems like an overpowered,
Yeah.
unnecessary extra version of guilt.
Yeah, exactly. And so much like childhood traumas due to like different forms of like conditioning through shame and like I think which could just get rid of it, like at before birth, like intervene a bit in the genetic code and then remove the shame. That would probably prevent a lot of bad things without enabling the same amount of bad things.
Yeah, yeah, I think if everyone still had guilt, but nobody had shame,
Yeah.
we would probably live in a better world. Because then an asshole can't shame you for something completely illogical, right? They'd have to not just make you feel like this is why shame feels stupid. The person is making you feel bad. You know, if you punch me in the face, it makes me feel bad. But why is punching me in the face gonna make me think that that's
Yeah.
my fault on its own, in and of itself? Maybe they
Mm,
could, but it won't in and of itself. But shame has the power to do that. And so I feel like shame gives disproportionate power to assholes to
hmm.
just make you feel bad until you believe something that's wrong. Um, um, Whereas guilt, healthy guilt is just like a lesson. You know, once you learn your lesson, the guilt can float away. Um, doesn't know, doing bad things isn't supposed to feel good. You know, that that doesn't always stop me, but like logically, um, anyway, my
Yeah, like
experience with that, like, so having felt like I failed myself, my father, and just like I did feel like unforgivable, like damned in a way,
mm,
that the only way that would compensate for all the people I've hurt, um, all the mistakes I've made, um, when I felt my worst, those grandiose fantasies, did involve inventing fully automated luxury gay space communism. And that's a great aspiration to have. But I used to put a lot of my self-worth into that grandiose delusion of like I was necessarily on the golden path to that, um to a practically jobless automated resource-based world. Um um and so I just I don't know, the pathway to meaning for me was easy there. You know, in the same way you were saying before, I have a ton of individual things. Like really what that was a synthesis of everything either I already was capable of or I wanted to be or I was growing into be. It was a synthesis of basically all the positive things of me
mm,
turned up to infinite, basically. And just splitting those out and valuing them individually is what I did, but it was still more of it was just a time thing, you know, really internalizing um that since I can't there's no guarantee of meeting that grandiose fantasy that so what? That was never on me. Um and I have all these awesome things that if we had a world like that or we were trying to build that world, um it would contribute to it. And also I was combating feelings of fakeness, of really, I'd tried all my life up to that point to just get more emotionally regulated and stuff, let alone hold down a job, let alone do anything I dreamed of. And so I felt like maybe my fucking intellect was fake too, and I had fooled myself into it along the way. And even before I really wrestled with that face on, that feeling of fakeness was there in different cordoned off pieces throughout me that would contribute to that of all the ways of like how I found I was just like at the time not able to get my shit together in any um even midterm way, let alone a long-term way. Um so I guess there was just like learning it's not just raw intellect that will fix your life. You still need to have the right tools. You still need to know the actual things you need to challenge in yourself and stop treating yourself like a perfection machine. Um, because I know that's a question you had. How did I find meaning when I found out I'm not like some
Yeah,
god?
exactly. After realizing you're not God, that's the
Yeah.
one that I have on my list. So you already segue to it perfectly.
Well, you know, like all the things I said, that doesn't mean that I can't use this kind of like creativity and depth of insight to help people in a way that most people can't. Or like I'm learning, like the my psychopath version of empathy is really sophisticated, but then simultaneously, my emotions, it's easy to keep my emotions from mixing up with the other person's and not get bogged down having to feel emotion after emotion and just like work through it like a logic problem. And I can help people really um work through some complex stuff comparatively trivially and just like practice when you're doing like minimalization based therapy MBT and DBT to yourself like all day every day for a year and a half 2 years straight, you get good at it.
Yeah.
um but I think I learned a greater depth than that. That's another thing I like about myself, my commitment to and my drive towards trying to find the real problem in something.
Mm.
Like my dad taught me that just with mechanical stuff. Like like I said with like the PT Cruiser, it's not that you can't fix it. It's that like it's obtuse to fix. It
Mhm.
has problems it just doesn't need to have. You know, that sort of thing. That
Yeah.
the solution is that this sort of car shouldn't exist. It's that this sort of car should be normal.
Mm.
Why does Saturn suck? It's not because they have plastic body panels. They were cheap. The cars were cheap as shit. They're supposed to be like that. It's because they didn't rely on the reliable things they had for what should be a normal ass basic commuter car.
Mm.
That sort of thinking. Or let's say, BMW switched to electronic water pumps. And they also got rid of their radiator, their temperature gauges. If you still had a temperature gauge and it still at least partly told the truth. Most car gauges lie to some degree because people have complained about it at some point. And this goes back a long time. 1980s Volvos ended up with what's called a temp faker, and that's literally what it's called in the instructions. That it just like outside of certain operational parameters, it just slowly raises the value to nominal and then just keeps it there because people who didn't really understand what was going wrong with their car saw like what looked like a non-ideal value and read too much into it. And that's the problem with cars being these complex beasts, but at the same time, to most people just being an appliance, and genuinely so. They enable a lot of things. But that wasn't as big of a deal back then. But when you move to an electric water pump that has a different kind of failure mode, if it's, let's say, only like pumping a third as hard, if you had a temperature gauge, you could see that this thing reaches too high a temperature too
Mm.
often, and it didn't used to do that, and you could catch it. And by that point, the only sign you'd have is that the red temperature light lights up on your dash, and now your car's in limp mode and it's got to get towed. You don't know
Mm.
until it's too late, and it disables the car. And it's physically hard to replace, they're expensive, and they're not the most reliable. And then they started making them shittier to cheapen them. And you could still get the better versions, the all metal electric water pumps for them. But you had to have somebody in the know who also had a supplier that would supply them. I saw my dad work through trying to handle this problem the best we could. And so electric water pumps aren't evil. It's that there's no graceful failure available anymore. And it just strands you.
Mm.
You know, that kind of thinking. And I try to take that with my mental health and other people's problems. Um, and so I guess I basically set out to ask myself and try and find an answer to the question of like, why is recovery so hard? What are the actual points me and other people get hung up on that would maybe make me stuck and why? And that gives me as much insight into myself as a person, any person, to me in particular, and teaches me a lot about other people. And asking those sorts of questions and actually getting answers teaches you things about where you know, our thinking our lightning powered thinking meatball meets reality. Like, um it's not a totally rational design at all. It has lots of quirks and features. And so, um, like one good example, Emmy Thomas ran into with her therapist that she found to be totally anti-intuitive, and so did I when I first learned it, that losing something negative about yourself still hurts because you kind of process it as like a piece of you
Mhm.
dying. And it's just because like it
Mm.
attaches to identity, and that's how we experience
Mm.
identity. And no other reason. And that's important for navigating it. And knowing that empowers you greatly and
Mm.
it helps you get through the difficult parts of change. Stuff
Mhm.
like that, stuff that somebody healthier but not healthy, someone who might have severe depression, but that's their primary part, their biggest problem. It feels like that old version of themselves is dying. But if that's your only problem and you work through that grief and get over it, really the thing they're learning that's hard for them is grief. And eventually you probably can do that even if you don't learn the finer points. But somebody who's never had a stable sense of self, or basically never had a sense of self at all, the answer to that is so unintuitive that you really does help to have somebody tell you point blank that this is how this basic part of you works, because the rest of it is not going to regulate itself through there. You're learning how to regulate learning how to regulate yourself the first time for so many of these things as an adult that you would have normally done organically. And and some of it's just because you're doing it as an adult. Like
Mm.
I'm really happy I have that mindset. I really love and appreciate my motherfucker of a father for teaching me that. It's very meta. And then it
Mm.
teaches you something deep, another deep thing too. He taught me how to figure out how to think about something. And then you learn that's a thing you can do, that you can learn new ways to think and learn new ways to discover new ways to think. And it really opens I feel like that's like a something a rationalist really would understand, right? Especially somebody that just so casually goes, "Oh yeah, a few years ago I turned off my internal narrator and it had all of these clear first and second order benefits." And to somebody, to most people that'd be stupidly abstract. And it's not abstract to me at all. I get it. But that's that same kind of thing. You learn that and then you go, "Wow, I can really game this um that my thought meat."
Yeah, I have like two friends who can do all sorts of weird shit with their brains. They can like up and down regulate all sorts of emotions and like attachment to different things, can like change their level of agreeableness or disagreeableness as at will and what?
I'm working on that. I'm working on that last one, but I'm having to like learn what agreeableness and disagreeableness is to me because
Uh-huh.
I've recently like learned more deeply what it means to have an antisocial personality. And like you saw in that one thread where I kind of vaguely whined about something and she knew exactly what I was bitching about. She's just like, "That's my baseline. I can't stand it when people are like that, and they're all like that." And I'm like, when I get overwhelmed, yeah, I can't stand it. Like, when people try and just help me over and over when that's just like not what I need, they don't know my needs, and just the thought pattern of like, um, getting mad at somebody for trying to, um, comfort me and getting mad at them like hurting themselves and shooting themselves in their own foot and just making everything worse. Normal people don't get like mad about somebody over apologizing, maybe annoyed or tired of it, but I'm just like, "Oh my fucking God, how are you so dumb?" And I know it's not that, but it's just, ugh. And that realization, I realize that's pretty fucking antisocial. It causes me problems all the fucking time. And it's made me go, what antisocial aspects do I want to keep? When and why? And I think that's like will answer a core of like when and why I would want a certain amount of agreeableness or disagreeableness. Um, and in a certain way too. So I'm I don't know. I wanted to share that.
Yeah.
Just 'cause
I also want to have like just the right amount of disagreeableness or agreeableness for the right situation. So,
I I mean, like, it will be such, it could change like every sentence in a conversation, honestly. I want the flexibility. I want to
hmm.
know why so I can make it a decision.
Why it is what?
Why I would want a certain amount of agreeableness or disagreeableness
Hmm.
so I can make it a decision on the fly.
Hmm. Yeah, like I kind of adapt to like the other person and the situation, but like for me currently within like a very small band, I'm going all the way on the agreeable side, and then if the other person is relatively disagreeable, then I'm like, okay, let's play a little bit with that. But like this. Mm,
That's so very human, but that is an obvious hole to me because it's like you're just energy matching. And um that might escalate something you don't need to. And it's also like your stance is now dependent upon them. And so that's not rational to me.
oh, I only do it when I want to, like not generally.
Okay.
When I'm feeling playful or something. But like sometimes there are also people who like I want to show that consistent agreeableness to because I want to like give them like some kind of corrective experience to some other experiences that I've had previously. It's kind of totally depends on the situation what I think is useful. But you
Like,
mentioned I surrender control to regain agency. Do you remember that? I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
what you meant by that.
So I believe that's really the paradox of control itself. Um, the more you try, the more you have a control mindset, the more you're bound to specific outcomes or following
Mm,
um and it makes you more rigid. And so surrendering allows you more options
yeah, definitely. I like that.
because you're accepting that maybe you will do something that actually does matter, but you can't have a control mindset to see those other options and it actually gives
Mm,
agency back. Um I think the concept of control um is broadly but not entirely very paradoxical.
mm. Yeah, I see this a lot in our groups with people who are like very deep in the control mindset. They frame it as a kind of power, but when I empathize with like, do I want to be like that? Then I feel mostly the inflexibility of it, and I'm like, yeah, I want to be like that 0.1% of the time. I would like to have the option, let's say, but
Yeah.
just not.
Or like that if it would work out in their head like that, in your head like that, it would feel great, right? But it's not real. It's not
Mm,
really what happens. And the other flip side to that is people are more likely to do what you want if your primary thing isn't trying to control them.
mm. Yeah.
And then part of that's also surrender because then accepting compromise and getting 50% of what you want is better than 0%. So finding a common ground
Mm,
and leaning them towards something that's more like what you like, but not entirely because you're also accepting what they like.
mm,
Um, still will likely gain you net gain you, you know?
mm. Yeah, that's also like a nice mechanism that sort of aligns incentives. And people just use their empathy to care about each other, then you can turn any kind of like any kind of gain into like a mutual positive sum kind of Pareto improvement of the situation.
I think it's still more complex than that because I think there's times where that doesn't work out in a practical sense, but at least in the immediate moment,
Hmm.
helping people with their feelings at least gets you past the whatever's blocking actually moving forward. Um, because sometimes even after like, an extreme example, right? Like, let's say you have you and me and another friend of ours, and you two are the normal ones, and I got mad at something and I really don't want to compromise. And initially, like, helping me feel better is probably going to lead me back towards the mindset of where I would compromise. You know, um, I want it to be just like, imagine you, another person, and a narcissist are at a table. I don't know, the narcissist might end up compromising with you, but not while they're still fucking pissed. But I think that breeds true, you know, I think that extreme example still breeds true for a lot of less extreme examples.
Mm. Yeah. I think I like have read this in a bunch of books as well. Like that oftentimes oh, there's like this beautiful metaphor of like the sun and the wind having some kind of bet who can undress a uh someone who like walks on the beach and the wind tries to do it with brute force and fails because the person just wraps themselves in their coat more firmly, and then the sun does it with warmth, and the person like freely takes off the coat, and the sun wins the bet. That's
I forgot about that one. I remember that. I was very young when I first heard that. Um, yeah, what I just said, strikes me as something that like can be a very high social awareness. Someone, it's a powerful soft skill, but um, I think just if you have a more self-serving or malicious intent could be, it's kind of a psychopathic mindset of, all right, I'll make you feel nice, and then after we're done making you feel nice, I'm gonna talk you into what I want. But if you put some practicality and compassion into that, it's not strictly psychopathic at all. But I find it interesting that I've ended up there from the complete other other end. It's like but it feels natural to me that those would be separate. That people's thinking and people's feelings, even if they aren't aware of it in the moment, can be um ultimately uh totally independent of one another because the feeling could be transient and in the moment of feeling that thing they won't necessarily think that at all.
Yeah, but I
Um
think like also when you have a situation like that where someone resists some kind of compromise, oftentimes the framings of the situation are different. Like the party that like seeks the compromise is probably in a collaboration framing where they are trying to achieve something together with the other person, and the person who resisted is sort of in a blame mindset where they're trying to figure out like who's right and who's wrong, so who has to take the blame for whatever happens. And then like breaking the person out of the right wrong mindset and getting them into the collaboration mindset again makes it only like possible to negotiate fairly afterwards, not because it would have been like unfair before, but because negotiation was just not on the table.
yeah, absolutely. I can think of like gentler and rougher versions of that. Like let's say somebody's not going to get really into a compromising mindset. I'd be like, look, if you really want to blame somebody, we can frickin' blame somebody. and this problem is still going to be here, and you can live with that, and I can't, and I don't care, and I'm going to solve it. So if you want to do it that way, we're gonna get through this, and we're gonna solve the problem, and we're also gonna find the person to blame since you want it so bad. That's I don't know why my mind leans me towards the like, how do I out coerce the coercive person? But
Yeah,
um,
I
but
had
it
those ideas. Mm.
but it could also be, I don't know, it's just a fantasy. I'd love to do that. But I I could imagine a more middle ground, that somebody just doesn't yet understand that kind of value, and really um you have to feel it, help them feel like people are going to be accountable. We're going to make a solution that has you in mind too, etc. And then just like kind of doing the compromise and negotiation, even though they're uncomfortable with it, but now that they're at least not stonewalling it.
Mm.
And it's interesting how broad the spectrum is there, um, to me.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah, like this worked really well for me. I think it's closest to the first version that you mentioned. It worked really well for me at one point. There was a project, one person wanted to drop out, project was kind of failing, and so um, I noticed that the person was like really dead set on like blaming me for the failure, and didn't see the point in that. But then again, like taking the blame for that toward that person just didn't seem to have any negative effects that I could think of. And so I was like,
I would
okay, let's
love
make
that.
this deal. Like,
I would get off on that. It's like, fine, if you want me to be the asshole, I will. You
yeah,
know, if
exactly.
that's really what you want, I'll give that to you, buddy. I'm the biggest cunt on earth. I'm glad you finally recognized it. Let's move on.
Yeah, that was my
If you
mindset
want
basically.
if you want me to be the demon, I love that shit. It makes me feel powerful because I'm I'm letting myself be like um bad. I'm like being stronger than my reputation or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And this person thinks they're so in control, and it's just like, all I had to do was lie to your face, you dumb bitch. And you were gonna go along with it anyway, and you think you played us.
Exactly.
I love that shit. That's that Laura once said it. She called it duper's delight.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that there's positive. I love that there's positive versions of it. That there's
Yeah. I
I should remind myself of that there are like very positive ways of out assholing an asshole, and it being um genuinely helpful and productive. And that
Mm.
kind of having that asshole in your heart helps you do it.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel like sadism and Machiavellianism come from sort of a similar place, but like Machiavellianism is very much easier for me to empathize with or like to experience myself compared to sadism. And so oftentimes I try to tap into that when I try to empathize with like what a situation feels like for someone. It's so much like close in a way.
Yeah, this is just a marriage of the two, right? Like in a moment like that, I'm just thinking like, what do I gotta do that makes this move forward?
Mm.
And I'm just taking a little sadistic pleasure in doing it. You know, um, uh, if I'm really upset with the person, it will help me get over the fact that I feel like I have to do it for sure. Um, and that's part of it. That's definitely part of where my sadism came from, of like having to do the thing I really didn't want to do, but it does work. And
Mm.
allowing or enabling some of the Machiavellianism when necessary, or wanted or desired.
Mm. Yeah,
Um,
like we're getting toward the end of the question catalog. There are a couple more questions that I want to save like for the very end. But do you have like in your notes any answers whose questions I haven't asked yet?
uh, no, I have to drive her home, so I had to schedule that. Um, um, not off the top of my head.
Mhm.
We've explored a
Yeah, it's like,
lot.
huh?
We've explored a lot.
Yeah, exactly. There are lots of questions that seem to me that they touch on things that you've like mentioned already and as an answer to previous questions. So I think I can like skip over quite a few of them now and go right to like the closing section, um, which yeah has a few interesting questions. I'm kind of wondering like in which order to ask them. Like one of them is like how you are in general feeling about like this whole conversation, the concrete one and the societal one.
Um, you know, hopefully wistful. And I think that's like how I feel about my whole recovery. Like it still feels really daunting, but I really don't have any real reason to doubt that I'm going to get somewhere I want to be, whether I know what that is. Um,
Yeah, what could that look like?
what do you what do you think what it could look like?
Yeah, like what are these places that you want to get to?
Shorter term, I want to be able to um it's hard to answer. It's easier for me to answer the longer term. Um, I'll start with there.
Hmm.
I want I want to really feel my whimsy again. I still like I feel compelled to do it, but I still feel like I'm going through the motions in my playfulness and my whimsy and stuff. I really when I light up somebody's face from something I've done, especially something from some aspect of myself I've nurtured that I do it in my own unique way, or I do it in a way that most people don't know how, whether it be just for entertainment or helping somebody through something. I want I want to feel that again. Feel the person's like feel the person light up through their face. And I have a strange, unknowable sense that's gonna happen and is possible, but I have no idea how long that's going to take. I can just tell I'm doing so much good, but I only like feel like the victory of it and not like
Mm.
the delight.
Yeah.
Um, I want I want to feel more deeply what I am in people's lives so
Mm.
I can feel like I'm not even belonging. I can tell I belong, but I want to feel like I'm somewhere, something, and someone, um, more than just know it. And I want to take that. I feel like if I get to whatever point that is, I will be capable of giving that back and showing somebody else the splendor of life. I feel like I could, but and maybe I already do and I don't know it. I don't know. Um,
When you described like the three-step process for experiencing emotional empathy, um, it sounded like you were already able to tap into exactly this delight, however briefly. Uh,
yeah, but this is like this is deeper because those emotions feel fleeting and they don't seem to like stick onto me slowly as
mm,
layers
mm,
and feel like I'm a part of people's life. The the connection part of it's very tenuous. Like I can be sitting with somebody and really getting to know them and I can just tell that that's what's happening and I can and it's really weird when you can see that so acutely without having to think about it but not feel anything from it.
mm,
It's it's one of my most alienating experiences to watch somebody gain this deep connection from me and feel it and watch myself learning somebody
mm,
and not feel any of it. Um, I don't know if I've ever felt that before, but I can just tell that it's long-term possible.
mm.
Um, and so that's like an abstract way, you know, that means that all the moving parts of that means a lot of the moving parts of my recovery starting to coalesce. And you see like, this is a microcosm of itself. If I hit that point, I'll have the feeling of accomplishment of having gotten to there. And
Mm.
I can tell I'm getting towards there, but I can't feel it.
Yeah, I associate that with meta meditation. Like for me, when I feel this connection with another person that I actually talk to, then it's an amazing feeling. Like exactly, exactly as amazing as you think it is. And but like I get something very similar from meta meditation.
What's meta meditation?
Like it's when you try to feel like love in general, sort of a training for feeling more love. And you train that by like first starting out easy, having like feeling love towards someone you actually already love, like Farewell, for example, and then expanding it from there either to yourself and feeling like self-love, or to another person that's more difficult to love, and then you try to like really understand where this person is coming from. And like for me, the trick is also to understand how I am like that person. So like it's easy for me to feel love for myself and for people who are sufficiently like me, people like who are friends and close to me. But then to expand that to people who are unlike me, I need to know like how would I have become that person? So, what genes would have to have been different? What temperaments, what like childhood experiences would have to have been different for me to have turned into that person? And once I can like close that gap, I feel like I'm that person, but for a few little tweaks here and there throughout our lives, then it becomes very possible for me to like merge or like to expand sort of my identity to include the other person.
You
And
can feel that?
yeah, it's amazing. Like there are so
I've had two shocked faces in this span because the first one was me realizing like why would I want to feel the love I have for Farvel for somebody else? And I realized very succinctly I am selfish with my love and I need to ponder that. That is a hell of a realization on
you have plenty of it. You can give it freely.
it's I
I love people I would never want to meet.
I that's an I'm just delighting at the novelty of that phrase. That's astonishing. I'd have never come up with that phrase on my own, I don't think. Because I hope this would maybe even be a pathway towards this, but like sorry, it's so meta to me still. I guess that's why it's called meta meditation. Um it's already like a complicated thing in my head to put myself in somebody's shoes. So it it's challenging like when I have those moments of spontaneous effective empathy, that is what happens. It's very my brain's not very good at it yet. And I would like that to be more natural, even if not constant. Um, and I feel like that's like a stepping stone from where I'm at to where you're at. And I don't know that it has to happen linearly, but at least I know the shape of the lacking, or the shape of the yet to be, or the shape of the incompleteness, whatever. I don't want to assume the pathway or method. I'm a little. Is that what they call self-transcendence?
I think so. So, like, I told someone about this, a friend of mine, and she was like, "Oh, that is self-transcendence," or like she described it with that term. With that term, probably.
I've never understood what it is.
Uh, I just described it
And
to.
now
Uh,
I know, and now I understand
I just yeah.
what it is.
Uh-huh. Like I just described that to a friend yesterday. How like identification works for me, like that I sort of course, highly identify with like
Did
this
you?
body and algorithms that are sort of like it. They're very much like it. I suppose like one partner of mine is sufficiently similar that like she's also like a sufficiently similar algorithm that there's a lot of identification going on. But then I think sort of in general, humans are like also like a high level of identification because a lot of them are fairly similar. then like all mammals, I think, are also like very similar to me. So there's also still like a high level of identification. Then like all animals that share culture, like I think culture, having like sort of a pack and then having some shared culture within the pack, I think that is also something that makes it easier for me to feel a high level of identification with the animal. And then like all sorts of animals that don't have that, like most invertebrates, and that's sort of where it gets like a bit more difficult with the identification, where I feel like I don't really understand what it is like to be that animal. Like, of course, the level to which I understand what it is like to be some non-human mammal pack animal is also relatively low, but it like drops off pretty steeply after that for animals that don't have a culture. And
I understand it. I don't know if I can do it, but I get it. Because I do that with Farvel.
hmm
Because when when she just jumps up into my hand, or she rubs into my face, or when she was like snuggling with me, like laying on my feet, and then I watched her fall asleep and her head just like fall off my foot. And then she woke up with the strongest trill of like, oh my God, I have mommy. And I just want to feel that because I'm like, that has to feel so wonderful. And I can put myself in her shoes, in her
yeah.
little paws. And that, I get why a person would do that now.
hmm
Never understood. I've never understood what it is or why. But that also unlocked a realization of why a small self works the way it does.
hmm
Real simple. If you don't have much of a self container at all, you know, doing the process you're talking about doesn't grow empathy. It just like starts replacing the self you have. And that's um the psychopathic mirroring thing,
hmm
you know, where like if I go to emulate somebody, um, and I try to take on parts of them, um, if they're with a tenuous self container or suppressed one, you know, then I become those thought patterns. So that's
hmm
why a psychopath would have defenses against empathy because it wipes your slate.
hmm
That's really interesting. I need to think on
Yeah.
that. I need to think on that further, like the etiology. Um, like what part of the process you get hung up on that would cause you to have to stop there and then develop the defenses that
hmm
protect you from getting board wiped. Do you get what I mean? That those seem
Yeah.
reactive to getting stopped or having trouble reaching the point where you can have a
hmm
persistent or independent self state from the people around you.
Yeah.
Um, I thought you might think that that's interesting because it's a genuinely like new realization to me.
Yeah, totally. I also wonder like, whether that could explain why neglectful upbringing can lead to either like this pure psychopathic presentation of, for example, Emmy Thomas, or can lead to a more narcissistic presentation, like some folks in the groups, because like I suppose the choice when like you have this complete absence of introjects or like this relative absence of introjects with like just a few things that you can call your identity, so like a very small self. When you have that, then you probably have the choice between either creating some kind of false self to give you stability, and then you end up with this like more analytic or empty form of narcissistic personality disorder, or you can go for the more typical psychopathic flexibility, where you just take on whatever random identity I don't know comes your way or is like convenient at a given time.
I think that's I think that actually is more due to genetics because like with me, um
Hmm.
it's got to be like a I had the predispositions to for my amygdala to do those things, but
Hmm.
I suppressed and then atrophied my amygdala.
Hmm.
It's not that things were in I think you know uh factor one psychopathy is more of a lacking. Like
Hmm.
so the root of attachment is fear.
Hmm.
And so if you don't have fear, you don't seek comfort. And if you don't seek comfort, you don't form an emotional attachment system.
Yeah.
And without an emotional attachment system, all these other identity things don't precipitate. But
Hmm.
if you do have one, um, and you don't like completely shut it off or forego it, you're gonna end up with some narcissistic defenses, like just naturally, because at that level of developmental breakdown, um, it's basically a last ditch effort.
Hmm.
Um, you don't have enough of an identity to just have a borderline state, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. There's not enough underneath. You have to have um a facade to protect that last kernel.
Hmm.
Um or at least to mediate it. Like stuff with like good bad fusion where you start identifying where you abandon the search for good and you start identifying with the bad stuff too, and it at least mediates it. It's like a super primitive ego um that doesn't recognize the interior and so only functions as an external self image and is resultantly a narcissistic facade.
Hmm.
Um, that I think is much more genetic predisposition
Hmm.
than than upbringing, but upbringing will certainly influence like the kind of personality someone develops, right?
Hmm.
Um, like I'm thinking of another of a famous YouTuber, Kanika Batra.
Hmm.
Um, she's a very narcissistic factor one psychopath. And then someone who's pretty in between because she's trying to navigate herself. Our favorite cluster B milkshake, right? Like she can go into a narcissist she can have a narcissistic valence or not, etc. It's more of a choice to her. It's a part of her, even if
Hmm.
like her parts are very tenuous, you know. Um like I've seen very narcissistic and psychopaths. And then we've all seen Emmy Thomas, who's like has some trait narcissism, but you wouldn't necessarily say that's a defining part of her personality.
Hmm.
And I think that's just like incidental, like base traits plus upbringing. Like any personality would develop, um, even if exceptionally disordered.
Hmm.
Um, I guess that is to say that we have a decent understanding of the roots of factor one versus factor two psychopathy versus other nature versus nurture things. It's still nature versus
Mm.
nurture. You can still have strong factor two and some pivotal factor one traits, right? But um and vice versa. But it could still be nature versus nurture. But we have a the amygdala getting short-circuited is such an easy thing to MRI and to track the genetics that we have. Like,
Mm.
it's one of the few things we have a decent understanding of the pathway to nature versus nurture.
Mm.
Um,
I
just because
see.
it breaks down so many things at such a fundamental level. Um, anyway, where were you?
Yeah, I still find it very complicated. Like, um, the pathway that you described with the underactive amygdala, and so the child doesn't seek attachments, is like one that I find like fairly obvious. And but then there's also the one where the child is like emotionally neglected, and so also is not able to like form attachment, goes into like avoidant attachment in order to like fool themselves into thinking that they are basically the same, but like the amygdala is very active. Anyway, there's just some kind of suppression going on. And when that happens, there are those that like are that like form more like more of a psychopathic personality afterwards, and those who form more of a narcissistic personality afterwards, and or some combination, like probably either like some combination or purely psychopathic, and
I
that is the more confusing one to me.
I think again you can just split that into whether someone has a strong you could just take it in four scenarios, right? Neglect, not neglect, neglect, not neglect, in each one whether they have a strong lead towards factor one or not. So
Hmm.
let's say someone with factor one that's primarily strongly neglected. Um, you know, they're probably a they're probably just the stereotype of for good or bad, for good, bad, or neutral, a high functioning psychopath.
Hmm.
Do you get what I mean? They might have had a lot of decent things modeled, or at least had a lot
Hmm.
of opportunity to discover things or model them for themselves.
Hmm.
Just not been pushed towards more negative things. And then they're not going to be narcissistic really outside of like what works and what helps.
Hmm.
And humans won't necessarily, other people, humans. Oh man, I wish, sometimes I almost wish I wasn't so inside the mindset, sometimes. But other people won't be of no value to them, but they won't have grown up as much of a predisposition to see them as a such a potential threat.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
and then the other one, you're gonna get Emmy Thomas.
What is the other one?
Um, if like Emmy Thomas was like fucking abandoned as a kid at a fucking
Yeah.
a park once. Like she was more than neglected. She told a story once of her dad beating down the door. She was like 5 or 6,
Yeah.
I think. And her just being like, all right, is this how you want to lose control? And I delighted in that. I wish I like had that awareness when I was that young. Maybe it'd fuck me up worse, but I would have loved it. Um, and so, you know, she's healthier now. She has a good head on her shoulders, I think is what that works out to. and ultimately been given decent opportunities. But um, you can tell she came from somewhere more difficult and she had to work through it. Um, Whereas let's say someone who doesn't have a strong factor one, um, this even shows that if then someone has that environment, but they don't have the opportunities, they're gonna end up more adversarial, right?
Mhm.
Usually. And so then, let's say that someone doesn't have a strong factor one, they just have a predilection, they could end up in factor two, and they're just broadly neglected. Um, their propped up self-image is just going to be, more about what adults and kids in their life that aren't their parents mean to them. And they might get a better understanding of people that way. Um, they might even be more obviously narcissistic, but uh less fragile. And somebody that then is abused as well. Hi. You know, rather narcissistic and at least initially um rather unstable. And I imagine my counterpart that was just neglected would have less risk taking, or at
Mhm.
least more productive risk taking than I would.
Mhm.
And I feel like that would be the major valence.
Mhm.
And then maybe somebody that's not me that then had better opportunities. Uh I think that either a similar or worse upbringing to mine, but had better opportunities in their teens and their early 20s. Would That person sounds dangerous.
Mhm.
Um, they probably up until the wrong, if things go right for them, they're probably good, but up until the wrong moment, they probably like think they're unstoppable and fucking indestructible and have some level of confirmation that things go their way. Um, I don't know, being one of those like four primary pathways there, it's not hard for me to imagine the other three. So you'll get, I think, um, broadly, the worse the kid is treated and the worse opportunities they're given, they're going to end up more narcissistic, either out of like, um, for factor two, they'll end up more narcissistic, either for what it gets them or to compensate. And I feel like for factor one, it's it's inverted
Mhm.
because um empowering them will um will will give them a reason to be more will give them like confirmation that they should just keep going. But I do think there's a genuine dimension of like what opportunities you have once you do have some agency in life also
Hmm.
really changes it. Part of like what experiences you have before everything like in PD would really metastasize versus and also like what happens to you after, like whether you can crash out and fall into a safety net.
Hmm.
Does all of that make sense? I think it's like not super trivial, but I don't think it's super
Hmm.
complicated either.
I want to chart it out. I already have like a Canva open to make a chart of these things. There are also these other factors that I wanted to take into account, like alexithymia, for example, seems to be sort of a different beast from having a under-functioning amygdala. And then, like, impairment of cognitive empathy is like another thing that I also want to incorporate, and then just sort of to understand better how all of these things interact with trauma and interact with like neglect versus like abuse. Um,
Definitely the hardest one for me to understand is like straight up lacking cognitive empathy. Like
Mhm.
not understanding it.
Mhm.
Like I had very poor cognitive empathy most of my life, so I can get that.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know, I guess that would just be somebody with a you could end up with that with a factor one psychopath having a very harsh upbringing and then having no real opportunities given to them later. And
Mhm.
then you would be predisposed against giving anybody empathy, even if you were given a reason later, right? Even if you were capable of it, you'd like reflexively or consciously choose not to. Um, I think, in other words, I think that's modelable even if we don't know the source.
Mhm. Yeah, like I want to chart that, just sort of assume that these things are a given, regardless of what the source might be, and then see like how they interact. Like this was quite successful for me when it comes to like some hypothesis I had about the like about the simulation hypothesis. So like that we're like somewhere in sort of a tree of simulations, and like what this tells us about the like power structures in the root reality. And it was quite insightful, and so I'm hoping that this chart can also be a bit more insightful for me. Because like I can't really keep track of that mentally. I need to actually like draw it in some way, fashion to learn from it.
Okay, I'll
Mm.
when I get off this call, I'll give you a short outline of those like because I see it as like
Yeah.
six possibilities,
Hmm.
not four. And I do see like two of those six possibilities impairing cognitive empathy,
Hmm.
at least as results. So I think it's modelable, even if we don't know if it has a nature versus nurture thing. We
Hmm.
can, um,
Yeah, please send me a drawing. That would be cool.
I'll draw
Um,
it.
yeah, thanks. Yeah, like I also want to turn this into a blog article at some point once I have a bit more clarity of it. It's one of my projects to just understand better where like um psychopath like psychopathy and like the more psychopathic bent of pathological narcissism actually come from. Because they have like such a different etiology to what I've experienced, and yeah, so it's all a bit foreign to me. I can't directly empathize with it, but I've like met so many people now who have like some presentation like that, so that I
Is
can
it
fit this
because
together into
like
a model.
is it because part of it's obviously like a tool and that's blurry?
Huh? What do you mean?
Like the compensatory grandiosity and narcissism versus trait narcissism and grandiosity. Like I view
Mhm.
the former as a reaction I would have, and I view the latter as something I do because I know it works.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And we've
makes sense.
discussed that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think, yeah, that is one thing that I don't have enough access to because I completely misinterpreted like the how it works socially. Um, but the other thing is like yeah, I don't know, like the sorts of experiences that people often tell me about, that like the sorts of neglect that people often tell me about, when they describe like where their sovereignism, for example, has come from. Like I can find like sort of small parts of that in my life, but like they were probably late enough, mediated enough that they had like completely different effects on me. So like I can't really make the connection between that and make that useful in some fashion for empathizing with where they are coming from. And so yeah, so I'm just trying to like ask them lots of questions and then try to understand better that way, rather than trying to like link it to my experiences with
I
not having the opportunity like to express emotions and such.
Yeah, I'll help you with that. I think I can jumpstart with it because
Mm-hmm.
I can empathize with those.
Yeah.
I can imagine a more broken version of myself, a better treated version of myself,
Mm.
etc. Like
Yeah.
I had similar struggles at a young age, and I can
Mm.
imagine some traits, um,
Yeah, like they when you
having
tend
been
to. Mm.
I can imagine some traits having been more distinct when I was younger, etc.
Mm. Yeah, like in particular when you tap into this like empty version, like the like you have all of these introjects, most of them from your dad, I suppose, some of them from cats, um, that were like helpful in some fashion, and some other ones that were detrimental. But they are definitely sort of there, like there are a bunch of interjects there. But like you also had like this these areas where there was just like nothing. Like you mentioned how you forget how pleasant doodling is for you. Um,
Well, one thing I want to one concept I want
um,
to I think maybe to wrap this up that'll help you
yeah.
is the concept of the disavowed self,
Mm,
because that's normally in literature that's normally talking about a part of you suppressed or don't acknowledge, and you
mm,
did that early enough that it's pre-verbal.
mm,
Does that make sense? So those the capacity or those leanings in yourself do exist,
mm,
but you really are going to access them only via like mindfulness and meditation and stuff when you can get
mm,
everything else to shut up.
mm,
Because they do or like in my worst meltdowns, if I when I come back from them with better awareness now, that just uh the screaming infant feeling like nobody's going to come to help her, that no, it's not going to be okay. Um, but also more nuanced stuff like your creativity, etc. There's stuff that if you're suppressing it well before you know what shame even could be, or it's pre-verbal, really the language centers and even most of the abstract parts of your brain aren't going to register it at all. It's buried so deep. It doesn't, and like I said, these some of these parts of me
mm,
are painful enough they can come out um and lead to my worst meltdowns. But there's other parts that are, instead of a terror or a negative, they're positive unexpressed, and they're absolutely still there.
mm,
Like I don't have to doodle for even 5 minutes and it's there immediately, right? I can remember my one ink pen that had multiple colors being taken away in first grade and like I remember just like having the avenue taken away from me well before I had a strong attachment to it. And uh stuff like that. And so keep that in mind, that stuff like that, even in a mind with strong harsh introjects, can have these empty aspects because they're left
Mhm.
pre-verbal.
Yeah, I suspect that like investigating my anger could be helpful for that because I have like I didn't used to have any access to it, and then I experienced some at one point and it was very interesting. And now through therapy, I have like sort of a more like I experience something, but it's like super mild, and I describe it as miffedness. And but like I also noticed that when something happens that I intellectually know this is the sort of thing that would make someone angry, that could make me angry, then I also have some thoughts coming up on some intuitions that are kind of passive aggressive. And so I'm like, okay, there must be like some kind of anger there somewhere that I cannot experience
Yeah.
fully at least.
Um, my suggestion would maybe be like re-diving back into your guilt about feeling like all the problems in the world are yours.
Hmm.
Because a reasonable reaction would be to be angry at what set it up or the people, etc.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
like you haven't lived a life where that would turn into resentment in the same way. So the anger is probably a lot more fucking primal, to be honest.
Hmm.
Um, that that's the most obvious anger to me
Hmm.
anyway.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I should think about that. Like in particular, I think
And I think it's a positive thing. It's motivating, right?
uh,
If you channel it right, it's incredibly motivating. So I don't,
yeah. It's also interesting that I generally only feel anger toward people I care about. So the fact that I will probably in many cases care about the perpetrators of like all the suffering that I wish I were able to prevent is probably going to work hand in hand with rediscovering that anger.
no, absolutely. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, nice.
Just think about my mom. Just think about 4-year-old Tiffany
Mm,
and some blonde bitch that calls herself her mother, swats her with a Teflon spoon, a mixing spoon, and she's screaming, and you watch that woman shove food into Tiffany's 4-year-old mouth, and
mm,
she just realizes that she has to give up and chew it and try and swallow it. Oh, that makes me angry. I won't think about that too long. It's not very
mm.
productive anger. But
Yeah, no,
oh
like for me,
no.
the problem is like I very quickly go to hate with these things. Like, I really need to care about the person first to be able to access anger. Um,
Maybe imagine you could be in that scenario and you have maybe you could imagine you are a significant friend of the family and you just didn't know this is what home
yeah.
life was like for me, right? And you could imagine any scenario. You could imagine
Mm,
that it comes that you find out about it. And then there's like this parent teacher conference. And my mother tries to advocate for uh discipline in the school system. And you're now in a position to make a difference.
hmm.
And, maybe even some part of you would want to shame her in front of the entire parent teacher conference or something, or some righteous anger of like, I'm not letting this bitch get away with this, and she's gonna know going home today. that what she isn't doing isn't right to that child, and she's going to
Mm.
know it from every other mouth in the room, including mine, because I'm going to spell it out right now. How,
Yeah.
like, the anger of, like, how dare she come in here and say that to other adults? Are you mental? Yes! Like, I guess there I get anger at
Mm.
the willful ignorance. My initial knee jerk was like stupidity, but like
Mhm.
the just ignorant audacity, the ignorant arrogance, the willful ignorance. And I think those are things that really tear down people and tear down society too, in a
Yeah.
lot of other forms. I don't know. I'm trying to help you theory craft um a situation
Mm.
where your anger could be productive even if you don't have a strong attachment to the person, but you have a strong attachment to somebody they affect. And
Yeah.
so and so you suddenly have a reason to care about her opinion,
Mm.
but um not because you care about her.
Mm. Yeah, gosh, like so difficult for me to like, but I can probably come up with some examples where I care. I probably need to know more about the person, like the perpetrator, let's say, in order to be able to like expand sort of my identity toward them, to be able to empathize with them. And I think at that point, I can actually be angry with them as opposed to just hating them.
That's so weird to me that you would need empathy to be angry.
Like, but
Um
is it really like anger that you experience toward people that you don't empathize with? Or is it like for me, it's like when there is some perpetrator that I cannot empathize with and they are doing some crap, then I just think of them like a software bug. Like I just want to like fix them and like ideally I want to go back in time, distract their parents on the day of their conception so someone else gets born and then like delete that person just from the
Well,
timeline and
I guess here, for me, if it's like personal, like let's say she was doing this and it might affect my kid, I'll get angry. I'll get angry for my kid's right as an extension of
mm,
myself, or if it affects me directly, like let's say some idiot like we're at work and it's a union meeting and some idiot chimes up and I'm like, don't you dare think you're gonna do that kind of shit that's gonna do that to me. And so in the same way, if this were reversed and my mother were your mother and I was in that situation, I would be identifying with you and I I would be angry in for your right.
mm,
And I mean there
yeah
could
like
there
this
could also there could also be hatred, but I would actually in a situation like that, I wouldn't want empathy. I
mm,
don't want someone that's that nasty to have the power over me to make me feel bad for whatever the fuck they went through that. That's like their own demon to face. Like I wouldn't say that they would be unrecoverable. Just like
mm,
that's not my problem because this person is the person
mm.
being the problem and they're an adult and they can take ownership of that. You
Yeah, but
know,
like you respect these people who uh
I don't respect my mother. In your
you,
in
you
your case,
respect them more than I would. Like I don't want to use your mother like ex as an example because like I don't know, about to say something fairly extreme, but like there are like all sorts of warmongers around the world who are responsible for like the deaths of like thousands and hundreds of thousands of people and like um I feel like zero anger toward them because I don't respect them as people. Like they're
I see
basically
what you
software
mean.
bugs to me.
I'm like angry at their actions and the consequences of their actions. and the system that
Yeah.
enables them. But I do hate the individual person, and my mind
Mm-hmm.
would light up with grotesque things I would enjoy doing to them for
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
Um, and uh, I know, strangely almost relatable. And but no, no, that's a good distinction. I really wouldn't be angry at them. Um, I would be angry for the sake of somebody else and angry at
Mhm.
the things happening because it's just such an affront to society.
Yeah.
Um, I may maybe ask yourself, no, you are telling me because it's a respect thing to you.
Mhm.
And I get that. I use that as a defense or a strategy too, to that someone can demote themselves of their respect from me, and
Mhm.
it will allow me to be much colder.
Mhm.
Um, but in the same way, if like let's say I faced someone like that, I would be somewhat subduing my hatred because I know that if I start screaming, I'm gonna look like the crazy person and no one's gonna listen to me. But I wouldn't necessarily subdue my anger, at least to motivate me to do something about it, and hopefully to get people empathizing with me over what should be righteous anger.
Yeah.
There is actually a very utilitarian aspect to it too, there, that even if like those emotions and for those reasons would lead me towards a certain strategy and giving a certain presentation that is, again, motivated from, but not necessarily aligned from with how I feel. Um,
Mhm. Yeah, I suppose I've been probably also conditioned. Like I have like for forever always cared about things that no one around me cared about. And so I imagine that if I had gotten angry about them, I would have looked crazy. And so I didn't like
yeah,
my
but it's like, I guess this is the entitlement in me. Yeah, but you have a fucking right to be angry. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is the thing I guess we talked about, like NPD versus BPD growing,
Mhm.
right? Like, if I were you, I wouldn't stop thinking that I had a right to be angry. I would just think everyone's being an asshole to me for shutting me up. And then I'd think, okay, well, I'm still angry. I still want to do something about it. How do I do this and not make myself look crazy? How do I follow
Mm.
out? How do I find ends to the means of my anger? Um,
Yeah, I think
because
I think I
that would
do
make that
that,
would make
but
me angry, telling me I can't care about something that's good and important. You know?
yeah, I think I just I'm afraid of the helplessness. Like first of all, I start out being like super angry about this thing. Then I notice, okay, there are 100 people in the world who agree with me. I'm not in touch with any of them. I'm completely alone. Everyone else perpetuates these things, benefits from them, contributes to them. And if I'm like outwardly angry now, then I will just look ridiculous because I won't find any allies. So I need to find like some kind of like clever way of like gradually influencing people or something. And then that is something that just doesn't bear fruit for like 10 years or so. And so I'm like really demotivated and I
I
don't
mean,
want to yeah, don't want to have like this anger just make me feel so helpless permanently.
well, you don't have to let it make you feel helpless, or be angry that it would make you feel helpless, because it's not fair. Like, I'm thinking of a time where it did work. This trans lady was she was elected to some office. She was one of the other elected officials among the place, and people were being introduced to go on a proceeding of some, I don't remember if it was a committee or not. I think it was a committee, but she got introduced as Mr. or Sir or whatever. And so at first, she very smartly addressed the guy as Miss, and he was trying to take issue with it, but not expose that anger. And then some other guy came to her um rescue, and it had what looked like might be an unhelpful effect, but I think it's ultimately helpful because with some bullies, you have to just force them to tear their own shit down and not let things happen, and then go and try and do it again anyway. Um, that you have to show them that they can't throw a temper tantrum to get what they want. And so that's what happened. He started going, is this what a civilized rule of law, whatever place is like? Is this how we're going to treat people? She's a duly elected official, just like, you and me. And um they adjourned the meeting because of it. But that means that asshole also didn't get what he wanted. And he can only self-sabotage so far. So this is one of those things where it's kind of like how, if you're trying to escape an abuser, they might do some really nasty things as you're successfully escaping.
Mm.
But it's part of that situation dying, even if it might seem frantic and catastrophic in the moment,
Mm.
right? That maybe it hurts right then, but that is what a bully losing in a emotional and practical sense looks like. They will not be able to continue to go on doing what they're doing, and they're just throwing a temper tantrum. So that's a very small case, but then that's going to have an impact in that whole state, let's say. And at least where legal proceedings are concerned in that state, that will have weight. This man has now set the precedent that you can't just do this. So there's value in it depending on how you execute it, that it doesn't let the bullies just silently get away with it. And yeah, sometimes it's going to come out as raucous anger, and sometimes it's anger motivating something more subtle that you do to stymie their efforts, but giving you the motivation to maybe act nice and respectful, but be completely uncompromising. And um again, maybe there's only 100 other people that do it because maybe you don't know. Maybe those other 99 people feel the same way as you do and disempowered. And you don't know, but you might have the opportunity to set the precedent the opposite way instead of let everybody being bullied. And no, I'm not going to say it's a sure thing. I'm just saying it's like worth considering.
Mm.
And the anger for me is like, how dare you think you're going to be an uncontested bully, you arrogant jackass, standing up there? Haha, don't you know today that I am here as well?
Mm.
And
Yeah.
so I think there's utility to it, even if maybe even acting like that if you don't immediately feel that way. That, like I said, setting the counter precedent. And it is, I guess, a sort of antisocial punishment. Even if you um follow it out in a very pro-social way, it is still a form of antisocial punishment because some people, given either the position or just how uncompromising piece of shits they are, they're not going to respond to anything other than just being shown that they can't get away with it. They're going to get pushed out, and they're not the only person capable of being an asshole in the room, even if it's an asshole with a big smiling nice face, right? Um, Pardon my pedestal. I believe we can beat them.
Okay. Sure. Thanks for the pep talk.
I'm glad I got there. I didn't intend it. I had no idea where that was gonna go.
Yay, I didn't know I needed that. I actually like rethinking some career decisions right now, and yeah.
I know I did that once. I did it with the system, but when I was in high school, I had all these bullies, and of course, I was presenting as a man then because I was a teenager, and all these bullies were just like uh calling me gay and even like assaulting me. One like rubbing the back of my neck and going, "Oh, do you like that?" And this was the best part is one of them was a jock. And so I knew that anything like that that could stick would be the end of the world for the school. And so I knew it would compel the principal to act. So I very rightfully accused them of assault. I just brought up the harshest accusation that fit the facts.
Yeah.
Like, one shot. And the biggest, toughest, most stoic motherfucker in the entire building wouldn't approach me again. It worked in one shot, motherfucker. And he ended up being nicer to me later that year. It worked. Wow, I forgot about that. I am fucking proud of that.
Ah, congrats.
Because I demonstrated strategy and self-control and shit, and I
Yeah, I think like Emmy Thomas also has a cool story about like getting rid of some bully teacher. Yeah, I like it.
one time I
Um,
had to get rid of one time I had to engineer the takedown of an employee of a coworker when I was 22.
mhm.
He was a big piece of shit. He really was. And that rang true better. Every he like pardon me, but I don't want to sugarcoat this. So he was a redhead, he was a ginger, and he had no couths to speak of. And he called a customer a matchstick. And and pardon my Polishness, but I think I would have that's not that culture. Those cultures exist. If I met another Polish person and I would say, and there was like a right moment of like stopping a dumb Polak, they would giggle. And I've even joked that if you walked down Wilkes-Barre and you would, "Hey Polak," three people would turn around and look at you and go, "What?" But I don't think that exists within the culture of redheads, of gingers. And he was a bully to everybody in the place. And when I started it, I found out even I almost every single person in the building had something damaging to say about him, and almost every single person in the building had the same fear that, oh, but everyone likes him. No, everyone was afraid to say anything. And that
Mhm.
empowered everybody. And it was, aside from literally the most loser person in the place, had something to put in writing, something to say about this guy. and it took him right down. He got fired, no problem, because I empowered everybody else to say it. They now felt safer. I started it with I started talking about the plan to my assistant manager who really didn't like him for the same exact reasons I didn't like him. I was close to her. So that started the conversation, and I went, all
Mm.
right, I have my one person in power on my side. That means if I talk above her head, he can go and ask her, you really? All right. If that's true, we'll collect statements. And they did. And they took him right down.
Yeah,
That
cool.
it was very well meaning, but it was deliciously dastardly too. So no, that I wanted to give that. That is a specific example of everybody actually being afraid to say anything bad to him because of the kind of jackass he was, and interpreting everybody else mistakenly as not wanting to say anything or
Yeah.
being of a differing opinion of thinking he was nice or popular. Nobody thought it.
Mm.
So, um, it depends. Maybe turn the tide.
Yeah, I've had a
Socially,
colleague.
soci
Mm.
socially engineer it.
I've had a colleague like that once, and like he was talk toable, so that was a plus. But he was also like not strategically smart. Like I think lots of people wanted to have him gone, would have like improved the climate at work a lot. But what happened in the end is like when he picked a fight with one of the co-founders, that was the mistake that actually got him fired in the end. So,
I'm pretty okay with that. If you can have a conversation with them about it,
mm.
yeah, maybe not take them down personally. That's okay. He wrote his own epitaph. That you know, you can't help that.
Yeah, I was wondering like whether we want to get to my like final question.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just thought all of that was important to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Soon
Very encouraging.
you'll break this later. Yeah, what's your final question?
The final question is like, what tips you would like to share with other people who want to recover from sovereignism?
The first part I want to express is my opinion that recovery from any cluster B personality disorder is broadly a challenge and struggle of self-acceptance. Because all of our adaptations are there just because we weren't just allowed to just do and be ourselves. And um uh and I think that's just important to never forget because I think anybody else with sovereignism can vibe with we would like to be our most awesome, most self possible. And that was taken from us in a way. But we have all the capacity in the world to find it and get it anyway and undo um or reverse or defy the cards we were dealt and just go to a different table and get another hand dealt. Um, Play the chances again, but on our terms this time. And I want to share something from my friend whom I used to date that the phrase people are hell, but they're also heaven. N- Um, and I think that I think that's a good enough reason to at least investigate what's good and bad in ourselves and in other people and worth chasing down. Um, um, Something a little more vulnerable. Uh, Comes back to the first thing I said. To be your most powerful self would be to overcome the hand you were dealt. And this world has a lot of cruelty and unfairness with it. And someone like me, someone like us with sovereignism would most likely really understand that since we're adept at dealing with it.
Mm.
And in a world so cruel, we should not deny ourselves from the help of those we see as worthy or those that see us as worthy. There's no weakness in having help facing the hardest things within us and outside of us in such a cruel, often cruel and unfair world. And if anything, we need all the advantage we can get, and we deserve any of it. Um, you know, maybe more finer points. You might not be a spiritual person, I'm not, but mindfulness doesn't have to be about Buddhism or Zen. It's just learning harmony in your mind, learning to control the chaos in your brain, learning to quiet it when you want it, and learning to be at peace and enjoy that fucking rest after all the bullshit you go through in a day or all the shit you've had to do to get where you are or want to be. It's all of those things. And so rest is important because getting there is tiring no matter what. And that's okay. Doesn't mean we're not going to get up and do it again once we're done resting. Um, what else? You probably have a complicated relationship with your parents. It's possible you hate them both. I truly hate my mother. I love my father, but I'm glad he's dead. He gave me hell, but he did his best to give me what he could. He was a troubled individual like mine. And it makes sense that navigating that might be complicated because maybe the one parent you do love um gave you just as much bad as good, even though that bad was atrocious. And you're doing yourself a disservice to throw out the good as well. You don't have to respect them for it, but respect yourself enough to to unweave that. Um, Own your evil, own your capacity to dispense cruelty. There are times when it might be necessary. If you're knocking down that asshole in your life or the life of somebody you care about or an ally, there's no shame in taking joy in it. It would help you to do it in measure, but it's a good motivating factor. It definitely take the light and the opportunity. And don't let anybody else tell you otherwise, and you don't have to hide that from the rest of yourself that's striving to do better or more. If you hide it from yourself, it'll sneak up on you.
Mm.
Instead, own it. Um, and above even other people, try to learn to trust yourself. But reteach yourself trust as a commitment, not as a command to yourself. You're committed to that you'll do better tomorrow, that trust is not all or nothing, that you will trust yourself to learn, not trust yourself to never fail. And you have the choice of what and how you trust yourself and others. And that was just simply a complicated thing for me to learn. It wasn't obvious. And I wanted to give that very hard to figure out answer back. And finally, a subtler thing. You don't have to be like the rest of the people they call narcissists. That's okay. You always will be a little different even from the weirdos. And that's okay. They're different from you. Because this inflated term of narcissist, even if you don't get torn down by how society demonizes that word to the point where maybe we need a new word, like we're doing with sovereignism instead of malignant narcissism, even if it doesn't tear you down, don't mistake what people call narcissism for the magnificent complexity within you. One last thing. All my beautiful narcissistic psychopaths, all the people with sovereignism, I believe in you and I don't care what you think about that. If you really think you know better, is that how you want to prove me wrong? Do you want to give me that power? I don't want it. I don't care. But I think you do. And I think you want to prove yourself right. Good luck. I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the insights. The wonderful second interview. That final speech with all the recovery tips. Yeah, sweet. Then I'll stop for
I love leading into my grandiosity like that.
no.
Especially speaking from like my soul.
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, and goodbye to all the listeners.
Good luck on your journey, or maybe just I hope you learned something.